Support the author Harley Quinn's Ace by Kvanime87. I recommend you all to read this on the web. The link is in the description. Let's begin part 2. Gotham City. It was 2 weeks after the crew had freed King Shark from prison. While most of the crew was laying low at the mall, Harley was having coffee with the tax book containing Queen of Fables at her tax office. And that's one Chipmunk will never forget. In other news, evil sorceress Queen of Fables won a huge ruling today when a judge found her imprisonment in a U.S. tax code to be cruel and unusual punishment. Tawny said via a giant screen in central Gotham, showing a picture of Queen of Fables drunk on the ground and flipping off everyone present. They always use that same damn picture, Queen of Fables complained from her tax book. Better than the picture they use of me, Harley said, showing a picture of herself that showed her mouth open and eyes half closed. From what I heard, they paid a premium for that picture, so of course they'll use it, Naruto said, entering the tax office carrying a sack of something. That's 'cause you sold it to them, you whiskered. Harley yelled at Naruto. Hey, don't blame me. It was a slow day with my clients since I had only gotten with 10 of them that day, Naruto said, defending himself before dropping the sack on Queen of Fables' desk. What the hell is this? Queen of Fables asked, irritated. I owe the IRS some back taxes and need to know the exact amount I need to steal or create, Naruto said as he sat down in a seat next to Harley. You pay taxes? You? Mr. Slaughter, everyone who looks at you funny? Harley asked, baffled at this admission. Listen, clown babe, I'll fight many things: lions, tigers, bears, Kryptonians, Tamaranans, Green Lanterns, billionaires in need of getting laid, people who bats, butlers, vampires, magicians, vampire magicians, ninjas, samurais, the undead, Naruto was saying before he was cut off. We get it. Queen of Fables yelled, getting annoyed at Naruto's bullcrap. My point is the IRS is on my very short list of things I don't with, Naruto said. That's a first for you, I guess, Harley snorted. Oh, don't get your panties in a twist. I'm still the violent nutbar all the ladies love to have wrecked their tightest, Naruto said simply as he put his feet up on the desk. Feet on the ground or I'll have the IRS auditing you until you're old and gray. Queen of Fables said with a threatening tone of voice. I'm putting my feet down, but not because you told me to, Naruto said, taking his feet off her desk. Well, at least you won't have to put up with people's taxes once you're freed, huh, Fables? We still gonna do our weekly coffees once you're out? Harley asked curiously. If I'm not too busy getting my on, sure, Fables said before the two villainesses laughed. You know, if you want someone for help with that, Naruto said with a smirk. Not with 1,000 condoms, Fables deadpanned. Oh, so there's a number now? Naruto smirked at this. Ignoring the man here, what's the update with the Legion of Doom? Fables asked Harley, ignoring Naruto. Nada. Same as last week, Harley explained with an annoyed tone. Same here too. I'm running out of room for all the acceptance letters and I'm getting sick of turning them all to dust, Naruto said with a scowl of annoyance. I still don't understand why the Legion would want you over me, Harley said as she scowled at Naruto. Body count and the fact that I have information on certain heroines since I give them a piping on the regular, Naruto said simply. Can't you go one day without being perverted? Harley asked with an annoyed tone. This coming from you when you love when I'm balls deep in your and pulling on your pigtails while you squeal like a, Naruto was saying before Harley elbowed him in his. Oh God, that was the left testicle. Naruto groaned, falling to the floor. So Fables, who do I have to blow up to get into the Legion? Harley asked, ignoring Naruto's pain. I'd say Jim in accounting, but that's because he pays his taxes in pennies, Fables said. In all seriousness, they'll find what the Legion wants most and get it for yourself, Fables explained. Alright, you two get going. I have a 2 o'clock with an independent contractor who keeps his receipts in an Alf lunchbox, Fables told them. Sure thing. See you when you get out. Let's go overhaul, Harley said, grabbing Naruto and dragging him out as he held his groin. You're so getting rammed for this, Naruto yelled out. So like normal then? Harley asked with a smirk as she smacked her for emphasis. I meant with no lube, Naruto growled out. Oh, kinky, Harley said, smirking challengingly at Naruto. Oh, it's Anjian. Naruto yelled with a mad grin before he leapt from the ground and pounced on Harley, bringing her to the floor. Hey, not in my building, damn it. You two want to go in the street for all I care, but not here, Fables yelled. Fine. Come on, let's role-play a pimp and his hoe in the back alley, Naruto said before lifting Harley over his shoulders and carrying her out. Am I the hoe or you? Harley asked, smirking. Oh, it's Anjian. Confor. Naruto yelled as he destroyed a wall and left through it before repairing it. Please, like he's that good, Fables said with a scoff of disbelief. Yeah. Rail me, you hung mother. Harley's screams echoed from the alleyway behind Fables' office. I'll be damned, Fables muttered. A day later, the mall. And so 3 buildings were destroyed yesterday afternoon, killing 30 people, with the witnesses to the scene filming a overhaul and Harley Quinn engaging in coitus before fleeing the scene, a reporter announced. Who's your pimp? Naruto shouted over the footage as he rammed into Harley from behind. You are Pimp Daddy Overhaul. Harley yelled out, a mad grin on her face as Naruto smacked her and pulled on her pigtails. Oh God! Harley groaned out from the couch, seeing the footage being reported. And thus we end another showing of As the Man Turned Psycho said as he changed the channel. Oh please. You act like Harley's the only villainess or heroine. I was caught ing on the news with Naruto snickered. You mean like the time you got ing Zatanna during her magic show? King Shark asked as he typed on a laptop. Or your rendezvous with Silver Banshee in that graveyard a month ago? Clayface asked. Or the time you ed Power Girl and Supergirl on top of the Daily Planet? Ivy deadpanned. That was great. The Boy Scout was so mad I was railing his cousins at his place of work. Naruto smirked. He works there? Clayface asked, surprised. Well, that's the rumor, and he showed up after I finished ed. So I'm assuming the rumor is true, Naruto said with a smile hiding the fact he knew Soup's identity. Because anyone can goddamn figure it out. My chance at joining the Legion is ruined, Harley groaned. You act like I haven't ed most of the S in the Legion in public scenarios. Now calm your and tell us what we're stealing to get your fine in the Legion of Doom, Naruto said, knowing Harley probably had an idea for a heist. Harley took a breath. Okay, many Legion members have gone after this. Groot, Bane, Sinestro, even Joker, and they all failed to get this, Harley said, grabbing Shark's laptop before showing something. Cord Industries Weather Machine, Harley said, showing off the item in question. And I'll round up my Elite S to help, Naruto said, before pulling out his phone. Hey Komi, get Ultra and Super, we got a heist to do. Naruto ordered into the phone. If none of them could steal it, that seems like a pretty good indicator that we should not try, Shark said to Harley. That nothing ventured, nothing gained. Naruto yelled. Well said, you man. Harley said with a smile, when we succeed the Legion will be so furious they'll have to notice us. And I mean all of us, not just Overhaul there, Harley said, gesturing to Naruto who was on the phone. What do you mean Kano doesn't have the drugs I ordered? Damn that one-eyed son of a... Look, I don't care what fighting tournament he's going to, he owes me those damn drugs. Okay fine, just bring your fine ES back here for the heist. You 3 fly faster than bullets. I'm sure you can make it back fast enough for this weather machine heist tomorrow. Good. See you 3 soon, tell Kano, he better have my drugs soon. Naruto ordered. Good news, Ultra Girl, Superwoman, and Blackfire will be here to help with the heist for tomorrow, Naruto said, hanging up the phone. Good, that will go well with the recon I sent Clayface to do earlier, Harley said, nodding at this. My character was a sassy divorcee named Brenda, Clayface said, shifting into said character. I think I had a chick in front of her husband that looked like that, Naruto said as he rubbed his chin in thought. Do we have to listen to the unnecessary backstory thing? Psycho asked before Clayface cut him off. You see, Brenda is just getting back in the dating game for the first time in a while, and she's decided to get adult braces, Clayface said, forming braces on her teeth. Oh God, Psycho groaned out as he pinched his nose. I know what you're thinking, it's a little expensive on a secretary's salary. But no, you can't put a price on a smile. So she threw caution to the wind, Clayface was saying before he was cut off. Clayface, Intel, Harley demanded, reaching her limit. Clayface sighed before returning to normal and morphing his hand into a model of the room where the weather machine is being kept. The machine is being protected by 1,000-ish lasers. According to head scientist Jerome Stansfield, who may or may not be heartbroken when Brenda does not show up to work tomorrow, Clayface explained. How are we ever going to get past 1,000-ish lasers? King Shark asked as he found the idea crazy. Already thought of that, Psycho? Harley asked to the diminutive telepath beside her to explain the plan. STAR Labs created a personal force field device that deflects energy. Psycho said, pulling out some blueprints for the STAR Labs building floor plan. Problem is the only way to get into the room is through an air duct 4 inches wide. I don't know how the hell we're gonna do that, Psycho said. We can always cover you in butter and shove you through it, Naruto said with a smirk. Eat a man, Psycho yelled back. I prefer pie or tuna. More specifically, your ex's sweet tuna, Naruto said, smirking. I'll kill you, Psycho yelled before attempting to run at Naruto while Shark and Clayface held him back. Will you both shut the hell up? I'm trying to watch the news, Ivy yelled, sitting on the couch. Oh, Harley, the news is talking about that book you love, Frank yelled from next to Ivy on the couch. Oh, Clive Cussler's Sahara? Hatley asked as she stood up and made her way over to the couch. Clive, 'cause no Queen of Fables, Ivy said, baffled at Harley's question before she corrected her. Oh, that's right, she's getting out today, Harley said happily. We are bringing you live to the courtroom where Queen of Fables is being released from her textbook prison of 30 years, Tawny said on screen, as the camera showed live footage of Zatanna standing in the middle of the courtroom holding said book as she channeled magic through her fingers into the book as pages started to turn on their own. As she swung her arm upwards, the Queen of Fables came out of the book in a cloud of pink smoke and gold glitter. She had a cup boba s, a curvy body, and a plump round. Oh yeah, damn. Feels good to get out of those pages, Fables said happily as she floated above the ground before she descended next to Zatanna. Thanks, Zatanna. Thanks, Judge. See if Fables said before she made her way towards an exit, only to be blocked off by security guards from leaving. Whoa. What the watch the robe? Fables demanded. You said you were gonna release me, she demanded of the judge. I did, from the tax code. But you're hereby sentenced to serve the remainder of your time in Arkham Asylum, the judge ordered with a of his gavel. Oh, you senile old wad, Fabled yelled as she was being dragged away. What? That's bullshit. Harley yelled. Somebody's gotta do something. Yeah. She's way hotter than the pictures showed. She will get passed around for cigarettes while in Arkham. Naruto yelled at this. Everyone looked at Naruto with flat looks at this before Ivy slapped him in the back of the head. Oh, please, you know I ain't wrong, Naruto said, scoffing at them all. She's been stuck in that book for 30 years. Harley yelled, her attention back on Fable's situation. Haha. Yeah, 'cause she tried to and almost succeeded to destroy Gotham, Ivy snorted as she shook her head. Yeah, I think it was a lack of affordable housing that destroyed Gotham, but look, Fables has been a mentor to me. She just gets a bad rap, Harley said. Look, I'm obviously not pro-Arkham, but if there was any person who definitely belongs there, Queen of Fables is at the top of that list, Ivy said. Oh, I got knocked down the list? Naruto asked with a grin at Ivy. No, you're still on it, Ivy deadpanned. Please, you would break me out within a weekend. You can't quit me, my Rose, Naruto said with a smirk at Ivy. Ivy froze at this before she looked at Naruto with a look at this, not sure how to feel about this pet name. Rose? Psycho asked, snorting. What kind of stupid pet name is that? Better than Giganta calling you Tattoo, Naruto said, smirking. Ha! Deplane! Deplane! Frank yelled before laughing at this along with Naruto. You're dead! Psycho yelled at Naruto while being held back by Shark and Clayface again. My point is that Fables has it comin' and she's gone, Ivy deadpan, seeing Harley was gone. Yeah, while the midget was being held back, her and Naruto left. She didn't hear jack on what you said, Frank said, laughing. You're usually more alert, Ivy. Did him calling you his Rose actually get to you? Clayface asked curiously. Drop it, Mudstain, Ivy said, glaring at Clayface, who quickly shut up. Streets of Gotham. A black van drove down the streets of Gotham towards Arkham Asylum with Queen of Fables cuffed in the back, a Hannibal Lecter-style mask around her face. Let me out, you rent-a-cops, or I swear I'll turn you all into chew toys for my pets. Fables growled out to the two cops sitting on their phones in front of her. Oh, I'm so scared of the three blind mice attacking us, one cop scoffed. Suddenly the truck shook and stopped. What the man? One of the cops yelled as he looked up front and saw that the entire front of the truck was impaled by stone spikes and the driver was impaled through his eyes by said spikes. The back door of the escort van suddenly fell to dust, revealing Overhaul and Harley Quinn in front of the two living cops. Sup, Fables? Nice, Naruto said, smirking under his mask as he stepped inside the truck. Don't move, Overhaul and Quinn, the cops yelled, pulling out their pistols. Oh no, my one weakness, small guns. Naruto yelled in fake fear before he grabbed one of the cops' head with his left hand and he turned to dust. Stay back, freak. The other cop said, terrified. Oh, are you gonna pee yourself? Then let me give you some advice before you die. In the case of guns and size does matter, Naruto said before he grabbed him by his throat and splattered him across the wall. Well, I'll be damned, Fables said, impressed at this show of brutality. I couldn't leave you behind, Harley said as she freed Fables from her restraints. And I just like to kill things, Naruto said as he eyed Fable's outfit. Specifically her and legs while she went and grabbed her fairy tale book. Oh, for S sake, I told you I'm not interested. I'm not swerving with you. I'm not gonna swerve a jump. I'm not hollering at you. I'm not your shorty or your boo. Fables yelled, seeing Naruto was checking her out as she started turning pages in her book. Oh my god, are you summoning Candyman? I don't play that. Naruto yelled as he looked around in a panic. You are such a moron, Harley said with a flat tone at Naruto not knowing street slang. Here we go. Fables said with a grin as she found the right page in her book. No, I'm gone. See you two fine ES later. Naruto yelled, running away, not wanting to face Candyman. Is he really that good, or is he just your rebound lay? Fables asked Harley curiously as she wondered what made Harley put up with the unstable overhaul. He's really good, Harley said after a moment, but not answering further as the two walked after overhaul. Mall later. As the crew was milling about, Naruto suddenly burst through the doors, running must avoid Candyman. Quick to the bedroom. Naruto yelled, grabbing Ivy and slinging her over his shoulders. What the? Ivy yelled before she was dragged off to Naruto's bedroom. I'm not summoning Candyman, you racist idiot. Fables yelled as her and Harley entered the mall. Hey, I'm not racist. I plow plenty of chicks of different ethnicities and species. Naruto yelled back, still holding Ivy on his shoulders. Put me down, you moron. Ivy yelled before she used her powers to grab Naruto with her vines and pull him up into the ceiling, dropping No, don't let the vines do things to me. I'm not a Japanese schoolgirl. Naruto yelled as he was pulled up to the ceiling. Anyway, everyone meet Queen of Fables. Harley said as she introduced Fables, who stood next to her. She agreed to help us break into STR Labs tomorrow, Harley said. So yeah, I'm gonna need you to pull something around 4 inches tall from your storybook, Harley said to Fables. You can't use the midget? Fables asked with a smirk at Psycho. Ahahaha. I love that woman. Naruto yelled from up in the ceiling. Off you, Psycho said flatly, not amused at all. Anyways, yeah, I can get you something. Not sure how Prince Charming's will help you though, Fables said to Harley. Kind of low-hanging fruit. Not even trying, Psycho said boredly. I give it a 7 out of 10, Naruto said, but only because she has nice. You call that a compliment, Whiskers? Fables asked with an annoyed tone as she looked up at Naruto. Would you prefer I called you dump truck bum? Naruto asked, smirking. Cause I can do both, he said. You must have no fear or a death wish, Whiskers, Fables said with a glare. A 50-50, King Shark said as he waved his hand in the air. Death is my. Naruto yelled out as he swung from the ceiling. Is this metaphorical? Clayface asked, confused on what he was talking about. I mean literally my. The original goth loves me, baby. She can't get enough of me. Naruto yelled. Yeah, ignore him. I have no idea what he's on, Harley said to Fables. I'm on the same weed Frank sells, you fat. Naruto yelled. What about your other drugs? Ivy deadpanned. My LSD is out until Kano gets me more. Now let me down, damn it. Naruto yelled. Ivy rolled her eyes and snapped her fingers. Not that way, damn it. Naruto yelled before he fell and slammed into the floor hard as the vines dropped him. Ooh, that looked like it hurt, Clayface said, wincing at this. I'll be fine as soon as I get a stacked riding me, Naruto said from the floor. So you can pull any storybook character out of your book? Shark asked, walking up to Fables. Sure can. Who's your favorite? She asked, opening her book. Oh, I'm partial to Humpty Dumpty, Shark said before Fables summoned Humpty Dumpty before them on the couch. Oh, hi everybody. Humpty greeted, waving at everyone. Let's make an omelet. Naruto yelled, standing up holding an egg whisk and a pan. What? But he's a Dora. Shark screamed, seeing Fables smash him with her staff. He makes the best eggs, she said before starting to stir the eggs inside of Humpty's body. Naruto looked at Fables with wide eyes at this. Dear Satan, I think I'm in love, Naruto said as he smirked at her. Please, Fables said with a TSK at this. Oh great, you recruited his spirit animal, Psycho said with a groan at Harley. Hey, she's not that bad, Harley said, frowning at this comparison. Hey, where's the booze in this gap? Fables demanded. Top shelf, babe. Naruto said with a smile. Don't call me, is that top quality stuff from the Penguin's private storage? Fables asked with a grin. Damn right. Stole it from him after I nailed those assistants of his in his office. Left them on his desk dripping while I made off with his. Naruto said, smirking. That reminds me, I gotta check with GSPTLS and Z on their next appointment. Naruto mused and thought, where is she anyways? Naruto asked. She said something about your next appointment and went out. Shark said with a shrug. Can we just plan this heist before I have you fixed? Harley yelled at Naruto while taking out her bat for emphasis. Fine, keep your shorts on. Although actually Naruto grinned before Harley threw her bat at his face. Gah. No, my face. My precious modeling career. Naruto yelled in pain as he held his head while the others all made plans for the heist. STAR Labs. The next day. Near a public park was a large sewer tunnel leading to STAR Labs itself. The crew, including an arriving Blackfire, Ultra Girl and Superwoman, stood outside the tunnel waiting for Fables to help them out. Wow, you actually have heavy hitters on this team, though I don't recognize the wannabe Wonder Woman and Power Girl. Fables said, looking at them. Dump truck bum meet Ultra Jugs and Super. Naruto said with a smirk before Harley smacked him in the back of the head with her bat. No insulting the help. Harley yelled at Naruto. I wasn't. They get off on me calling them that. Naruto exclaimed, holding his head. I don't, you moron, now let me work. Fables yelled as she opened her book and summoned a mouse. Ah, he's precious, but are you sure Cinderella's mouse is up for the job? King Shark asked curiously. The mouse looked at King Shark before donning a French mercenary-styled outfit and vest before pulling out a cigarette, lighting it, smoking nearly the entire stick in one puff, and flicked the bud at Shark's face. That answer your question? Fables asked, smirking. Actually, yes. But it also brings up a lot of other questions. Shark responded. Yeah, well, for now let her work, Harley said as she smiled at Fables. Let's go, folks, Fables ordered as the crew started making their way into the giant sewer tunnel. Only for a soccer ball to randomly roll and bump Harley in her leg, making her overhaul, and Fables pause while the others went on ahead. The hell? Harley asked as a man came out from some bushes and looked at the assembled villains, and grabbed the ball before quickly walking away. I think I ed that guy's girlfriend once, Naruto said, making Harley again take a swing at him with her bat. Focus, Harley ordered before the pushed open the bushes a bit to see a large group of people having a massive barbecue in the park. Welcome to the Praxis family reunion? Naruto read with a quirked eyebrow. It looks like that guy ratted us out, Harley groaned, seeing the man with the ball talking to some cops. I'm calling off the mission, Harley said as she knew when to pull back from a job. Relax. I'll handle this, Fables said as she shook her head. Really? Harley asked curiously. Sure. You all do your thing. I'll keep him busy, Fables said, walking forward with her book in hand. Who likes fairy tales? She asked with a smile. See, I told Ivy she wasn't so bad. Harley smiled. Let's go, she said to Naruto. All right, lead the way, Naruto said with a grin, following behind Harley. A few minutes later. We got it. Clayface exclaimed as the crew ran out the sewer back towards the park. Fables, we have it. Let's go. Oh my God! Harley yelled, wide-eyed at the sight before them. It was a bloodbath. Bone and bodies littering the ground with blood splattered everywhere. Fables was sitting at a table with a large black wolf next to her, eating what looked like the remains of a victim. Wow, she's very thorough, Superwoman said with a smirk at this while Ultra Girl nodded in agreement. Dear Satan, I think I really do love that crazy, Naruto said, grinning at this. Really, dude? Don't you have any limits? Psycho yelled at Naruto at this. I won't touch bug chicks. And I don't mean like wings or something, I mean like face of a fly type of deal. Naruto said, getting some looks. Long story involving a guy named Craig and his wife. Naruto said, just getting weird looks. What the Fables? Harley yelled as she approached her friend. I didn't do anything. Credit here goes to the big bad wolf, Fables said, smirking, gesturing to the wolf next to her. Sound reasoning, Naruto said with a nod at this. Zip it, you idiot. Harley yelled at Naruto before she turned back to Fables. Why did you do this? She asked. You saw that guy ratting us out. So I killed that guy. Then everyone saw me kill that guy, so I killed everyone. You gotta end the bloodline to prevent any revenge killing later. That's like evil 101, Fables said, explaining herself. Yup, sounds about right to me, Naruto said with a nod, along with Blackfire, Superwoman and Ultra Girl. I taught that class at Boston College and we never covered anything this ed up, Psycho said, gesturing to the carnage around them. Anyways, everyone take a look around. Make sure I got everyone, Fables said, waving her hand dismissively at the group. Harley looked around and saw what looked to her like a little girl with a ponytail hiding under a table. Are we good? Fables asked from her table. Yup, everyone's dead, Harley said with a smile. "'Kay, good. Let me grab the 3 little pigs to clean this mess up," Fables said, summoning the 3 little pigs. "They're so see you, holy shark Jesus." King Shark yelled, seeing the pigs devour the remaining corpses and bones. The mall after the heist. "You know they never tell you how hard it is to get brain out of your cape," Fables said, picking out bits of brain from her red cape. "That's why I don't wear one. On top of the W gap, getting it stuck in things," Naruto said simply from his seat at a table. "I'm not sure how to feel about this, comrades," Clayface said with a frown. "Oh come on, so she is going a little gung-ho with the no witnesses thing. I say it's about time we had another hardcore villain like me," Naruto said with a bored tone as he ate from an instant ramen cup. "Thank you, Whiskers, at least you have the right attitude even if your eating habits," Fables said with a smile at Naruto before she scowled a little as Naruto slurped up the last of his ramen and finished it. Naruto's eyes widened at this before he clenched his fists and decayed the ramen cup. "You why?" he bellowed out at her, his voice echoing throughout the mall. "Whoa, Naruto, take it easy," Harley said placatingly to him. "No one insults the glory that is ramen and gets away with it," Naruto yelled as he stood up and flipped the table, sending it flying across the room. "Do you call me you whiskered?" Fables yelled, glaring at him. "You heard me, you sad excuse for a storyteller. Why don't I make you a bit more like the Little Mermaid and decay your legs from your body?" He growled, his eyes flashing blood red before some vines separated the two of them. "Calm the hell down," Ivy ordered the two. "Like hell I will," Naruto yelled as the vines around him started to decay without him even placing his hands on them. "Yes, stay out of this, you sad excuse for an eco-terrorist. You give us villains a good name," Fables yelled. "First you insult ramen and now Ivy? I'll gut you with a fish," Naruto yelled as he cracked his knuckles. "Don't you want to, and I quote, clap those cheeks an hour ago?" Frank asked with a flat tone as he made air quotes. "And I still do so right now. My libido is at war with my rage," Naruto yelled before suddenly a portal opened up underneath him. "Akreya up," he yelled before it closed. "Well, seems like I arrived before he did something stupid again," GSPTLSNZ said, coming through the door. "And who the RO me?" Fables was saying before she jumped back at seeing GSPTLSNZ. "I don't recognize you. Have we met?" GSPTLSNZ asked Fables with a curious tone. "No, but I know your husband and what your kind is capable of. You have one of them on your team," Fables yelled at Harley. GSPTLSNZ isn't technically on the team. She's, well, Harley was trying to come up with something to say. "She's the man's pimp after he left her husband for him," Psycho explained flatly. GSPTLSNZ snapped her fingers at Psycho and his mouth fused shut, making him attempt to yell in shock, but it was muffled. "Now you have a problem with my beloved?" GSPTLSNZ asked Fables with a glare. "Beloved? A woman of your power and you bow to that moron?" Fables asked, baffled. "Moron?" GSPTLSNZ asked dangerously. The rest of the group groaned at this and quickly moved away from Fables so they weren't in GSPTLSNZ way as she approached. "Listen, you pathetic little tramp. My beloved is a being far beyond yours and even my comprehension. He is not even close to the peak of his true power. You are not fit to stand in his presence. You are not fit to even kneel in his presence unless your tongue is working over his glorious shaft," GSPTLSNZ told Fables as she walked closer and closer. Fables glared at GSPTLSNZ before she scoffed and laughed in a mocking way. "Wow, you are pathetic. I guess power can't give you pride, Red?" Fables asked. GSPTLSNZ glare deepened at this before she snapped her fingers, causing what looked like a burning portal to appear behind Fables. "What the hell is this?" Fables asked, looking at the portal. "Your new home. Enjoy it," GSPTLSNZ growled before she kicked Fables through the portal before tossing her book through the portal after her and closed the portal. "Well, that's one way to avoid a fight," Ivy said with a sigh, relieved that this didn't end with a big fight. "Indeed," GSPTLSNZ said before she snapped her fingers and in a flash of light Naruto fell out of the sky and landed on the ground. "Gah! You know I hate that GSPY," Naruto yelled as he shook his head, feeling dizzy. "Where is she now?" Clayface asked. "I'll tell you where she's not. Safe." GSPTLSNZ responded simply before a blonde man suddenly burst through the ceiling of the mall, shooting lightning. "Where is the Queen of Fables?" he demanded. "Who's this clown?" Naruto asked, standing up from the floor. I am Jason Praxis. He exclaimed. Now where is she? He demanded. Oh god damn it, she missed one of the witnesses. Alright, come closer and I'll tell you where she is, Naruto said to the man. Don't toy with me, you whiskered. I'll gladly kill everyone here if I ga. He was saying. Before Naruto grabbed his face with his decay hand. I don't know where she is, but unfortunately for you I don't share prey. So do me a favor. When you get to hell tell Lucifer I said hello, Naruto said before decaying the man to ashes. You do realize that's not fun to clean up, right? Ivy asked, looking at the dust left behind after Naruto decayed the man. Would you rather I leave him in a blood splatter with my other hand? Naruto asked with a raised eyebrow. Ivy said nothing to this as she knew he had a point. With Fables. Fables groaned as she stood up from wherever the hell she was sent to. She looked and saw her book sitting in some sand. Alright, where the hell did that crazy skank send me? Fables asked, looking around and seeing only sand and rocks. A massive barren wasteland from what it looked like. Fables looked unimpressed, however. Is this the best she could send me to? What a joke, she scoffed before she heard loud roars and saw what looked like a group of 6 humanoids. Only their mouths were large, razor-sharp, monstrous teeth, and protruding from their arms were long blades. What the are you guys? Fables asked as she quickly opened her book and summoned the big bad wolf and the 3 little pigs. We are the Tarkata Earthrealmer. And you are a long way from home. We have fresh meat once more. The lead Tarkatan yelled as they all screamed a war cry and rushed ather. Where the did that red hair psycho send me? Fables yelled as the Tarkata attacked and her fairy tale creatures attacked back. Atlantis. Museum of Art. About a week after the incident with the Queen of Fables, under the seas of Atlantis. King Shark sat on the undersea steps of the museum looking at a pamphlet as a lone guard approached him. Can I help you? The guard asked. Oh hey there. Where did you come from? I'm just waiting for the museum to open. Just a normal shark doing normal shark things, King said with a smile towards the guard as the guard looked at the shark impassively before an alarm went off as the doors opened. We got M. Harley yelled as she swam with Blackfire, Ultra Girl, and Superwoman behind her, while Harley carried a large golden chest. The guards are dead. We need to leave, Blackfire ordered. Not this one, Ultra Girl said, looking at the guard talking to Shark. Shark, where is Overhaul? He was supposed to be on guard duty with you, Harley said as she looked at her shark teammate. He was, but then he got a phone call and had to step away. Shark said as Ultra Girl sent a laser into the guard next to him and vaporized him. Oh, for S sake, Harley growled as she took out her phone and hit speed dial. How does that even work underwater? Superwoman questioned. Overhaul had just used her powers on our phones so they work underwater. Good thing too, considering Clayface kept dropping his in the toilet, Shark said. Where the are you, you idiot? Harley yelled into her phone. Covering our escape so no guards pursue, Naruto said with a grunt. Like hell you are. Who are you balls deep in now, you man? Harley yelled loudly, getting the others' attention. Knew it, Blackfire said with a shake of her head. Hang up and me, you hung motherer. A female voice ordered from the other end. Don't order me around, Mara. Naruto yelled as a slap was heard along with a sob. Hey, harder, my lord. Use me in ways my husband can't. The now named Mara's voice was heard squealing from the phone. God damn it, Whiskers, wrap it up. We have the jewels and are ready to go, and if you're not at the meetup in 4 minutes, I'm leaving you to get your kicked by Aquaman, Harley ordered before hanging up. Let's go, Harley ordered her crew as they swam towards the surface. Does this mean I don't need to provide a diversion? I've been working on my Aquaman, Clayface asked from a large kelp bush he was hiding in. Worry about it later. We need to leave since the man is with the Queen of Atlantis. Harley yelled as she grabbed onto Shark, who started swimming. Ha! I knew she would come begging for a shot. Yes, the King of Atlantis' mighty trident doesn't apply to the bedroom, Superwoman said with a smirk. With Naruto. Currently Naruto was behind the museum slamming his into a red-headed beauty with her hands against a wall as he groped her large D-cup Boba S with his hands. Guess I'll have to go soon, my dear. But I'll give you the best 3 minutes you'll ever have compared to your limp-ed husband, Naruto said with a smirk to the queen he was NG. Yes. Ruin me, you. Ruin me for my husband. Make me yours. Mara yelled with her eyes lidded and her tongue hanging from her mouth as Naruto slammed his into her and let out his load. filling the queen with his seed as she let out a loud sob of pleasure. You're one hell of a freak in bed. Call Jisp next time you want to ride on the Overhaul Express, babe, Naruto said as he pulled out before swimming away from the queen as she slid against the wall, lost in the pleasure. Back with Harley. Dr. Psycho stood on a large boat in the ocean with a coconut drink in hand as Shark, Harley, Clayface, Ultra Girl, Superwoman, and Blackfire leapt onto the deck holding a large golden chest. Let me guess the man got distracted by Ariel or some. Psycho asked flatly, not seeing him before a moment later Naruto leapt onto the deck. Ah, that was fun, Naruto yelled as he took off his diver's outfit. Crash, before Harley smashed the chest of jewels on his head, breaking it open. Next time I tell you ing guard something, then ing guard it. Don't go off and the Queen of Atlantis, Harley yelled at the downed Overhaul. If you didn't have a worth ing I would, Naruto yelled as he stood up, his head bleeding before he was cut off. Oh god damn it. You just made things way worse, you idiot. Psycho yelled as King Shark was suddenly hit by a yellow blast of energy as a wave crashed onto the ship, revealing Aquaman from within the water. Did I spoil your party? Aquaman asked before he laughed. Haha. It is I, Aquaman, son of Atlan, heir to the throne of Atlantis. Aquaman introduced with a smile. And recently Ed, Psycho grumbled under his breath as he looked at Naruto. Hey Arthur. Naruto said with a smirk. Guess who my latest client was, he said with a sing-song voice. Aquaman looked at Naruto and after a few moments his face went red with fury as he aimed his trident at Naruto. First my mother, now my wife. You go too far, Overhaul, Aquaman yelled. Marina is next on my list, FYI, Naruto yelled with a cackle before Aquaman tried to impale him with his trident, which Naruto caught easily. Don't destroy that. It's worth a mint, Harley yelled out as Naruto threw Aquaman back, keeping the trident. You owe me a boba for not destroying it, damn it. Fine, if I can't destroy it then I'll shove it up his. Naruto yelled, holding up the trident. As the surface dwellers say. Bring it, you vile cur, Aquaman said as he glared at Naruto. No one says that and I just want to get the hell out of here now, Harley said with a sigh. On it, boss, Superwoman said as she flew at Aquaman. Who are you, Aquaman was saying before Superwoman's fist cracked into his face, breaking the king's nose. Ah, that her, Aquaman was saying before Superwoman grabbed his head and started driving a knee strike after knee strike into the king's face. Wrap it up, babe, we need to get back, Naruto said as he inspected the trident in his hands. I wonder if Manta wants this thing? Naruto mused. Pretty sure he'd enjoy watching this more, Blackfire said, gesturing to Aquaman having his face kneed in. True, but as much as I'd love to record it, our boss wants to leave, Naruto said with a shrug. Fine, ruin my fun, love, Superwoman said to Naruto before she pushed the passed out Aquaman into the sea. As he fell under the waves, Poison Ivy swam up from beneath the water in a dark green bikini and goggles. Our rose blooms from the sea, Naruto said with a grin as he checked Ivy out as she climbed aboard. I'd normally scoff, but I'm more curious about what the hell you did to Aquaman. That was a ton of blood coming from him as I came up, Ivy admitted. Attacked me, so I took his trident and Mary kicked his, Naruto said as he held up the trident of Atlantis. Now I have the power, Naruto yelled, cackling as he held the trident aloft as it crackled with electricity. Calm down, Adam, Ivy said with a flat tone of voice. A better than tattoo there. He's pretty much cringer, Naruto said with a shrug. You psycho, said with a snarl. Sorry, I'm allergic to shrimp. But if it's any consolation, your wife s me all the time, Naruto said with a smirk. Enough. Let's get out of here and bag up the loot since you broke the chest, you idiot. Harley yelled as she threw Naruto a sack. You know I can just reform the chest, right? Naruto said flatly. Then do that. I don't care. Harley yelled, stomping off into the boat. Geez, what's got her taco in a twist? Naruto asked before he scoffed and went to restore the chest and throw the jewels back in. Mall hours later. The crew was watching a news story of their exploits. And so Harley Quinn and her crew made Aquaman look like a member of the Justice B team this afternoon and made off with a set of ancient Atlantean jewels, the anchor said, showing an image of Aquaman having his trident stolen by Overhaul and Superwoman smashing in his face with her knee. Yeah, Manta, I got the trident. How much you willing to pay for it? Naruto asked on the phone. That's it? I can get better offers on eBay. You put a 1 and 2 zeros in front of that and we have a deal. Great. Pleasure doing business. Naruto said, hanging up. You better be giving a cut of that to the team after what you pulled with Mara, Ivy said flatly. Oh, I thought little Miss Plant Queen wasn't a part of the crew. Why care how I split the profit with them? Naruto asked snarkily. 'Cause if you don't you're never getting near my again. Harley yelled as she glared at Naruto. Ditto, Ivy said with a nod. $100 million. Each of you gets 10 million and 10 million goes to Jispy, Naruto said after a moment of thought. What about me? Sai asked, wheeling into the room. What about you? You didn't do on this heist. Naruto said flatly to the old man. Annoying son of a Sai muttered under his breath as he wheeled away. Hey, my mom was. Well, yay to those who crossed her and those who didn't. She's fond of utter chaos, Naruto admitted. You sound just like her, Ivy said deadpanned. Hey, I'll have you know, just 'cause I'm a villain. And a psycho and… I forget where I was going with this, Naruto said. That you're a degenerate horn dog with a penchant for bloody massacres, Komi said helpfully. Hey, I'm not a degenerate horn dog. I'm the degenerate horn dog. Get it right, babe, Naruto yelled. My apologies, Komi said with a teasing smile at Naruto. Holy! Harley yelled, running into the room with an opened letter. Guys, listen to this. Dear Miss Quinn, based on your recent evil efforts, the Legion of Doom invites you and your crew to our headquarters to discuss further possibilities, Harley announced with a grin. Pass. I am not going into that club of S and some able women. Naruto yelled out immediately. You do this without complaints and I'm yours for the night, Harley was saying before she was cut off. You heard the boss lady. Let's go, people. Naruto shouted as he stood to his feet and yelled at everyone. Nice to know even you have a price, Harley said as she rolled her eyes. Yeah, you just make sure you have your primed and ready, Naruto said with a grin at his boss. Good, maybe we can move out of this gap, Psycho said as he stood up. I'll have you know, Norm Dilfer, the Carpet King of Gotham, found this mall more than satisfactory, Sai responded as he was wheeling into the room as the building suddenly shook from a loud roar. What the heck is that noise? Shark asked, confused. Oh yeah, that's been keeping me up. I thought it was one of the man's clients at first, but seeing as I haven't been able to get a lick of sleep for days, I'm thinking it's something else, Psycho said as he strode over to Sai. Only client I've had over has been your ex-wife, jackass, Naruto said with a smirk. Two didn't hear any noise. And you can count me out of this Legion of Doom business, the old man said, waving it off. None of us wanted you there. The last thing we'd want is to have to change your diapers, Naruto said with a deadpan tone. Hey Harley, since I've been banned for life I probably shouldn't come. But maybe you can mention I'm reformed and that I don't call women S anymore. You know, don't push it, but if it comes up organically, Psycho asked. You called me a psycho just yesterday, Superwoman growled. But I didn't call you the C word, did I? Psycho asked with a smirk as if he'd proven his point. Yeah, I don't really see a scenario where that comes up organically, but I'll get you in, Harley told the man. Well, congrats, Harles. You're on the verge of achieving your dream. And I really do wish I could be there to see it, Ivy said, hugging Harley. But your name's on the invitation, you have to come, Harley said as she held up the letter. Well, that's clearly a misprint because I'm Ivy was saying before being cut off. Not in the crew. The entire crew said simultaneously. Yeah, what they said, Ivy said with a nod. Fine, be like that. Oh, I guess if I run into Joker there, I'll just deal with it without my best friend by my side, Harley said in a faux sad tone. Plus, who will keep me in line? Clayface? Ha, not happening, Naruto asked. True, I am an enabler, Clayface said as he nodded. Well, there's Ultra Girl, Ivy pointed to the Supergirl from a different dimension. I follow his orders to the letter, Ultra Girl said simply. Superwoman? Ivy asked. I live for devastation and decimation, Superwoman said, bored. Blackfire? Ivy asked. Oh, I'm gonna encourage his worst traits, Komi said, smirking. Fine, I'll go, Ivy sighed out, defeated. I knew you would, Harley said with a smile of victory. Legion of Doom headquarters. The group walked into the lobby of the Legion of Doom where they were met by Scarecrow. Good afternoon, Quinn crew. I've been assigned to give you lot the guided tour, Scarecrow said with a smile. And I'm out, Naruto said as he turned to leave before Harley grabbed him by the back of his shirt. Now, overhaul, we have another tour guide, Mr. Luther, assigned just for you, Scarecrow said as a blast of lightning hit next to Scarecrow as a woman in a blue leotard with spiky blue hair and pale blue skin appeared with E-cup Boba S. A lithe fit body, and a plump, round. Livewire? Harley asked wide-eyed at the electric woman's sudden appearance. Whiskers. There's my favorite blonde. Livewire said with a grin before she instantly tackled Naruto into a hug. Leslie, it's been a while. Haven't seen you since that night in Metropolis at the metro station, Naruto said with a smile. Memories, Livewire purred as she smirked at Naruto sensually. Wait, you two did it in a metro station? Ivy asked, baffled. No, of course not. We did it on top of the train as it moved. Naruto said, smirking. Best ride ever. Livewire said before she gasped as Naruto smacked her, making it jiggle. Now I believe Livewire has a tour planned for you while I will show around the rest of the crew, Scarecrow said. I wouldn't call it a tour, Livewire said with a smirk as she licked her lips, which lightly sparked. Have fun with the tour, guys. I'll meet up with you all in 5 hours? Naruto asked as he looked at Livewire. I asked Cheetah and Killer Frost to meet us in my room, Whiskers, Livewire said with a smirk. 8 hours minimum. Have fun, Naruto yelled as he grabbed Livewire and picked her up caveman style over his shoulder as she giggled. I had him tonight, Harley grumbled under her breath. Now let's get on with the tour, shall we? Scarecrow asked, leading the group away. Now here are some statues of the heavy hitters of the Legion. Pretty cool, right? Sinestro, Lex Luthor, Roger Goodell, Scarecrow said as he began the tour. With Naruto, the door to Livewire's room was suddenly ripped open as Naruto strode in, still carrying Livewire. My, someone's raring to go, stud, Livewire said with a smirk as Naruto used his overhaul power to close back up the gap behind them. You love it, Naruto said as he turned to look at the queen-sized bed in the room and threw Livewire onto it, making her laugh. So rough with me. Didn't anyone teach you to be gentle, babe? Livewire asked teasingly as Naruto joined her on the bed and started kissing her neck. I'm plenty nice when it counts. But as I recalled when we met, you liked it when I got firm with you, Naruto said as he moved his hands to her hips as he slowly slid them up towards her bouncy boba ass, groping them from outside their confines within the leotard. You know me so well. Leslie sobbed out with a grin as she suddenly felt her leotard be ripped to shreds from her body as Naruto used overhaul to tear it to pieces with a single touch that costs a lot of money to repair, Leslie admitted. I'll pay you back in S. Naruto said simply as he flipped Livewire onto her hands and knees. I missed this first class, he growled as he grabbed her by her hips and undid his pants, letting them and the rest of his clothes quickly fall to the floor as both were now D. You missed it so much, then you better take it for a real ride, Mr. Livewire purred out, smirking before she suddenly gasped as without any warning Naruto impaled his meaty rod inside of her tight gap. Oh God! Livewire screamed out from feeling his massive stretching out her hoke once more. That's Naruto while you're with me in bed. Leslie, Naruto grunted out before he smacked her hard, making it ripple and leaving a mark. Ah, so rough, Naruto. Leslie sobbed out as Naruto started to hammer away at her gap with his thrusts, each thrust into her drawing out a sob of pleasure from the electric woman. I missed this so much, Leslie sobbed out. Me too, Naruto grunted as he gripped her cheeks hard as his hips cracked against her. Angie hung, mother ruin my gap. Wreck me. Livewire yelled out, lost in pleasure. That's the ING plan, babe. Naruto grinned as he lifted Livewire off the bed by her legs and started to bounce her up and down in the air on his still lodged inside of her gap. Ah. Livewire panted as her eyes glowed and her body started to spark. If ING a hot like this is wrong, I don't want to be right. Naruto grinned as he slammed his inside of Livewire, fully hilting in her as he unloaded his into her gap. The electric woman screamed in pure pleasure as she felt Naruto's seed fill up her gap, her eyes rolling into the back of her head as her tongue lolled out from her mouth as she slid off his and fell unceremoniously onto the bed below them. Phew! Not bad for a first round, Leslie. What's our record? 12? Naruto asked as he smiled down at his latest conquest. Still active, eh? Okay, ladies, that's your cue. Livewire yelled as she took in a breath of air as the door suddenly opened. Before Naruto could say anything, he was suddenly tackled onto the bed as an orange-gold blur smashed into him. It's been a while, Lover, the Catwoman purred as she nibbled on Naruto's ear as she rubbed herself on him. This was Cheetah, arch-villain of Wonder Woman. Aka Barbara Minerva. Barbara. Good to see you. New collar? Naruto asked, smirking to see a red pet-like collar around her neck. It's the same one you gave me last time we played together, Master. I figured your favorite kitty should show her loyalty after all, Cheetah purred out as she nuzzled her face into his neck like a pet. Naruto smiled at this, but before he could say anything he felt another woman push Cheetah to the side and straddle him. This woman had white skills, white hair, and was wearing Arctic blue leotard with white fur on the edges. This was Killer Frost. Aka Louise Lincoln. Sorry kitty, but I've waited longer than both you and I'm getting what I came for, Frost said. Still can't find a better than mine, Louise? Naruto asked with a smirk as the villain rubbed herself on him. You overhaul. If you didn't have such a massive, I wouldn't even deal with you, Frost said with a scoff. Please, nobody volunteers for A with two other women just cause. Not only that, I see you're still rocking that tattoo I gave you. Overhauls Frosty, on your, Naruto said smirking. I still owe you for that, Frost said as she leaned forward with a scowl. Tell you what, I'll make you see God and we call it even? Sound fair, my Frosty? Naruto asked with a smirk as he fondled her left cheek where said tattoo rested. Fine, you impress me, and maybe we can make a more permanent arrangement, Frost said with a smirk before she suddenly gasped as Naruto's was impaled into her waiting. I know ice is your thing, but damn, you're dripping like a ING faucet, Naruto chuckled out as he started to pound away at Frost's. Ah, shut up. Frost growled as she slugged Naruto in the ab as she bounced on his. You love it. You can try and play it all cool, but face it, the moment you got a taste of this you were hooked. Naruto smirked before he saw Cheetah crawl up to him. Master, don't forget your favorite pet. She missed you so much before this stole her turn, Cheetah said as she kneeled next to his head, her dripping wet in arousal. Oh, I would never forget you, Naruto said as he moved his hand from Frost's to Cheetah's awaiting and moved two of his fingers inside of her awaiting, making the cat woman squeal in delight. Hey, you've got me bouncing on your, you son of a. Don't ignore me for the furry, Louise ordered with a glare. Hey, I don't do orders, you know that, Frosty. Naruto said with a firm glare. You want to get off with me, you better give me 100%, you hung mother, Louise demanded as she leaned forward and growled at Naruto, her boba bouncing for him. You want my game? I usually save it for Tamaranians and Kryptonians, Naruto warned her. I'm just as good as some alum tramp. Show me what you got, you. Louise yelled as she again slugged Naruto in the abs. Fine. Don't say I didn't warn you, Naruto said before he moved his right hand onto his body and used his overhaul power. Little fun fact, seeing as he can use overhaul to heal himself, he can also use it to provide himself with some temporary benefits. Benefits like extra strength and energy via rearranging his body. Oh! Louise yelled as she felt Naruto's reach deeper and hitting her G-spot with just the tip. Not even moving. Just resting at said spot. You want the A game, my Frosty? You got it? After this I'll get you a new tattoo. Overhaul's icy leave. How's that sound? Naruto asked as he removed his hand from Cheetah's and grabbed Frost by her hips. Shut up and me already. You talk too much, Frost stuttered out, trying to keep her composure before she felt his suddenly slam over and over again against her most sensitive spot as Naruto took her for a ride. You keep running that mouth of yours and you'll end up brain dead, Naruto warned her. Hey, you like it, Louise said with a knowing smirk as she grabbed her boba and squeezed them as he made her bounce up and down on his rod. Damn ing right I do. Mouthy end up being the best lays. Now I believe I have a to paint as white as snow now, Naruto said as he slammed himself inside of Frost before unloading his seed into her awaiting depths, making the ice villainous scream from her own before she fell backwards onto the bed. His leaking out from her. 2 down. 1 to go, Naruto said smirking as he turned to Barbara, who had immediately went onto her hands and knees before shaking her enticingly at Naruto. A playful smirk on her lips as she shook her from side to side. This kitty wants to play master. She's feeling very frisky, Barbara told him as Naruto grinned before sidling up behind her and grabbing her hips with his hands. As soon as he had his grip with one thrust, he speared his into her awaiting and gushing, making the cheetah woman sob and squeal at the intrusion. Damn, it has been a while since I played with my favorite cat, huh? Naruto asked with a smirk as he slammed in and out of Cheetah's, making her wail and cry with absolute pleasure as he hammered away at her. So rough, master. So good. Barbara sobbed out as her tongue lolled out of her mouth as he pounded into her. She yelped as soon as she felt Naruto's hand swat against her, making it jiggle for his viewing pleasure. I missed taking you for a wild ride. I guess I should make up for lost time, huh, pet? Naruto asked with a smirk before he started to rain down slap after slap on Cheetah's fur-covered, each hit making the cat villainous sob in ecstasy before he felt his next release coming. Tell me, where does my pet kitty want her favorite cream? Naruto asked with a smirk. I inside. Mark me as yours, master. Cheetah begged, lost in the pleasure from his thrusts and slaps. Naruto grinned at this as he hilted himself inside of her and let loose his hot, flooding her depths as her eyes rolled into the back of her head from the feeling of being filled up, her own hitting and making her juices spray onto the bed sheets below them, leaving a large puddle as Naruto removed himself from her and let her fall forward onto the bed. Well, that was fun for a warm-up, ladies. Unfortunately for you three, I'm just getting started, Naruto said, smirking down at the three panting women as he dove onto Livewire once more, slamming his into her as he spent the next 8 hours pounding away at the three villainesses. Later with Harley. Harley, Ivy, Shark, Clayface, Ultra Girl, Blackfire, and Superwoman were mingling at the party meant to announce the next recruit for the Legion. It was between Harley or KG Beast. Miss Isley, have you thought about our deal? Lex asked her after leading her away from Harley to speak with the plant mistress alone. I told you it's not happening, Lex. Harley deserves to get in for her own merits, Ivy told him. I see. I suppose plan B then, Lex said as Naruto entered the party. Oh god, even the parties are boring looking. It's like a total man's club. Naruto grumbled out as he looked to see the formal dress where on most of the villains mingling about before seeing Ivy. You're still here? I figured you'd have found the nearest garden and shut yourself in to avoid everyone, Naruto admitted as he sidled up to her. I wouldn't do that since Harley wanted me here. What about you? I figured after you were done with Livewire and her friends you would have bailed, Ivy said as she raised an eyebrow at Naruto. Yeah, well, I considered that, and despite my better instincts, if Harley wants to be in this club of morons, then Ely help her get here. Naruto admitted. Softy, Ivy said after a few moments of silence before chuckling. Off you hippie, Naruto grumbled out. Oh? I thought I was your rose? Ivy says as she slightly pouted. I'm sorry, baby, I didn't mean. Wait a minute, Naruto quickly said before he saw Ivy's smirk and realized he had just been played. I must say, Overhaul, it's not like you to show much care for others. Perhaps Miss Isley is right that you are getting softer, Lex said as he walked over with a smirk. Oh, off cue ball. I still owe you for ing up my heist, you know, Naruto told the rich man with a scowl. What the devil are you on about? Are you back on the Quaaludes again? Lex asked, raising an eyebrow at this. You son of a... How dare you forget the Metropolis Bakery? The 40 cakes you stole. They were mine to steal, damn it. Naruto growled out. You're kidding, right? Ivy asked, baffled. No, I'm not. I had been casing that bakery for months. Planning. Waiting for the chance to strike when I wasn't giving Power Girl a good pounding, and just when I was about to enter and make off with the heist of the century, he beat me to it. By 5 minutes, Naruto growled out. That's why you haven't accepted any of our invitations? The bakery heist? Lex asked, genuinely perplexed. There's a reason, but no. Number 1, I have no interest in joining this sausage fest Legion of S. Naruto said. That's a shop down the street that we're engaged in a legal battle with over the initials. Also, we added Livewire, Killer Frost and Cheetah since you last rejected us, Lex said as he rolled his eyes. Number 2, the only thing that would make me join is the women, but seeing as they're already clients of mine, it ain't necessary. Number 3, if I joined, I'd have to give up my business and by extension profits to the Legion. Seeing as you guys would take a cut and by extension affect my own wealth, Naruto pointed out. Can't you make gold with your overhaul ability, making that moot? Ivy asked with a flat tone. Don't use logic on me, woman, Naruto yelled as he looked at Ivy before turning to Lex, and finally, let's be honest. The only thing you guys really want me for is my knowledge of heroines. Am I right? Naruto asked. Okay, yes. You have secretive information on the identities and personal lives of several heroines that could be very useful in our hands, Lex admitted. And you ain't getting. I have a confidentiality clause and I won't break it, Naruto yelled. That's your line? Last week you took the arm off a guy for getting the last pudding pop from the ice cream man, Ivy said as she looked at Naruto. You know, I'd also have to disclose the stuff I know about villainesses I sleep with. Sensitive information and weak points, Naruto with a pointed look at Ivy. Like he said, Lex. We are not interested, Ivy yelled as she looked at the leader of the Legion. Pity. I hope you two are able to console dear Harley then after my announcement, Lex said as he went towards a podium. You do realize making threats to me won't end well, right? I've killed for far less, Naruto asked with a scowl as he unloved his decay hand. I'm very aware, Lex said, not budging. Oh well, I tried. Come on Pookie, let's burn this motherer down, Naruto yelled at Ivy after shrugging. Before Ivy could respond to this, the window behind them suddenly exploded as Aquaman leapt through the glass. It is I, Aquaman, son of Atlan, heir to the throne of Aquaman, was introducing himself before. Boo! Boo to you! A random villain booed, making Aquaman grumble before he looked to see Overhaul and Ivy. You two and Harley stole my family jewels and my trident, Aquaman said with a glare. Your balls and... A voice asked. Oh, grow up, Sinestro, Aquaman yelled. Look, I already hawked them and didn't get nearly enough for the effort of stealing them, by the way, Naruto said with a scowl. Then I shall find the one you sold them to and take them from him or her. But I shall do so after I take you down, Aquaman yelled as he pointed at Naruto. Oh no, I'm so scared. What are you gonna do? Talk to fish and have them slap me? Watch out for Aquaman, he orders around a salmon, Naruto mocked. You are a degenerate fool who wastes his powers on being a villain. You could handle so many problems in the world as a hero, Aquaman told him. The only thing I handle is your wife's fat. And she seemed quite pleased with my handling, Naruto mocked with a smirk. Oh, I told you he tapped that, Sinestro said to Bane. I didn't doubt it. I've seen his body count. It's longer than the list of things I wish to blow up, Bane responded. Jurr, I'll grind your bones into dust, you spawn of a demonic, Aquaman yelled as his face turned red before. Smack! Harley smacked him in the back of the head with her bat, sending him flying into a nearby fish tank. You better watch your mouth about my friend, you SpongeBob wannabe. Wait till Mermaid Man sues your... Harley yelled, however she was cut off as the tank Aquaman hit suddenly cracked. In mere moments the water and fish within came spilling out from the large gap that formed, leaving Aquaman in a puddle surrounded by dying fish. God, I love that woman, Naruto said with a smile at Harley's words. Does she peg you? Sinestro asked with a smirk. Oh, make a yellow to choke on, Sinestro. By the way, tell your big Boba Ted daughter next time she's on Earth she has a free 3-hour session, Naruto yelled at the Yellow Lantern. Aquaman looked down horrified at the dying fish before he started to pick them up. Oh no! Oh no! He yelled in a panic. Look, I am stomping on your fish. Stomping! Bane yelled as he started stomping on some of the dying fish. Bane, stop it! Aquaman yelled out. Yeah man, we can make sushi with them. Why waste it? Naruto said with a smirk. Oh, I love sushi. Shark yelled with a smile hearing this. Very well, Naruto yelled as he pulled his coat open and pulled out a headband, ancient sushi technique. Overhaul everything into a roll, Naruto yelled before overhauling a dying salmon into salmon roll. Overhaul, you monster, Aquaman yelled as he picked up more fish. Oh please, you live in the ocean. You telling me you don't eat fish? Naruto asked sarcastically. Okay, I'm at my stupidity limit, Harley said before she cracked her bat across Aquaman's face, sending some teeth flying and the man flying out the broken window as the other villains cheered for her. A short time later, the party was back in full swing as everything went back to normal after Harley ejected Aquaman. Saving the Legion of Doom from a Justice League member? I mean, even if it was Aquaman, that is getting me in, Harley exclaimed with a smile to Ivy, who smiled but looked over to see KG Beast and Lex Luthor fist bumping, making her frown. So you want me to go for making them all splatter or just dust them? Naruto asked Ivy as Harley went back to the podium for the announcement. I don't think killing everyone will make her happy, Ivy pointed out. Okay, but what about what makes me happy? I deserve something here, damn it. At least let me kill Lex, Naruto said. You got to nail 3 villainesses and help mock Aquaman, that's a good day for you, so sit down and shut up, Ivy said as she pointed at a chair. Angie, lucky you have a fat I enjoy pounding and big I like grabbing, Naruto grumbled as he went to sit down. And the next member of the Legion of Doom is... Lex said as he opened the envelope. Harley, let's just forget about the Legion. We can form that team, Ivy said as she pulled Harley away. Huh? Harley asked, confused. A moment, the envelope is stuck. Mercy, fetch me my letter opener. Mercy, Lex said as he looked around for his assistant and he spotted her. sitting in Naruto's lap making out with him. God damn it. Bane, fetch me my letter opener in my office, Lex ordered. I shall do so. I'm gonna blow him up one day, Bane grumbled as he left the room. I swear that guy sounds like a Ed Tom Hardy, Naruto whispered to Mercy, who snorted in laughter at this. Lot of politics, how he got in. Now let's put that tongue to better use, Mercy said as she went back to making out with Naruto. Wow, that's a lot of tongue, Harley muttered, looking at the two as Ivy sighed. Look, Harley, I'm sorry, but they don't want you here. They want me and Overhaul. They told me if I didn't join you wouldn't get in, Ivy told her as Harley looked saddened as tears streamed down her face. Naruto, seeing this, quickly stood up, causing Mercy to fall out of his lap as he cracked his knuckles. Sorry, babe. I'll make sure to spare you and the other fine, yes. But I'm about to make this place a morgue, Naruto told her as he started to make his way towards Lex, about to start with him. Okay, finally the next member of the league is Harley Quinn. Lex announced as Bane finally handed him the letter opener. Eh? Naruto yelled before he tripped and face planted into the ground as everyone cheered. Except KG Beast, who removed his hand and placed on a new one that had a giant middle finger up as he walked out. Hey, thanks for believing in me, Harley said sarcastically to Ivy with a side glare. No, I was trying to protect you, Ivy said as Harley went up to claim her medal. Harley Quinn, welcome to the Legion of Doom, Lex said with a smile as he placed a medal around her neck. Later, back at the mall, Harley harshly shoved open the doors and stomped her way in. Fine, you want to join those Gap-s? Ho be and gap yourself, Ivy yelled at Harley as they walked in. Fine, I will. You think I won't? What part of they have kryptonite-powered submarines don't you understand? Turns into a car and shoots missiles. Don't put your insecurities on me. Harley yelled back before she slammed the door to her room. My insecurities? Oh hell no. Ivy yelled as she went into Harley's room to continue their shouting match. Well, that could have gone better, Shark said as he sighed. Indeed, but it could be worse, Clayface said as he frowned. Why would you say that? You're just asking for something worse to happen, Blackfire said as she scowled. Oh please, how can this get any worse, babe? Naruto asked as he gestured to both Harley and Ivy's rooms. Suddenly a dark portal opened in the middle of the mall and what looked like a woman with a chakra mark on her forehead. Pale skin and a blue robe and leotard floated out of the portal with DD Cup Boba S, a curvy body, and a plump heart shaped. This was Raven. Oh kakakaka. Naruto groaned out. Not you. Get out, Naruto said as he pointed to the door. Naruto, I need, the woman was saying, but Naruto. Forget it. Not happening. Never in a million years. Take it somewhere else, 'cause I'm not buying. I don't care if you were the best ever. Naruto shouted as he walked past Raven and stomped into his room before slamming the door hard, cracking it and completely making it fall off its hinges. God damn it, Naruto grumbled as he remade the door with Overhaul. Whoa, Shark said, his eyes wide at this reaction from Naruto. I do not usually see him act like this with females. Even heroines, Clayface admitted. It makes sense seeing as this is his ex, Blackfire said as she glared at Raven, her eyes glowing purple. Eh? Shark and Clayface yelled at this. Blackfire, Raven said with a glare of her own as Naruto suddenly came out of the room holding a bra and thong in his hands. Here, if it gets you to leave, you can take back my trophies. I don't give a just off. Oh, and you better have that tramp stamp I gave you removed. Naruto yelled before he threw the bra and the thong at Raven. Would you listen to me, you idiot? Raven yelled. Don't sweet talk me, you fat Ed. Long-legged succubus. I have a will of iron. I will not be tempted by you ever again. Naruto yelled. I need your help, you moron. Raven yelled angrily before taking a calming breath. My help. Gahahahahahahaha. Oh, you're serious? Let me laugh even harder. Bahahahahahahaha. Naruto cackled. Raven's eyes went red at this before her shadows grabbed a chunk of concrete and, slam, smashed Naruto into the dirt. So you want to play like that? Fine then. I'll mourn the loss of your fat Abel after I rip you to shreds. Naruto yelled as he used Overhaul to remove himself from the dirt. Enough. GSPLNTZ yelled as she appeared in between Naruto and Raven. GSPY, stay out of the way and I'll do that thing with my tongue and 5 bottles of whipped cream, Naruto said as he glared at Raven. No, I refuse to let you do something you will regret, GSPLNTZ told him. I don't do regrets. I love for murder, chaos and INGS, Naruto said. You and I know that's not all true, otherwise you wouldn't have dated me in the first place, you maniac. Raven yelled. You don't get to speak for me. Not after what you did to me. You ripped my heart. Naruto yelled. Geez, what did she do? Harley asked curiously as she came out of her room to check out what the noise was all about. She dumped me over a text. Text. The big bad Raven couldn't even break up with me to move face. Naruto growled out. This got winces from the others as they looked at Raven with looks of disapproval. That was years ago. We were 16, Raven said as she sighed. Yeah, and in those years you never once approached me. We had one night of passion after we broke up in Jump City. One. Nothing else since. And now you think you can just waltz in and beg for help. Tough fat. I can when it involves something that's your fault, you idiot. Raven yelled as she got in Naruto's face, her eyes glowing red. What the hell are you on about? Naruto asked. Do the words outworld mean anything to you? Raven asked. Nope. Never been to San Francisco, Naruto said as he shrugged. Raven groaned at this as she slapped her forehead, already feeling a headache coming. What does outworld have to do with this? GSPLNTZ asked with a raised eyebrow, having knowledge of other dimensions. With Fables. Fables was inside a palace in front of the throne of a massive man who was wearing a skull helmet and 2 chest straps over his incredibly muscled form with a massive hammer at his side. So we have a deal then? The man on the throne asked. Yeah, sure. You want that Thai realm? Take it, just let me get some real estate when it's yours. Maybe something tropical in exchange. I'll help you in this tournament or invasion or whatever you do here. I honestly don't give a, Fables said with a shrug. Good, you will make a good combatant for the upcoming tournament. Do not fail me, Queen of Fables, or you shall suffer, the man on the throne told her. Fables slightly sweated at this before she bowed her head low at this. Damn you, Whiskers, thanks to your 5th dimensional I'm in this situation. When I find you, I'm gonna kill you, she mentally yelled. Gotham Mall. Raven had just finished explaining what Outworld was to Naruto and the others since they sent Fables there. And that's why you're helping me fix your mistake, Raven told Naruto with a firm look and tone. He's asleep, Blackfire said with a flat tone as Naruto and Harley were both sound asleep after listening to Raven talk about the realm GSPLNTZ sent the Queen of Fables to. Wake up, you idiot! Raven yelled as her eyes split into 2 pairs and turned red. Zzzzz. Naruto was still asleep while Harley woke up. Oh, for crying out, please, Big Daddy, pound my thick, goth, Raven said with a flat tone, deciding to play on her ex's tastes. Go yourself, you, Naruto muttered, still sleeping before Raven had enough and just blasted him with magic to wake him up. Gah! What the hell? I had a dream I was Angie Lois Lane in a jacuzzi filled with ramen, Naruto groaned out, holding his head from the blast of magic. Did you listen to a single word I said? Raven asked, irritated. Yeah, Fables is helping some hat in another realm, and now he has enough fighters to possibly win some tournament to absorb our realm into his. Where's the part where I'm supposed to give a? Naruto asked with a raised eyebrow. Aside from the fact you had a hand in her getting sent there? Raven asked with a frown. Again, I reiterate, why should I give a ga? Cut the. Naruto was saying before Raven used her powers to slap him. Let me handle this. Okay, what happens to all of us if this Shokan guy wins? Harley asked. Slavery or death. Most likely any attractive females would be turned into concubines for his pleasure, Raven said with a frown. Yeah, that Foxy go kick his. You can kill with a touch, Harley ordered. Oh, fine, on one condition, Naruto offered as he looked at Raven. What? Raven asked, raising an eyebrow at this. The truth on why you broke up with me, Naruto told her with a glare. Now's not the time, Raven said with a firm tone. Tell me or no dice and I just kill everyone who comes from this out world after they come and destroy everyone else. I have no stakes in this fight, Naruto said as he crossed his arms. Gah, fine. I broke up with you because I didn't think you can win against my father. Even with your parentage, I thought he'd end your life just to make me fall into despair. Raven admitted after yelling in frustration. You idiot, Naruto said with a scowl. A deal's a deal though. Let's go, Naruto said as he walked towards Raven. You two really need to work out your issues, GSPLNTZ said with a frown. Later, now who's coming with us? Raven asked the group. I just joined the Legion, so I'm out. I have a meeting tomorrow at 9 a.m., Harley said as she shook her head. I'll go. I was hoping to find some fools to crush beneath my boots, Superwoman said, smirking. I shall accompany my master, Ultra Girl said with a firm tone. I'm going to, since I don't trust you with him, Blackfire said as she glared at Raven. You have a problem with me? Raven asked with a firm look. Damn right, especially since that text breakup wasn't even the full story. You don't deserve to be in front of him after you, Blackfire was saying before Naruto cut her off. Komi, enough. Let the past die, Naruto ordered, as he really didn't want to have the full story revealed on why they broke up. I shall be accompanying you all as well, since you will need a way there and back if needed, GSPLNTZ said. Won't that off the morons in charge of your home dimension? Naruto asked curiously. I can visit any dimension. I won't use my powers to fight, merely to observe. Nothing more. GSPLNTZ said, as she wasn't going to use her powers unless absolutely necessary. If you're sure. We may have to cancel my appointments then if you and I are leaving, Naruto pointed out. Already did. I will message Power Girl when we return for her rescheduling, GSPLNTZ. Oh, come on. I'm giving up a night with power for this. Damn it. Naruto groaned. Just move, Raven yelled as she opened a portal. Yes, Master, Naruto said with a southern accent before Raven shoved him through the portal before the rest of them entered the portal, which closed. Shang Tsung's Island. On an island in the middle of a sea in between the realms of Earthrealm and Outworld lied a Chinese-styled palace filled with monks and a large courtyard. Standing before all of them was a very old Asian man in yellow robes. Combatants. I am Shang Tsung. In the coming days each of you will fight. Some are here of their own volition. Others were brought by Chan. The now named Shang Tsung was saying before a large portal opened up in front of all of them, which Naruto fell out of. Guryu, you fat Ed. Naruto growled out as Raven and the others exited the portal. From what I recall, you couldn't get enough of this, Raven told him boredly as she floated down. Whatever. Is this the place? Naruto asked before looking at the assembled monks, warriors, and creatures around them. Wait, is that Raiden? You gotta be kidding me. Naruto groaned out, seeing the god of thunder. Is this the one you brought for the team? Raiden asked Raven with a frown. He caused part of the issue, he's fixing it along with his 3 female warriors. The red-haired one is merely an observer, Raven said with a sigh. Under duress. I'd rather be literally anywhere else than having to work with you two. How are your knees, Raiden? Sore from gobbling of the elder gods all the time? Naruto asked with a scoff. You know him, Lord Raiden? A Shaolin monk by the name of Liu Kang asked the god of thunder. I have been acquainted with his mother and father. He is just as wicked and black-hearted as his mother, Raiden said with a frown. Don't try and sweet-talk me, I'm bad to the bone, and oh Sonya, is that you? Naruto was saying before he spotted a woman on Raiden's team with blonde hair in a ponytail, dressed in a short, tight Special Forces vest that goes above her belly button, with 2 straps buckled up, along with her ID badge, and a pair of dog tags on her upper arms. She wears armbands, some of which form excess over her biceps and triceps. Along with that, she wears dark green and black leather pants, a holster, knee pads, and high-heeled, combat-style boots. She had cup Boba S, a fit, curvy body, and a plump, heart-shaped. This was Sonya Blade. You, the now named Sonya said with a scowl at the villain. Oh, don't be like that, baby. Say, did those jugs get bigger since we were last together? Naruto asked with a smirk at the Special Forces agent. Sonya pulled out her pistol at this, ready to shoot the blonde. Really? Last time you tried to shoot me ended with you bent over and me shooting you with some hot man chowder in that tight of yours. Naruto said with a smirk, daring her to fire. She looks fun, Master, Superwoman said with a smirk. Hey, whoa, back off, I had eyes on the lady first, a man in sunglasses said as he stepped in between Naruto and Sonya. Who are you? Naruto asked the man, not recognizing him. I'm Johnny Cage. The best actor in the world, Johnny said with a smirk. Wasn't he in that movie Clayface was watching about the ninja mime? Ultra Girl asked Naruto curiously. Oh yeah, before I told him to take notes from good flicks, not the bargain bin trash, Naruto said. Bargain bin? Johnny asked wide-eyed. Naruto, Raven said as she shook her head. What? That's me being nice, I could have said Seagull is better than him. And I mean current Seagull, not 90s Seagull, Naruto said with a smirk. He is better than him, Sonya muttered as she slightly smirked at Naruto's dig at Cage as she put her gun away. Excuse me, are you here for the tournament? If so, may I speak now? Shang Tsung asked with a firm tone to show he was annoyed. "The is the Crypt Keeper doing here?" Naruto asked, pointing at Shang, who scowled as Naruto just ignored him and continued sizing up the Outworld team. "So that's the enemy team? Hey Fables. Good to see you and your Glorious are alive and in one piece," Naruto yelled, waving at her. Fables scowled at this as she flipped Naruto off. "Love you too, you crazy and oh. Yo Kano. You didn't tell me this was the tournament you were gonna be at," Naruto yelled at an Australian man with a cybernetic eye. "Uzumaki, how have you been, mate?" The now named Kano asked with a grin. "I'd be better if you had gotten me the LSD I bought off you." "Did you rip me off again?" Naruto yelled. You know the business, mate. Always gotta cheat someone out of their income," Kano said with a smirk. "You cheeky," Naruto chuckled out. "You're not upset he robbed you?" Superwoman asked, confused. His business is usually cheating his buyers and his product is top quality. Besides, I'm a villain. If other villains didn't try and rip me off, I'd be worried about the profession," Naruto said with a laugh. "Besides, he could always overhaul more gold and that's why you're my favorite customer," Kano said with a grin. "Okay, let's move on. What is your name, boy?" Shang Tsung asked Naruto. "Naruto Uzumaki," Naruto greeted as he waved at the Outworld team. "A son of Kushina Uzumaki and Lucifer Morningstar. I have heard of you before. Which is quite impressive, as I don't listen to rumor much," Shang Tsung said as he looked at Naruto. "Yeah, and it cost you him working with the other side," Kano said as he crossed his arms as he had tried to push for them to recruit Naruto from the get-go. "Would you be interested in joining our side perchance?" Shang asked as he looked at Naruto. I'm kinda committed to a deal with my ex, so hello," Naruto was saying before he spotted another two women. Two very scantily clad ninja women. One wearing green and the other blue. The one in blue had DD Cup Boba S, a toned body, and a heart-shaped, and the one in green had DD Cup Boba S, a curvy body and a round. "On second thought, if they're on your side," Naruto was saying before Raven cut him off. "And you're done," Raven said as she grabbed his ear and dragged him to the Earthrealm side. "This is who you had the daughter of Trigon recruit Lord Raiden?" Liu Kang asked, baffled at Naruto's chaotic demeanor and perversity. "Oh, get laid, you ing monk," Naruto scoffed. "Now for the first match of the tournament, Mr. Cage, please step forward. Whoever defeats all of Outworld's challengers shall face me," Shang Tsung declared. "This geezer's the final challenge? Just get me the belt now then," Johnny said as he stepped into the ring. "Anyone else getting Mr. Satan from Dragon Ball vibes?" "Really? I'm the only one?" Naruto asked, seeing no one responding. This got a groan from Raven while Sonya's lips twitched. She hated the villain next to her but couldn't deny he was funny. She then froze as Naruto grabbed her. "When this day is over, you and I can get reacquainted, baby," Naruto whispered to her. Sonya tried to keep her composure as Naruto let go of her. "So who's my opponent?" Johnny asked the old wizard. "Reptile. Come." Shang Tsung called out as an invisible figure on a rooftop materialized and leapt down across from Cage, revealing a giant lizard man in ninja garb. "Begin." Shang called out as he vanished, leaving the two to fight. "So Raiden, how have you been? Last time I saw you my mom set you and Fujin on fire," Naruto asked the Thunder God. "I would be better had Miss Roth recruited someone other than you," Raiden said with no overt emotion. "Oh please, you know you have a better chance with me here and you know it," Naruto said with a scoff. "Unless you face a woman with a rack," Raven said with a flat tone of voice. "Hush, trick," Naruto yelled as he smacked Raven's hard. Raven gasped at this before slightly sobbing. "Oh, you're still a for pain, huh? Good to know. Did you keep the boba point piercings too?" Naruto asked with a smirk at his ex. "Master, the fight is over," Ultra Girl said as Johnny ended Reptile with a punch to the "Bring on the next one." Johnny grinned. "Very well. Baraka," Shang called as a monstrous man with pointed teeth entered the ring. Blades popping out of his arms. "Whoa, that's a crazy prop and makeup dude," Johnny said with a grin. "These blades will taste your flesh," Earthrealmer Baraka yelled as he charged at Johnny. "Does he think this is a movie?" Naruto asked as he raised an eyebrow at this. "Do you honestly care?" Blackfire asked her lover. Not really, Naruto admitted as they watched Johnny take out Baraka with an uppercut to the jaw, knocking him flat on his back. Man, those blades are awesome. My producer has got to meet you. We're doing Tommy Scissorfists and you'd be perfect for it, Johnny said. Excellent job, Mr. Cage. Now finish him, Shang Tsung demanded. Finish him? Yeah right, Johnny scoffed. Kill him, Shang Tsung ordered. Listen to the Crypt Keeper and kill him, damn it, Naruto yelled. Whoa, wait a second, I'm not killing anyone, Johnny yelled. Very well. The tournament will resume at dawn, Shang declared as everyone started to leave barring the Earthrealm warriors. I don't get to fight yet? This is some bull, man, Naruto groaned. You will get to fight soon enough, Raven told him. Fine, but I'm worked up, so which of you lovely ladies wants to tango? Naruto asked with a grin at Sonya, Blackfire, Superwoman, and Ultra Girl. If you want to go around, I'll knock you out, Sonya told him with a glare, fully intending on bringing him and Kano to justice. You got it, Lieutenant Dump Truck Bum, Naruto smirked as they all went to their quarters. With Shang Tsung, Kitna, Jade Shang said, getting the attention of the two scantily clad ninjas. Attention, see if you two can bring the Uzumaki fighter to our side. With his powers, the Emperor will be unbeatable and Earthrealm will be absorbed without issue, Shang Tsung ordered. What should we offer this Uzumaki? Kitna asked as she and Jade kneeled. Seeing as he has an appetite for woman, offer any concubines or even yourselves if needed. The Emperor will be most displeased with us if we fail, and sacrifices must be made to ensure our victory, Shang told them. You want us to ourselves out like common streetwalkers? Jade asked with a glare at the insinuation along with Kitna. We must do what is necessary to claim victory, no matter the cost. Either seduce him or make sure he is unable to fight, Shang said. With Naruto. Meanwhile, in the training room of the guest area, Naruto was sparring with Sonya, and by sparring well. Sonya growled as she gripped the training mat as Naruto ed her from behind doggy style. Look at you panting like a reel in heat. Didn't take much, did it? I pinned you down once and you just begged for me to wreck your gappus, Naruto said with a smirk as he held Sonya by her hips as he pounded into her wet, her clothes torn to shreds beneath them. F you monster, Sonya grunted out before she yelped as Naruto's hand swatted her plump rear, making it jiggle like jello. You call me a monster, but all I'm doing is giving you pleasure, Naruto grunted out with a smirk. You kill people for no reason, you be, Sonya grunted out. Oh well, in that case, should I stop and leave you unsatisfied? Naruto asked as he stopped thrusting. You, Sonya panted out. Or you could tell me you want me and be mine. My blade, Naruto said as he leaned forward and licked at her cheek. You win, Sonya muttered under her breath. What was that? Speak up, my dear, Naruto ordered with a smirk. You win. I'm yours now, make me you basta. Sonya yelled before Naruto grabbed her ponytail and yanked hard, making her back arch as he started to hammer away at her again. You're just like wonder for me. A woman who acts like the pinnacle of society and duty, but in reality you two are pathetic, squealing begging for ing. Naruto laughed as he slammed away at her, making her ripple from each thrust of his hips. Unknown to the two of them, they had two spies watching from the window as they went at it. Jade and Kitna. Oh my, Kitna said wide-eyed at the sight of Naruto roughly ing Sonya blade. The once decorated and dedicated military woman now serving as a holster for the crazed villain. As the princess of Outworld, she had seen a lot, but this was something she had never seen before. By the elder gods, he's a monster, Jade said wide-eyed as well. She had relations before, specifically General Kotal, but she had never seen such fierce mating like Naruto was displaying. I'm almost there where you want my load, my blade? Naruto grunted as he pulled on Sonya's hair. Inside, please fill me up. Sonya begged, her mind slowly turning to mush as Naruto pounded away at her. Naruto smirked as he slammed Sonya's head to the mat, holding it down as he started to thrust even harder before he roared loudly. His flooded her as the military woman spasmed and shuddered underneath him. Her eyes were lidding as she lay on the floor. Her tongue lolled out of her mouth as Naruto pulled out of her. Woo! Now that was a fun warm-up. Naruto grinned down at the stupid Special Forces agent. Ready for the next round? Sonya? Naruto questioned when he got no response. Did I break you already? Naruto asked as Sonya remained silent. Goddammit, guess I'll need to go to one of the other girls to take care of this, Naruto sighed as he stood up with his still hard swinging as he made for the door to the others' quarters. How do we find concubines willing to take such a thing? Kitna asked wide-eyed outside the window with Jade watching as Naruto left and her eyes lingering on the silly form of Sonia. Perhaps we will have to do this ourselves. I do not believe anyone else would survive such ferocity even amongst Outworld's best harlots, Jade admitted. She definitely wasn't wanting a shot at Naruto herself. She was just gonna do her duty. If we're gonna make an attempt to lure him over to our side, then we should do it when he's alone. Not when there are those of Earthrealm to keep him in line, Kitna pointed out. Then we better do it before he attempts to seduce one of his other teammates for the night, Jade said, getting a nod from Kitna as the two snuck inside. With Naruto. Naruto approached Superwoman's door as he was still horny. Here we go, she's always ready for a round or 6. And since Raven's her roommate, she'll just have to deal with Mr. being there, Naruto said with a smirk as he went to knock on the door. Before he noticed something down the hall. More specifically, he saw Kitna and Jade hugging each other while giving him bedroom eyes. Kitna and Jade said nothing as they used their free hands to give him a come here gesture and left the hallway. Best tournament ever, Naruto said with a smirk as he followed after them until they led him to an empty bedroom. As soon as he entered, the door locked behind him. Naruto Uzumaki, on behalf of Outworld's Emperor Shao Kahn, we have an offer for you, Jade said as she pushed him towards the bed. We wish to have you change sides and assist Outworld in the tournament. I'm sure there are ways we can persuade you, Kitna said with a grin beneath her mask as she swayed her hips and approached the bed along with Jade. You two are whoring yourselves out to get me to join? Now that's commitment. Naruto cackled with a smirk. Watch your tone, you speak to the Princess of Outworld, and her guard, Jade warned as her sultry look became a glare. And? You know how many princesses and queens are my dumps back on Earth? Hell in space across worlds? Naruto asked with a raised eyebrow at the two. Irrelevant. Back to our deal. If you decide to join Outworld, then we shall pleasure you for the night, Kitna said as she pet Naruto's abs a bit to try and tempt him. And why exactly would you make this offer when you don't want to? Naruto asked with a quirked eyebrow. Why would you assume we don't want to? Jade asked as she knelt on the bed beside him. Oh please. You two just out of the blue make me this offer after never having said a single word to me before. On top of that, your boss tried to recruit me in front of everyone and knows I found you attractive, Naruto scoffed. Kitna and Jade said nothing to this as they didn't expect Naruto to actually think this through. I'll tell you what I think. I think your boss is scared I'm the ace Earthrealm needs to win and he knows I can normally be bought off easily. But unfortunately for you guys, I can't be bought right now. I'm bound by my damn word to my ex-girlfriend to help Earthrealm. Naruto said with a sigh. WND, what if I were to offer you a better deal? Kitna asked as she pushed Naruto onto his back as she pushed her Boba S onto his chest while simultaneously sneaking one of her folding fans behind her back. If they couldn't seduce him, she'd end him. I'd be inclined to agree if I didn't see the weapon behind your back, Naruto said flatly to the blue-clad ninja, whose eyes widened. Let me guess, seduce me or kill me, right? Naruto asked. What are your powers, Uzumaki? Kitna asked as she jumped off, bringing out her fans while Jade brought out her staff. Heh, let's just say I can win every match with a single touch. Naruto said with a grin. Enough of your games. Jade yelled as she thrusted her staff at Naruto, who just caught it as he grabbed Jade's staff and decayed it with his left hand. You can, Kitna asked as her eyes slightly widened. With a touch I can end anything and anyone. Or I can rearrange the matter to become something else. Naruto said, smirking. I have a new proposition for you, Uzumaki, Kitna said, as even with her and Jade's combat skill she was out of luck with a killing attempt. Head, get a hand on them and kill them both. Naruto, please, Naruto said as he smirked as he checked Kitna and Jade out. If you have such power, then you could say kill my father? Kitna asked as she put her fans away. You know, if I had a nickel every time a princess wanted me to kill their dad, I'd have 2 nickels. Not a lot, but weird, it's happened twice, Naruto mused to himself. Kitna, if he does that, then he could buy right rule over, Jade was saying before Kitna cut her off. He is a better option than my father. Shao Kahn cares nothing for his people and only seeks death. You know it and I know it. Kitna said with a firm tone. I get it now, your dear daddy is the true big bad and you want him gone to rule yourself, right? Naruto asked curiously. Exactly, I cannot keep up this facade. He is heartless and cruel and vile. I don't wish to know why my mother married him, but I have seen his cruelty and cannot abide by it. and his inner circle are far too loyal to him, so I can't make any moves against him. My only hope is you, Kitna said. And if I kill him? What's in it for me? Naruto asked as he rubbed his chin. Whatever you desire, Kitna said with a nod of determination. Naruto smirked at this as he checked Jade and Kitna out again, causing his to throb. Oh, I think we have a deal. Alright, I'll end him and take the throne. And when I do, you two will be my ES2 as I see fit, Naruto said with a grin. Are you sure about this, Kitna? Who's to say he won't be a worse choice than Shao Kahn? Jade asked her old friend. Have you a better choice of ruler? Have you someone that can face my father and his allies? Kitna asked. You know I can hear you, right? If you're gonna talk about me, let's talk about a down payment on my services. I don't work free after all, Naruto told them with a smirk. Very well, Kitna said as she went to unclasp her bra, but Jade stopped her. Wait, I'll do it first. He may use me instead of you. He will only mate with you upon the end of Shao Kahn, Jade said, as she didn't want the princess to debase herself for nothing if Naruto failed. I can agree to that. Very well. Kitna, you may leave or stay and watch if you want. Jade, right? Naruto asked as he looked at the green-clad ninja. Yes. How shall I pleasure you, my lord? Jade asked with a bow as Kitna looked on at the two. Show me your face, then remove your clothing. I wish to see you in your full glory, Naruto told her. Jade nodded as she removed her mask, revealing her gorgeous face and dark skin. Very beautiful. Come here, Naruto said as he made a gesture to Jade. Jade stood up and approached Naruto before he grabbed her, and pulled her to him, making her straddle him, causing his harden to rub against her, which he grabbed, making her gasp in surprise. Are you ready to uphold your end of the deal? Naruto asked as he used his powers to decay her clothes into ash on the floor. I am. Are you willing to uphold yours? Jade asked him. Oh, absolutely. Once I'm done ruining your gap, I'm going after Shao Kahn, Naruto said with a smirk before he slammed his inside Jade's gap, making the assassin squeal from the insertion. By the elder gods! Jade yelled as she felt his stretching her gap open. They ain't got on me, baby. Now ride me. Naruto ordered as he slapped Jade's, making it wobble and jiggle. Jade slowly bounced on his as she rode him. Not used to the size yet, and he was far beyond the length and skill of past lovers she had like Kotal. I said ride me, damn it. Do you not want my help? Naruto ordered as he slapped her again, making the green-clad ninja squeak at his actions. As Jade started to bounce her on his, Kitna bit her lip under her mask, watching as her best friend pleasured this man who agreed to help them. You're a tight one. Maybe I'll keep you after I take over, Naruto grunted out as he pulled Jade close. Thank you, Jade stuttered out, a bit embarrassed. No need to hold back. If you enjoy me, you then get wild. Get crazy. Embrace the pleasure and lose yourself to it, Naruto told her with a smirk as he grabbed her with his hands and thrusted hard, hitting a certain spot deep inside Jade. Oh, by the gods! Jade suddenly yelled out as her eyes rolled upward into her head from the sudden rough pounding. Kitna meanwhile crossed her legs to control the growing heat in between her legs. The princess of Outworld was truly hoping that despite Naruto's antics, he truly did help her defeat her father. She had always suspected he had murdered her mother to keep sole rule over Outworld like the power-mad tyrant he was. Atta girl. You ready for my seed? Naruto asked as he smacked Jade's, making it wobble. Why, wise? Please unleash your hot seed inside of me, my lord, Jade sobbed out as she was slowly feeling her mind snap and break from the overwhelming pleasure of having this man ruining her sensitive gap. Naruto cackled in glee before he pushed Jade down, fully hilting his inside of her as he let loose his load, flooding the assassins with his virile seed as she shuddered and shook from her own sudden intense pleasure. Well, that was fun. Guess I better live up to my end of the bargain, Naruto said with a smirk as he stood up and let Jade fall onto the bed on her back. Her legs splayed out as his dripped onto the sheets from her gap. Yes, make sure you do well enough tournament to deal with my father, Kitna said as she composed herself as Naruto put on some clothes. Tournament? Who said anything about a tournament? I'm gonna cut to the chase and go deal with him now, Naruto said as he finished getting dressed. What? Kitna yelled wide-eyed. You heard me. I'm not gonna be a pawn in the elder god's amusement. And I'm not waiting to plow you either. I'm taking over Outworld and taking what I want, Naruto said with a grin. You can't do that, Kitna said in pure shock. Why not? I'm not looking to take over Earthrealm, just take your father's throne, so the Elder Wads have no say, Naruto said with a smirk. Kitana's eyes widened at this as she said nothing to this. Ye loop gap s, now I'm just gonna go get my team so they know where I'm going, but before I do, Naruto said as he walked past Kitana. He paused and grabbed her and pulled her close before he moved her mask aside and kissed her. That's a little preview. Cause after I kill your dad, I'm gonna wreck you rougher than I did your friend. You won't even remember your name when I'm done, Naruto said with a smirk as he pulled away from the panting Kitana and walked out the door, leaving Kitana alone with the passed out Jade, Superwoman, and Raven's room. After leaving the two Edenians, Naruto walked to Raven and Superwoman's room and overhauled the door, making a giant gap. You could have knocked, Raven said flatly as she was currently reading while ignoring Superwoman's glare. Change of plans. I'm not fighting in the tournament. I'm cutting out the middleman and taking over Outworld, Naruto told them. What? Raven yelled, snapping her book shut. You heard me. I hate the Elder Gods and their stupid rules. I hate helping the good guys here. So I'm doing this my way, Naruto said. I didn't bring you here to take over, Raven said as she stood up and glared at Naruto. Did I forget to mention I have no interest in Earthrealm? I don't want to merge realms together. I rule Outworld and visit Earthrealm when needed since it's my home dimension where I reside. I mean, aside from the Netherrealm, Naruto said as his parents were from the Netherrealm, so he could come and go there as he pleased. How are you so stupid but you can find loop gap s like this? Raven asked after blinking in surprise. You didn't call me stupid that night at the carnival when we were in the Ferris wheel and you got on your knees and pulled down that leotard, and Naruto was saying before Raven cut him off. I said never to mention that night. Raven yelled as her powers went off and made the walls shake. And you act like I give a what you want, Naruto scoffed. Okay, seriously, what the hell happened between you two? Superwoman asked. None of your business now. We have a night to kill, and I'm bored, so you better bend over and brace yourself, Naruto said as he looked at Superwoman, who smirked at him, ordering her around. If you're gonna one of your do it elsewhere, Raven told him with a scowl. How about no and you shut up and deal with it, Naruto said, flipping her off. Don't look at her, master. Superwoman purred as she leaned against the wall and lifted up her skirt, showing off her D. Jackpot. Naruto grinned as he tackled the evil villain to the wall and started to caress and grope her while Raven tried to block out the sounds by reading. Their antics would, however, not be tuned out by Raven no matter how hard she tried, as they went at it before her all night long. The next morning, after Naruto had his fun with Superwoman, he met with his team and the Earthrealm fighters as they got ready to continue the tournament. As the group made it to the courtyard where Shang Tsung was, they saw a bald, pale man with black garb standing beside Shang Tsung. Combatants, allow me to introduce another of the fighters you may face should you make it far enough. This is Shang Tsung was saying till Naruto cut him off. Quan Chi. That you? I thought Mom crippled you after you called her a crazy harlot? Naruto asked with a raised eyebrow. You did not tell me Lucifers would be here in the tournament, Quan Chi said with a glare at Shang Tsung. Oh, I'm not in the tournament. Not anymore, Naruto said with a smirk. What? Raiden yelled, wide-eyed at this declaration. I'm aiming higher. See, here's the thing. I don't play well with good guys and heroes unless they have some fine ES to tap like Sonya there. Naruto said as he smirked at Sonya, who was still limping, and blushed in embarrassment. So you wish to side with my master Ga? Shang Tsung was saying before Naruto suddenly appeared and kicked him in the face, sending him skidding back. I don't do orders from people I plan to usurp. I'm not fighting to save Earthrealm. I'm conquering Outworld myself. I challenge Shao Kahn to mortal combat for his throne. Naruto yelled as he glared at the sorcerer. You dare think yourself worthy of the throne? He will not accept the challenge of a mongrel like you who has not proven themselves. Shang Tsung yelled as he stood up. So I need to prove myself then? Fine, how many of you do I need to kill? Naruto asked as he looked at a group of 10 Tarkatans that suddenly started to surround Naruto. End him. Shang Tsung yelled as the Tarkatans drew their blade arms and rushed at Naruto, roaring for flesh and blood. 10 Tarkatans versus me? Seems a bit unfair, Naruto said as he placed his left palm onto the ground. You should have brought more, Naruto said, grinning as he channeled his decay and touched the floor. Seeing this, Raven used her magic to raise the earth underneath her team and the Earthrealm fighters to lift them up so they were all on a floating platform. The Tarkatans that rushed at him suddenly started to feel their legs stop moving and looked down to see their legs turning to ash and dust. the decay spreading and spreading till each Tarkatan was dust in the wind. What is he? Liu Kang asked wide-eyed as he looked at the decayed ash that was the warriors. Next, Naruto asked as he raised his hand off the ground and smirked at Shang Tsung. Your actions will cost you dearly, boy. Kano, kill him. Shang Tsung ordered. Pass. I ain't fighting him. He's my best customer. Better to get your boss to fight him. Kano yelled. No way was he fighting Overhaul. Good choice. You get preferential treatment after I take over Kano. Naruto yelled to Kano. Perhaps my warrior should suffice. Shang Tsung. Come forth, Scorpion. Quan Chi yelled as a blast of hellfire appeared in front of Naruto. You will burn for your insolent, Scorpion was saying before Naruto grabbed his head and, splat, caused the entire top half of the ninja's body to explode. Has that proven enough for me? Bring me Kon. I want him to kill. Is he a warrior or a toothless worm? Naruto demanded as he glared at Shang and Quan Chi. Before Shang Tsung could answer, what looked like a storm started to form as a large green portal suddenly appeared, revealing Shao Kahn along with several others walking through it. You dare challenge me to mortal combat, boy? You aren't worthy to face me, Shao said with a grunt as he hefted his wrath hammer. You know, for someone who values a warrior fighting to the death, you sure are acting like a coward. Come on, big man. Prove you aren't all talk and fight. Or is the Emperor of Outworld just a little? Naruto yelled. Enough. Uzumaki, your actions will doom us all. Raiden yelled as he teleported in front of Naruto in a blast of lightning. Off, Raiden. You think this prolonging the inevitable BS by doing his tournament is gonna save Earthrealm? Khan can do as much damage as he wants whether he wins or not, so long as he doesn't merge the realms. And so can I. Unlike you though, I'm stepping up, Naruto told him with a glare. Is that true? Liu Kang asked as he was told by Raiden the tournament was the only way to protect Earthrealm. Oh yeah, Shao Kahn can just send his army to kill people in Earthrealm, and the Elder Gods won't do as long as he doesn't try and merge the realms. The tournament is only for the sake of realm merging. Meaning if you just have someone else take over instead that has no one of conquering Earthrealm, you're basically fine. But Raiden wouldn't do so. Instead, he'd rather select people he himself scouts and grows a bond with just to sacrifice them in the stupid tournament instead of a full-on assault to prevent this in general. Naruto said with a scoff at Raiden. Hold your tongue, Uzumaki. Raiden yelled with a glare. Or you'll what? Please do something stupid. I always wanted to waste a god. Naruto said with a mad grin. Raiden glared at Naruto as lightning sparked from his fingers. You just gonna glare at me? Or do you need to consult with the Elder Gods before you grow a pair and fight? Naruto asked, smirking. Ha 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 ha. Shao Kahn's dark laughter sounded as he watched the two glare at each other. You amuse me, boy. So I'll make a deal with you. You want to fight me for my throne, then I will give you the fight you desire. If you win, you will become ruler of Outworld. Not that you will, of course, Shao Kahn said, smirking. Sire, he is the son of Lucifer and Kushina Uzumaki. This is not a good idea, Shang Tsung said. Quiet, sorcerer, the tournament is a waste of time anyways. And I do not fear the brat's parents. They are weaker than I am. Shao Kahn scoffed at this. Normally I would let my Ka-san make you her for that, but I have first dibs. Naruto said with a smirk. If you defeat me, Outworld shall be yours. But should I win, Earthrealm will be mine. No tournament. No complaints from the Elder Gods. Are we in agreement, warrior of Earthrealm? Shao Kahn asked. Do not do this. Do not accept that challenge, Uzumaki. You will doom us all. Raiden yelled, only for Naruto to shove him aside. I set off, Sparky. You got it, you old. Let's Anji go. Elder Gods. Hear me. I agree to the terms set by Shao Kahn. Should I lose to him, he may merge Earthrealm without interference from you. If I win, Outworld is mine. Naruto yelled to the sky. The terms have been set. They are agreed upon. Multiple voices sounded from the sky. No. Elder Gods, do not let him do this. He will doom us all. Raiden yelled in horror. Very well, boy, but before we fight, I would like to see what you're truly capable of seeing, as I've yet to see you fully fight in the tournament, Shao Kahn said. A preliminary? Fine, who's my opponent? Please say the pale guy. He's ranking somewhere between a ghost and a child molester on the creepy scale, Naruto said, smirking. This got some groans from everyone. Except Johnny Cage and Kano. They were laughing hard at this. I really hate you, Uzumaki Quan Chi grumbled. I'll ing do it, Emperor. I owe this little anyways, Fables said with a glare at Naruto. Don't threaten me with a good time, danger, Naruto said, smirking. No, I have a better idea in mind. I assume Kitana offered you something to relieve me of my throne? Always the weak-hearted one. Shao Kahn said, looking at Kitana with a glare. And if she did, what's your point? You gonna send her in the hopes I dust her? Pretty boring of you, ask me form one villain to another, Naruto said with a scoff. Tempting, but I have a better idea, Shao Kahn said, smirking as a green portal opened up beside him, revealing a coffin. Quan Chi, revive the individual in this coffin with your magic, Shao Kahn ordered. Quan Chi raised an eyebrow but did as he was told, channeling his netherrealm magic into the coffin with a chant. As soon as he finished, a loud scream sounded and the coffin broke apart, followed by wicked laughter as a female form walked out of the dust. This beautiful woman was wearing a skimpy purple and black bodysuit adorned with silver jewelry, with her long silver hair down to her back. Her lips covered in a black lipstick as she strutted down to the ring. She had E-cup boba s, a curvy model-like body, and a plump round. So I've returned to the realm of the living. Took you long enough, dear husband, Sindel said with a wicked smirk. Mother? Kitana asked, horrified along with Jade. And we're screwed, Raven said with a groan at seeing Sindel. Surely he can prioritize the battle over Liu Kang, was saying before he was cut off. Oh mama, that's what I like. Naruto yelled as he stomped his foot a few times before he wolf whistled loudly. Before a boulder covered in Raven powers smacked him in the back of the head. Focus, you idiot. You die, we're all Ed. Raven yelled. If you didn't have a first class, I would splatter you like a blackhead. Naruto yelled as he held his head while the other Earth Realm team members groaned. Empress Sindel, you have a duty to fulfill with your new revival. Kill that one who threatens the throne of Shao Kahn, Shang Tsung said with a smirk. Oh, this scrawny peasant thinks he can defeat my husband? That's why you revived me? Has Outworld truly grown so weak in my absence? Sindel asked as she looked at Shao Kahn in disappointment at this news. Empress, huh? I see why you went for her. So if I beat her and then kick your, does she also become mine? 'Cause if so, this is gonna be great, Naruto said with a smirk. You dare speak in such a tone to Sindel, was saying before Naruto tapped her face and made her explode before in an instant she was reformed like nothing happened. What did you do? Sindel asked as she blinked in surprise. I killed you and quickly put you back together. Think of it as a show of what I can do if I face your husband there. He fears me, and rightfully so. Naruto said with a smirk. I fear nothing, boy. Shao Kahn yelled as he stood from his throne and glared at Naruto for the accusation. Then prove it. Fight me like a warrior. You sent your wife, who was literally dead before now, to see what I was capable of, hoping I wouldn't harm her, and that failed. So tell me, when she died, did she also take your manhood to the grave with her? How did she die anyways? Naruto asked mockingly. Quan Chi murdered me under his nose, Sindel said with a scowl, seeing the pale sorcerer allied with Shao Kahn. Oh, good, more reason to kill him later aside from being Shinnok's little. Alright Kahn, I got a princess and empress to wreck after this, so get in the ing ring and fight me, Naruto said with a glare, tired of waiting. Bah! Kitana may have offered herself for you to face me, but my wife knows better, Shao Kahn said with a smug grin. Oh no, he's absolutely right. I married you for your power and throne. And you've clearly grown weaker if this boy can make you worry. If I'm to be empress again, my husband must be a strong warrior. Something you clearly aren't, and he is, Sindel said with a grin, looking at Naruto, licking her lips. Shao Kahn growled as he glared at Naruto. You will suffer for this insult, boy. He yelled as he charged at Naruto with his wrath hammer and swung it down on the villain, only for Naruto to catch the hammer with his left hand, stopping it from connecting. Sindel, do be a dear and clean house after I win. Spare anyone not loyal to Shao Kahn. 'Cause when I take over, I want a clean regime, Naruto chuckled before decaying the hammer to ash. What? Shao Kahn asked in shock, as that weapon was tied to his magic and shouldn't be able to be destroyed. Naruto grinned while reaching under Shao Kahn. The ruler of Outworld's eyes widened as he felt pressure before letting out a loud roar of agony, drowning out the sounds of tearing flesh. Naruto's hands were coated in blood, with a mad grin on his face, dropping the contents in his hand on the floor, revealing the bloody genitals of Shao Kahn, now on his knees, holding, wailing in agony. Wow, Sindel wasn't kidding about marrying you for power. Such a tiny clearly doesn't help with your points in the bedroom. Give up and die, Con. My decay, when it goes all out, it affects everything, Naruto said with a mad grin as he slammed his hand on the ground, making the ground crack as the very earth started to decay, while Superwoman, Blackfire, Ultra Girl, and Raven got everyone up in the air and Sindel flew up to avoid the growing decay. Seeing this, Shao Kahn leapt high into the air to dodge the effects, only for his eyes to widen as Naruto's other hand slammed onto the ground and overhauled the ground behind him into earthen spikes which launched towards the Emperor of Outworld. Either get impaled or hit the ground and turn to dust. Make a choice, O great Emperor. Naruto yelled with a laugh as he kept his decay hand on the ground as it continued to decay everything around him except the spikes. I will not be defeated, whelp. I am the Emperor of Outworld. I will never die to you. Shao Kahn yelled as he magically created a green light spear that he threw at Naruto, who rolled out of the way as he came back down. The decay ending just as Kahn slammed back down to the ground. Such poetic words for someone about to die, Naruto said, smirking before he vanished in front of Shao and ended up behind him. His overhaul hand placed on Shao Kahn's helmet. Goodbye, fool, Naruto said, grinning before he overhauled the helmet into spikes. Impale Kahn through his skull, impaling the Emperor's head with the metallic spikes of what was once his helm before Shao Kahn's body fell to the ground lifeless. He actually did it, Sindel said with a savage grin as she held Kotal by his neck with her hair before crushing his neck into pulp. He wasn't someone she ever liked, since he always looked like he was plotting against her and her now deceased husband. Flawless victory, Naruto said with a grin as he gazed at everyone around him, his eyes lingering on Raven in particular, as if to say, told you I'd win. This is not good, Raiden muttered as they all landed on the ground. Oh, relax, Static. Like I said, I have no interest in merging the realms now. If you would be so kind, get thee off my property, Naruto said as he approached them. What? But you just won. Shouldn't this call for a party or something? Johnny asked, confused. Good idea, I'll send invites once the details are ironed out. My people will call your people. Etc. Etc. For now though, get out. Not you, Sonya, you can stay, Naruto said with a smirk at the military woman who scowled with a blush at him. Now then, let's go see my new palace. Oh, and if you keep giving me the stink, I am gonna splatter you, magic boy, and the old wizard, Naruto said with a grin at his team before he walked past Quan Chi and Shang Tsung as he walked to the portal to Outworld. This is not gonna be good, Raven said with a sigh as she followed after to make sure Naruto didn't pull something really bad. Outworld. Shao Kahn's old palace. Whoa ho ho. Now this is a palace. I think this has my dad's place beat. Naruto yelled as he looked around the palace with a grin. Shall I prepare my husband's old concubines for a celebration, my lord? Sindel asked, seeing Naruto's excitement. Depends on what his tastes are. I'll take a look later. For now, we should focus on clearing out people who won't be happy with me taking over, Naruto said simply as he looked at Shao Kahn's throne before taking a seat in it. Oh yeah, this feels right for me. Couldn't get dad's throne, so I'm taking this one, Naruto cackled with a grin. It suits you, love, GZSPLNTZ said as she appeared next to Naruto along with a woman that looked similar to Kitana with razor-sharp teeth and wearing bandages that were partly falling off of her. Gah! Don't do that, woman! Naruto yelled as he jumped out of the throne and landed on the ground. Sorry, I was exploring and found something of interest, GSPLNTZ said. Who's the butterface? Naruto asked, confused. Ah yes, so that princess you made a deal with. I followed an energy signature similar to hers in something called the Flesh Pits. Apparently the old wizard used her DNA and spliced it with the Tarkatans native to this realm and created her. This is Melina, GSPLNTZ said, gesturing to the woman who giggled. We have flesh pits? Naruto asked, raising an eyebrow while Kitana glared at her clone and Shang Tsung in a rage at this reveal. Not the point, dear. Anyways, I pulled her from her sleeping state a bit early before her loyalty to Shao could be fully set in. She can be made a new pet if you desire, GSPLNTZ said with a smirk as she snapped her fingers, causing the clone to gain some clothes similar to Kitana, only purple. Not sure I want my bitten off during it, Naruto admitted as he checked out the clone. She'll call you daddy and let you use her, and you can overhaul her face, GSPLNTZ said with a smirk. Sold. Come here, my dear. Naruto ordered the clone and placed his right hand on her head, splattering it before reforming it so her face was exactly like Kitana's. There, I also made it so she will regrow the teeth how they were for combat purposes, Naruto said. Thank you, Lord Daddy, Melina said with a bow. Am I the only one not okay with any of this? Raven asked. Oh, don't be a stick in the mud, and Kitana, stop giving your sister the stink eye, Naruto ordered. Sister. Kitna and Sindel yelled, surprised at this, though Sindel wasn't angry about this. You heard me. She can't help being born or created in this case. Sidebar Shang Tsung, I'm docking your pay, Naruto said to the wizard. We're getting paid? Shang Tsung asked, turning to Baraka. Wow, you weren't getting paid. What the hell was Kon offering you people? Naruto asked, surprised at this. Flesh for my people to eat and wars to fight, Baraka explained. Souls and slaves for my experiments, Shang Tsung said nonchalantly. Wouldn't a cheeseburger or a steak suffice? Naruto asked Baraka. What's that? Baraka asked, confused. Sindel, make a note, we need to do some trading with Earthrealm for goods and services. And by trade I mean we're robbing them of, Naruto said after a moment of silence. Of course, my lord, Sindel said with a grin. So you're just gonna rule this place now? Blackfire asked curiously. More or less. Kitna's the one I made the deal with to rule with, and Sindel's the former empress. I'm sure them and Melina can take charge when I'm not around. Naruto shrugged. We will follow all orders and make the disgusting peasants bend the knee to our will, Sindel said with a grin. Okay, we get it, the former empress is ing crazy. Look, I'm not under Khan's orders, can ing go home now? Fables asked with a glare of annoyance. What if I offered you a place of power here in Outworld? I bet you the League won't care if you do what you want here, Naruto said with a smirk at Fables. I'm listening, Fables said with a grin after a moment of silence. We came here to bring her back, Naruto Raven said with a frown. Yeah, and I'm here to plow some princess and empress. What you want has no bearing on me, Naruto said with an eye roll. Perhaps you should listen to the Emperor girl, Shang Tsung said simply. Listen to this moron? Hell no. Not after all he did. Raven yelled. Naruto's eyes narrowed at this before he stood up from his throne. You ing caused it. I showered you with ing love, and you broke up with me via text. You cheated on me with that green after you broke up with me. You made me what I am, damn it. Naruto yelled, finally snapping at Sven. That's what this was about? Oh, for S sake, it was only a kiss while I was drunk, and after you left I sent that idiot to another dimension for instigating it. Raven yelled at him. Say what? Naruto asked, blinking in surprise. Everyone was silent at this for a few moments before Giespelantz pinched her nose and sighed. That's what happened? For the love of, if you two had talked about this 3 years ago, so much chaos could have been avoided, Giespelantz groaned out. So you didn't actually cheat on me? Naruto asked Raven. Of course not. I only sent the text after you went on that stupid rampage, after you saw that idiot kiss me, Raven yelled at Naruto. I need a minute, Naruto said, falling back onto his new throne. While you patch things up with your ex-boss, some news just came in about Harley, Ultra Girl said, holding up her phone. We have cell service here? Naruto asked curiously. Magic, you're welcome, Raven said with a flat tone. Fair enough. Alright, what did she do without what the? Naruto asked angrily, seeing a news post of Harley kissing the Joker in a helicopter. I'm looking good now. Huh? Raven asked after a few moments of silence. Damn straight. Excuse me, I'm gonna have to pay someone a what do you call it? Naruto asked. A visit? Kitna asked. Beating. That's it. Pay someone a beating, Naruto said as he stood up. Do you want to bring any troops, my emperor? Sindel asked Naruto. Nah, I have this though, feel free to go rob some places. I have listed with Komi, Mary, and Kara here, Naruto said, pointing to the 3 villains. Robbing is a bit beneath me, Sindel said with a scoff. You're robbing the Legion of Doom. Call it donations by force to the crown, Naruto said with a savage grin. Oh, I think I'm going to enjoy being empress again at your side, Sindel said with a wicked laughter. Now let's get back home, Naruto said as he looked at Raven as he approached her. We good now, MPPPPH. Raven was saying before Naruto grabbed her and pulled her into a hard kiss before they separated. We'll catch up soon enough. In the meantime though, Naruto said, holding up his hands revealing a black bra and thong, I'll be retaking my trophies from you, Naruto said with a grin. How did he? Jade asked, confused on how he removed the magic user's undergarments that fast. Raven chuckled at this before she leaned forward. You know, I think my needs retraining in how to take your again, Raven said with a sensual tone before she licked at his ear, making Naruto shudder a bit. Oh, don't worry, we'll bring you back to your old self. GSPLNTZ? Naruto said as he looked at his redhead girlfriend. Yesh already penciling her in. She will be tomorrow from 3 p.m. to 6 p.m. after your 12 p.m. to 3 p.m. session with Power Girl GSPLNTZ said as she wrote it down before they left. Gotham Hospital rooftop. Meanwhile with Harley well. ING Gap S leaving my crew. Fine, I don't need them. I'm in the ING Legion. I earned my spot. And I have Overhaul and the others when they get back from that otherworld place, Harley grumbled. Suddenly a small portal opened and a note fell on Harley's head, which she took off her head and looked at. Dear Harley, I quit. I don't work for Joker's side piece. P.S. You've been removed from the appointment book until further notice. Ivy is still allowed. PPS Raven takes your spot for best on the tier list. PPPS I'm keeping your bra and panties and having Raven model them for me. Call me when you and Joker break up again. See you in a week most likely. Signed Overhaul. Harley's face went red as she ripped up the note in a rage before yelling loudly to the sky. This day really couldn't get much worse for her. 2 hours later. Harley was wrong. She was so very wrong. Not only did every single member of her crew leave her after her kiss with Joker and letting King Shark get blown up by Bane, but now she was forced by the Legion to watch the stupid talk show segment on TV about villainy to see if anyone is worth recruiting like her. Welcome back to the show, I'm Tawny, and today we're talking to some so-called villains. First up we have Kite Man. Tawny said, gesturing to the kite-themed villain. Hell yeah. Kite Man introduced as he waved at the audience, getting silence. Bane. Tawny continued. Glad to be here. We'll spare you all from being blown up so long as I am able to speak, Bane said, waving to the crowd. And lastly we have a villain who has made a big splash, Tawny said as green portal opened up with Naruto and Sindel walking through before sitting in some chairs. It says here you recently taken over another realm and are now seen as its king daddy, I mean Mr. Overhaul. Tawny amended. Please call me Naruto. If you're looking for a session, come talk to me after the show, Naruto said with a smirk. And who is this with you? Tawny asked, looking at Sindel. Foolish peasant, I am Sindel, Empress of Outworld. The only reason I'm here is my beloved asked me to accompany him here. To me you're all frail and weak pests that should kneel at my feet, Sindel said with a glare. Charming. Ahem, Naruto, you are one of the few villains who we don't know a lot about. You mentioned on a previous show that your mother is a demon but nothing else as you were fighting Batman. Care to elaborate? Tawny asked. Not much to tell. My mom is a demon who does her own thing. I don't think she really cares what I do unless it interferes with what she's doing. Next question, Naruto said with a shrug. What if I told you I invited her on? Tawny asked curiously. I assume she'd throw you into a bus, Naruto said, shrugging, thinking it was hypothetical. Let's bring out our next guest, Kushina Uzumaki. Tawny said as the crowd clapped. As they clapped, an older woman with long red hair came out from behind the back of the stage wearing a black and red leather jumpsuit with 2 large gaps in the legs to show off her thighs. She was also wearing leather high-heeled boots, giving her a look of both appeal and authority. Think Silk Spectre 2 from Watchmen, but black and red instead of black and yellow. Wait, what? Naruto asked wide-eyed. Hey brat. I hear you and your S caused some, Kushina said with a smirk as she took a seat next to her son and Sindel. What are you doing here? I haven't seen you in years and you show up now? Naruto said with an annoyed look. Well yeah, you weren't evil enough for me to hang out with without being embarrassed, Kushina said with a scoff. This got groans from the audience. What? It's true, you're quasi-evil. Semi-evil. You're the margarine of evil, the Diet Coke of evil, just 1 calorie. Not even enough, Kushina said as she looked at the audience before looking at her son. I rule a realm and a planet, Naruto said with a scowl. Yeah, now you do. But 5 years ago you were being a simp with some goth hero skank, Kushina said with a scoff. Ha! You were a sap. And yet you mock me? Bane yelled before laughing at this. You mocking my kid, you beep. Kushina yelled as she ran at Bane and tackled him before starting to beat him up, causing the crowd to cheer. Oh God! She punches like a Kryptonian. Bane yelled as Kushina punched him in his throat. Someone stop that crazy beep. Tawny yelled to her security. I'll give you a beep, you beep. Kushina yelled at the host as she ran at the host and started to attack her too. Naruto had a flat look on his face at this while Sindel had a surprised look on her face. She's biting me. She's biting me. Kushina yelled as she tried to get Tawny off her leg. This is your mother? Sindel asked her emperor. Unfortunately, Naruto said with a flat tone as the crowd started going crazy. Beep, you brat. The world is mine. The world is mine. You beep. Wait, are you beep censoring me? Kushina yelled as she ran around the stage holding a globe before she crushed it in her hands as she yelled at the cameraman. I shall limp away from this madness, Bane groaned as he started to limp away. Get back here, you look it or beep. Kushina yelled as she tackled Bane. She hates limping more than running, Naruto said with a flat tone. Harley watched this while with a flat look on her face. Huh, so that's where he got his crazy from, Harley said before she took out some scotch and downed the bottle in one go. Planet-wide Pavers factory. Harley frowned as she looked through her binoculars at the heavily guarded factory with people in hazmat suits while Frank the plant drank a soda. It had been a hectic few days since Harley was abandoned by her crew after she made out with Joker. So much had happened in the past few days, like dealing with the Legion of Doom meetings, going back home to talk to her mother about some of her issues, having to deal with her deadbeat father and several assassins who killed her grandparents trying to kill her only for her own father to try and kill her for a bounty with her mom interfering on his behalf. So much had gone wrong in such a short amount of time, and now she found out from Frank that Ivy was captured and being experimented on. Ugh, this is all my fault, she's in there, I can't even imagine what they're doing to her, Harley groaned out. You don't think it's like torture, right? Harley asked Frank. I don't think it's like torture. That's Moth-Aaron torture right there, Frank said as he drank his soda. Screw this, I'm getting her out, Harley growled out, grabbing her bat as Frank wrapped a vine around her arm. That is a lot of big boys with guns and you're one petite young woman with a bat. They ain't gonna come at you one at a time. That's not how that works, Frank exclaimed. Huh, that's actually standard goon operating procedure, Harley said before an old man walked to the factory entrance. Excuse me. I'm so dang lost, and the elderly man was saying before a hazmat-suited goon hit a button and everyone opened fire on the old man, shredding him with a barrage of bullets. Oh, they're doing the all-at-once way now, Harley mused. You know what you need? Frank asked. More bats? Harley asked, raising an eyebrow at this. More crew. You need your crew, woman, Frank told her, making Harley sigh. Hours later, Harley had brought Dr. Psycho from his fortune-teller gig, Clayface from his job with Riddler, and King Shark from his IT job to at least hear her out. However, there was still someone else she needed to contact. And so she sat in the mall holding her cell phone, taking calming breaths. Okay, Harley, you can do this, she told herself before she made a call on her phone and after a few rings. I do believe Naruto had you blocked, GSPLNTZ said, as she answered the phone with an annoyed tone. I know, but this is important. I need his help badly, Harley said with a firm tone. What could you possibly need him for? Wait, let me guess, you want to make out with Joker in front of him again. You want him to nuke a city? 'Cause that's how you get nuked cities. GSPLNTZ said flatly. I'm not gonna look, just send him to the mall. Please. The rest of the crew is here and I need to talk with them all, Harley pleaded. Why should he help you? GSPLNTZ asked, getting annoyed at Harley not saying anything. For SK, Harley Ivy has been kidnapped, and Frank yelled, tired of Harley just not saying it on the phone. Ah hell, hold on, oi. Stop groping Kitna and Jade. You have a mission back in Gotham. GSPLNTZ yelled. Take a message, I'm about to seal the deal, damn it. Naruto was heard yelling as the sounds of flesh slapping flesh echoed through the speaker. Ivy's been kidnapped. GSPLNTZ yelled loudly. What? Wait, Naruto's voice was heard yelling before a green portal opened up in front of Harley as Naruto came running through in his underwear. Sindel, you're in charge till I get back. Keep the concubines in line. Naruto yelled as the portal closed. So you'll help? What about Blackfire and the others? Harley asked curiously. They are busy training up my troops so they are actually competent. Shao Kahn had his troops just rely on pure brute force and brutality. Anyways, start talking. What happened to my favorite redhead? Naruto asked Harley. Can you put a shirt on first? Dr. Psycho asked with a flat tone of voice. Jealous you don't have abs like me, short round? Naruto asked, smirking before Harley threw his clothes at him. Put your clothes on, damn it, Harley ordered as she already had a headache. I don't take orders from you. Be glad I didn't show up, D. Hell, maybe I'll help you find Ivy while streaking. That'd be fun for me, Naruto told her with a smug tone. Oh, for the dude Ivy kidnapped. Focus. Frank yelled at Naruto. Okay. So who the hell kidnapped her? I want to know the next of kin. I will need to send the corpse to, Naruto said as he put on his clothes. Scarecrow Clayface told him as Harley had already filled them in before Naruto arrived. Oh goody, he's on my bucket list. I wanted to ice that since the moment I met him, Naruto exclaimed giddily. What did he do? Shark asked curiously as he figured the villain must have done something to him off if he made his list. Ripped me off. That fear toxin of his was weak to get high on. ING quality product and charging me triple the price. Naruto grunted. You got high of fear toxin? Dr. Psycho asked baffled. No, I didn't. That's the problem. Most it did was make me see my deepest darkest fears. NG weak, Naruto grumbled. Okay, I'm gonna regret asking this. What did you see? Harley asked. I saw myself in a monogamous relationship with a total number 2 out of 10. No, and a total narcissist. Nothing enjoyable about the woman I was with. It was horrible but still weak. Naruto sighed. You saw yourself with Rachel Ziegler? Harley asked curiously. Ha! Don't think you can make up with me with a good joke, woman, Naruto told Harley with a smirk. What's happening? What's shaking? We pullin' a caper? Cyborgman asked, rolling into the room to see everyone talking. Oh wow, you must be desperate if you're recruiting him, Naruto said, surprised at the old man. I wasn't, but I'll take what I can get, Harley admitted. We already know you're back with Joker, no need to announce it, Naruto said with a scoff before he yelled as Harley's bat hit him in the head. I'm not with ING Joker. That kiss was stupid, ING mistake. Harley yelled in a rage. Sure, like we believe that, Shark said with a scoff. Alright, enough of this. Let's go rescue Ivory or whoever. I'll drive, Cyborgman said as he led the way outside. I think I'll walk, Naruto said with a flat tone of voice. What? I'm an excellent snore, Sai said before falling asleep mid-sentence. Maybe I should call my forces, Naruto admitted, cause if this was the best plan they were screwed. Ah yes, how is your new empire, my old friend? Clayface asked as he looked at Naruto. Pretty cool. If you guys need jobs, there's spots open as army commanders. Not for you, Tattoo and Joker's side piece. Naruto was saying before he yelled at Psycho and Harley. I don't need a job from someone whose mommy mocked them on live TV, man, Psycho said with a scoff. And I'm not the Joker's side piece. Harley yelled angrily. Side piece. Stale old bread brought to the table. Call yourself what you want, Naruto said with a shrug. Oh, you gap. I made a stupid mistake and I own that. You don't have to keep shoving it in my damn face. Harley yelled out in a rage. Well, I ain't touching you with the other stuff I used to shove in your face. Now can we move along with this? I have a hot empress to plow as soon as I get back to Outworld, Naruto said. Driver. Sai yelled, waking up, finishing his sentence. What? Let's go, kiddies, we're burning daylight, Sai told them. In the van on the road. Hey, get out of the you schmuck. Sai yelled, driving the van before seeing a man with a cane try to cross the road. Come on. If you don't want to die, get out of the road. Sai exclaimed, swerving around them. Don't throw up. Don't throw up, Shark told himself as he tried not to vomit from Sai's driving while Harley was thrown into Naruto's lap from the sudden swerve. Watch it, Naruto grunted out as he pushed Harley off of him onto the seat. Still ed at her. Stop verbalizing it. You're gonna make Meblurg. Clayface yelled before vomiting up clay which just covered and remerged with his normal clay body. I don't know how you live with yourself, Shark said with a deadpan tone as Harley and Naruto looked on flatly at the clay villain. Before the van suddenly braked, sending them all crashing to the floor. Harley on top of Naruto with her boba s pressed into Hissenface as she straddled him from the fall. If this were any other woman this would be fine with MD, Naruto grumbled. His voice muffled from between her. Tell that to what's poking my, Harley said with a scoff. I'm only human, well, half human. Okay, non-human. Half demon disguised as a human, Naruto said as Harley got off of him. You are one day gonna have to explain your heritage to us, Shark said as he rubbed his head. Sure, but not today, Naruto said, smirking. Hey buddy boy, where do you want me to set up the pretzel-wrapped whiners? Sai asked a hazmat-suited guard outside the factory. The guard looked at a clipboard before looking at the other guards and shook his head as one clicked a button to sound an alarm as they leveled guns at the van. Before any of them could react, a guard suddenly ran over. Pretzel-wrapped whiners. Oh boy, what's the occasion? The idiotic guard asked with an excited smile. It's a big thank you from the boss for all your hard work, Harley said, handing the guard a pretzel-wrapped hot dog. Oh wow. You think they don't notice, but they notice. The guard said happily as he took a bite. Let them in. The guard demanded before singing a tune. Please let me kill him? I'll be doing the world a favor, Naruto pleaded, annoyed as the van drove through the factory gates. Focus, you moron. Besides, you hate doing good deeds, remember? Harley pointed out as she scoffed. You make a compelling argument, Naruto admitted as Sai suddenly stopped the van as guards rushed them clamoring for hot dogs wrapped up in pretzels. Gentlemen and Psycho. Begin Phase 2, Harley ordered with a smirk after handing out the hot dogs. The crew came out of the van and grabbed a bunch of the guards while they were eating and knocked them out before dragging them into the van to take their hazmat suits for a disguise. Does my look fat in this thing? Harley asked. Yes, Naruto said flatly as he threw on his own hazmat suit. Remind me to claw your eyes out later, Harley said with a scowl. Hey, I didn't say I wouldn't take a crack at it, it's definitely in the top 3. I just don't Joker side pieces. I have some standards, Naruto said with a firm tone. Okay, so you can yourself out to any woman with a rack, but I kiss Joker and I'm the horrible person? Harley asked as Hey eyebrow twitched. Yup. Glad we had this talk? Naruto asked as he smirked before the crew started to make their way to the factory in disguise. Oh please, he's obviously just mad cause he actually cares about her, Psycho grumbled under his breath before he and the others suddenly tripped in their clunky suits. Most definitely, Shark said from the ground while Clayface nodded in agreement. Oi! I heard that. I do not care for her, Naruto yelled. Oh please, if Joker showed up and smacked the hell out of me like the old days, yo, Harley was saying before Naruto cut her off. He did what? That son of a… How dare he strike a woman? You only hit them if they ask for it in bed, damn it. Like Power Girl does, Naruto yelled. Oh my god, you actually care about me, Harley said with a grin. No. Lies and slander. I do not care for anyone. I am evil down to my pitch black heart. Naruto yelled as he opened the door to the factory using a keycard as they entered the green gas-filled factory. So the fact that you only came here to save Ivy? Psycho asked curiously. Don't test me, Mr. Frodo. I will kick your back to the Shire. Besides, I'm gonna kill Crane and then Ivy's sweet sugary on his Angie grave. Naruto growled out. So Clayface off topic, but how was henching for Riddler? Was it fun? I heard his breath stinks, but the person who told me had nasty breath, so he could be an unreliable source, Shark questioned. That's who you got work with? Oh god, I'm so sorry you had to deal with that jackass. Did he have you make those stupid trophies? Naruto asked. Guys, shut it. We can't find Ivy if we can't hear her, Harley hissed out before they suddenly heard Ivy's scream coming from down the hallway. And so ends that long and enduring search, Psycho said flatly as they ran forward to where Ivy's voice was coming from. Knock knock. Naruto yelled as he slammed his left hand against the sliding door, and a moment later the door was decayed to reveal Ivy in a surgical gown shackled to a table, screaming her lungs out with no one else around. Oh god, what did they do to her? Harley yelled. I fear they poisoned Ivy. Clayface said, grabbing a nearby canister labeled fear toxin, which gained him flat looks from the others. Really? Nothing? Should have saved that for a lower stakes situation, Clayface muttered. Naruto, can you overhaul whatever's messing with her out of her? Harley asked. Who you talking to? Of course I can. Naruto said as he grabbed Ivy with his right hand and overhauled her into paste before reforming her, yet she still screamed, ah, so bad news, whatever Scarecrow did was made with her DNA and I can't tell what's her DNA or the poisons. Naruto said with a frown. Yeah, we should hurry this up. The fear toxin's destroying her brain, so if we don't do something soon she's gonna be stuck like this forever, Psycho said, scanning her with telepathy. Don't worry, I know just how to save her, Harley said before punching Ivy in the face, knocking her out. Why did you do that? Psycho asked. I had to knock her out so we could get into her brain. Like I was knocked out when we went into mine, Harley said. No, you just happened to be knocked out before. So really all you've done is punch your friend in the face, you idiot, Psycho said with a groan of irritation. Oh well, whoops, Harley responded sheepishly. Next time you two want to punch each other, can you at least do it in a mud wrestling pit? Naruto asked as he held up his hand. Ignoring that. Let's just get in there and fix her up, and let's not mention the W-gap face punching thingy to her, Harley said with a sheepish chuckle. But if we go in her brain, that'd leave our bodies out here all cute and unprotected, Shark said. Okay then, Harley, you go in while I keep watch, Naruto said with a firm tone. Or I'll watch your body, Sai offered as he approached. Harley, you go in and I'll make sure he doesn't watch over you, Naruto offered. Yeah, I'm with the man here. Last time you were around our bodies you tried to incinerate them, Psycho said as he looked at the old man. Hey, I could have done much worse. Sai said as he waved his hand dismissively. Not the point. Harley, you and Psycho and the others go in. I'll stay out here with the old man in case of guards, Naruto said as he cracked his knuckles. This mean you forgive me? Harley asked as Naruto protecting her was a good sign in her eyes. Nope. I just want to kill these Gap-s. I always enjoy slaughtering people just doing their jobs. It makes their cries and pleas sound so heartbreaking and hilarious, Naruto said with a smirk. Anyone tell you you're a few fries short of a happy meal? Psycho asked as he looked at Naruto with a bewildered look. Happy meal? Where? I want my Szechuan sauce, damn it. Naruto yelled as he looked around. Yeah, not touching that one. Okay, in we go, Psycho said as all of them held hands and entered Ivy's mind, leaving Sai and Naruto alone. As Harley fell over, Naruto paused as her was more pronounced after she fell. Yeah, hey babe. I need a favor, Naruto said as he took out his phone and hit the speed dial. I'm not wearing Harley's bum shorts, Raven's voice said with a flat tone. Wait, that was an option. Memo to us for cosplay night. Or wait, maybe Melina should wear those, Naruto mused. What do you want? Raven asked with a sigh. I want you waiting in my bed, bent over and ready to go, Naruto demanded. Let me guess, Harley got to you? Raven asked flatly. Damn it, woman, just be ready. We should be almost done here. They're fixing Ivy's head right now, and when I'm done you and I are going for a trip to Pound Town, Naruto exclaimed. Oh fine. Seeing as you are saving a friend, I had an idea to reward you anyway, Raven said, smirking lightly using a sensual tone she knew got Naruto going. I want you in the worst way, Naruto growled as his eyes glowed lightly. Raven chuckled at this as she hung up. Okay, we are super duper. Hunky-dory. Okay, snore, Sai was saying before he fell asleep, his head hitting an alarm button as guards rushed in. Dad damn it, Naruto groaned. Alright, all you low-paid Gap-s line up. You're about to get some new health benefits. I call it free cremation, Naruto said as he walked over to the guards entering and grabbed one's face and decayed him. Oh, waste this. A guard yelled as 10 of them brought out guns. I am, but at least I can get laid, Naruto yelled, smirking as he rushed at one of the guards and overhauled him into paste before turning to the other 8 guards and cackling. So boys, a little question. Are any of you married? Naruto asked, smirking. I am one, said, raising his hand briefly from his gun before Naruto was in front of him in a burst of speed and overhauled him into a bloody smear. I'll give her the bad news about your death. After she's done riding my... Naruto cackled with insane glee. What the is he? A guard yelled, terrified. A real Angie villain, Naruto said, smirking before he rushed at the others and turned them all into smears of red on the wall. Ah, that was fun. Naruto chuckled as Harley and the others woke up from their mental excursion to see all the blood. Holy! Psycho said, wide-eyed. Why was I her greatest fear? Harley asked herself, ignoring the carnage. What the? Ivy asked, wide-eyed as she looked around to see the blood and gore. Red, welcome back to the world of the living. Good to see you back to your normal self again. Also, since you're not screaming like crazy, digging the gown and the lack of panties underneath it, Naruto said, smirking at the redhead. Off you perv. And who the braided my hair? Ivy asked, seeing a hair braid. I was bored, Sai said simply. I like it, Naruto admitted as he looked at her hair. Oh. Thanks, Ivy said to Naruto, surprised at this compliment. Yeah, it looks like it'd be hot to hold and grab, while I'm behind you balls deep, ga. Cut the crap. Naruto yelled as Harley walked over and slapped him on the back of his head. There it is. Look, we have way bigger problems. Scarecrow is about to destroy Gotham, Ivy said. And the bad news? Naruto asked, raising an eyebrow at this. Your stuff that's in Gotham? Psycho pointed out. Ha! Nice try, I can steal more. What's my incentive to save Gotham? I have a W-Gap realm to rule over with my harem of S. Naruto pointed out. Realm? Ivy asked, raising an eyebrow at this. Long story, Harley said with a groan at this. Hey, I am an emperor now. I will be shown the proper respect I deserve. Especially if you want me to help save this dunghill of a city, Naruto said. A bowl of ramen and a threesome from both me and Red? Harley offered. Sold. Let's go, Ice Scarecrow. I'm gonna enjoy killing Crane. Naruto yelled happily. Sellout Psycho coughed into his fist at Naruto caving so easily. Your ex seems happy with what I sell her. All night. Over and over and over again. That reminds me I should bring her to the palace later, Naruto mused. Let's go, Ivy said, leading them out the room. Wait, Ive. Why am I your biggest fear? Harley asked as everyone followed after her. Harley, I can't talk about this right now, Ivy said as she tried to change the subject. Is it because when we go out to eat I ask to see a dessert menu and it makes dinner last 5 minutes longer? Harley asked curiously. No, but I do hate that 'cause you never order anything, Ivy admitted. I always forget we have cookies at home, Harley said with a pout. What's wrong with that? Sound reasoning to me. Then again, I guess I'm more of a social butterfly compared to you, Red, Naruto said with a shrug. Last time you were socializing you painted a bar red with the blood of the customers, Shark said. They sold me mozzarella sticks and tried to charge me a premium for sauce. They had it coming, Naruto declared. Look, I can't go on not knowing why I'm some bad guy in your brain setting fire to things, and Harley said. Probably 'cause she's into you, Naruto said with a scoff. Huh? Harley asked as she looked at Naruto. What? Ivy asked, also looking at the blonde. Let's put it into perspective. You two are clearly close friends that have been through a lot. Ivy has on multiple occasions tried to steer you away from Joker and any and all the harm he's caused you. Mentally, physically, whatever. And each time it nearly works only for you to revert back, undoing any and all progress. She fears you because time and time again you make her think you'll change when in reality you never do. Naruto said calmly as if he had this prepared. Since when are you a therapist? Clayface asked curiously. I gave myself a doctorate when I took over Outworld, Naruto said simply. All this and you couldn't tell I regretted kissing Joker? Harley asked baffled. Oh, I know you do, Naruto admitted. Then why were you giving me crap? Harley growled out. Maybe 'cause I find it hot as hell when you're determined to prove yourself. Or maybe because I'm a lunatic killer with a penchant for chaos. Take your pick, Naruto said simply. I'm gonna vote for all of the above, Psycho said. Same, Shark said as he raised his hand. I agree with my two compatriots here, Clayface said, raising his hand. I'd raise my hand but my arm is sore, Sai said. Look, we can worry about Naruto's crazy later. We need to go stop Scarecrow from waging biological with my pheromones, Ivy said. Hey, I'm not as bad as my mom. You should see her when she's building a snowman, Naruto said with a shudder. What does she make, an evil Frosty the snowman who eats people or some? Psycho asked. No, she makes a snowman out of coke and snorts the W-gap thing. Last time she did that she ended up beating the out of Lobo with his own bike, Naruto admitted. Your mom can take on Lobo. Everyone but Ivy yelled in shock at this. It's not that impressive when you know her powers, ing life hack bull. He's a cool guy though. We usually hang out cracking space beers, Naruto admitted. Hey, so I just found something. It ain't just Scarecrow we're after, Psycho said, holding up a piece of paper with the Legion of Doom's logo on the paperwork for Scarecrow's experiment on Ivy. Legion of Doom? Those pricks. Harley yelled angrily. Okay, going after one of my favorite gals is the line. Can I please kill Lex? I'll make him wish it was my mother after him again when I'm done with him. Naruto yelled. What did she do to him? Clayface asked curiously. She pranked him by giving him a stethoscope that made him Ed for a weekend. Also, she made him bald. Separate thing from that, but it's the reason he hates her, Naruto said with a grin before they got outside and saw the van get towed. The van? Harley yelled angrily, seeing this. Alright, I guess I'll just turn into a car, Sai sighed. Wait, what? Naruto asked as Sai clicked a button on his arm. Yeah, in 1984 a toy company came out with a new line. It was a huge success and the CIA took notice. For my last assignment I underwent a procedure using an experimental technology. It changed me forever, it made me a transchanger, Sai said as his body literally ripped apart and turned into a car with his head as a hood ornament and turrets on the back of the car. I thought you'd be against transgender stuff, Naruto said, quirking an eyebrow while everyone else freaked out from the gory transformation. Traps changer, you moron. Now get in me, Sai yelled. This is the only time I'm getting inside of a man, Naruto said flatly as he got in with the others. So, one of your favorite gals? Ivy asked, raising an eyebrow at Naruto. Hush, trick. Naruto yelled as he smacked her before she got into the van as they sped off to the Harley Quinn highway to see a convoy of 4 trucks driven by Scarecrow and his goons on the crazy highway. I don't think I've ever ridden on the Harley Quinn highway, Shark said, sitting in a gun turret. They let me design it myself when I threatened to nuke the city. Kind of regretting some of my creative choices, Harley admitted. Wouldn't be the first crazy Harley I've ridden on. And this one doesn't yell, pull my hair, Daddy, Naruto said with a smirk as they drove off a ramp through 2 rings of fire and a shark pit in between. It was one time. Harley yelled at Naruto, obviously not amused. No, it wasn't, Ivy said flatly. Okay, it was a lot of times, maybe crazy, but is he good, Harley admitted. Damn straight. Naruto yelled with a prideful smile. I think the trucks are bulletproof, Shark yelled as he fired at a truck from the turret and it did nothing. Pull me up to them, Naruto ordered as he rolled down one of the windows and loved his hands. Alright. Sai yelled as he drove himself as fast as he could to catch up to the side of truck. This is for kidnapping one of my besties. Naruto yelled, slamming his right hand on the truck to overhaul it by making it crush in on itself, sending blood flying from the crushed bodies inside. 1 down, 3 more to go. Let's get ing bloody. Naruto yelled. Oh, they brought overhaul. Scarecrow yelled as he took off as fast as possible. Get back here, Crane. The Wizard of Oz sent me to deliver your brain. Gahahahaha. Naruto cackled as he overhauled a second truck and killed the crew inside. I think I'm falling for him, Harley grumbled under her breath at this as they pulled up to the 3rd truck and crushed it with another overhaul. Alright, 3 trucks now for Crane. I'm gonna enjoy killing you so much, Gap. Kidnap my and sell me weak as product. Say hi to my dad in hell when you get there if he's not still retired in California, Naruto said as they pulled up to Scarecrow's truck. I told you that was meant for use on Batman, not yourself. Scarecrow yelled out. You think that weak shot would have affected him? Don't make me laugh. Naruto yelled as he slammed his left hand on the truck and started to decay it. Oh! Scarecrow yelled as he jumped out the door of the truck, grabbing a canister of his modified fear toxin and leapt into the reservoir below with it. Which the water then caused trees in the nearby park to become infected and turn into walking, man-eating monstrosities. Trees eating people. Gotta admit, I'm kind of impressed, Naruto admitted as trees started to run rampant, eating others. We gotta stop this. If we don't, we have to move, and there's no way I'm living in Metropolis. Harley yelled, watching as the mutant trees at a bunch of civilians. You know I own a realm, right? You and Ivy can both live there if you want, Naruto pointed out. What about us? Psycho asked as he pointed at himself. What about you? Naruto asked flatly. Hey! Shark yelled, offended, while Clayface frowned. What? I gave you and Clay the offer, which still stands. Psycho's the only one I have no issues if he becomes mulch. Though if he is okay with being my court jester and taking orders from many women, I can maybe see letting him come, Naruto said with a smirk. I'd rather die, Psycho said flatly. Okay, so all in favor of us bailing to Outworld, say yow. Let go, I need that woman. Naruto yelled as Ivy twisted his ear. We're not gonna bail until we have 0 options, Ivy told him. I's right. So let's have her just control those trees to stop killing things, Harley suggested. And if you try to bail, I'm gonna take what makes you a man and rip it off. Ivy yelled, letting go of Naruto's ear. My man card? You'll never take it from me. Never. I went through hell to get that thing. Naruto yelled. She means she's gonna have you fixed, you idiot, Harley said with an eye roll. Oh hell nah. No way, I'm getting the Bob Barker treatment. Spay and neuter Psycho instead. Naruto yelled as he pointed at the psychic. You all. Psycho yelled as the group leapt down to the park to confront the mutant trees. Ivy immediately tried to control one to stop it from eating a balloon vendor. Stop. Put him down. Ivy ordered, only for the tree to ignore her and eat the man before growling and shambling towards her. Okay, so I can't control them. Ivy yelled back at the others. Will they respond to heavy scolding? Harley asked curiously. Do they look Asian? Naruto asked flatly. Just run. Harley yelled at her crew as they all ran away from the angry tree army as they fired razor-sharp leaf needles. This is my favorite top US. Ivy yelled as her jacket now had a gap in the collar. That razor leaf actually works? I owe Nintendo an apology. Naruto yelled as he ducked under some razor leaves which hit Sai in the back above his wheelchair. Ugh! Sweet Roosevelt's ghost. Sai yelled as he suddenly stood up from his wheelchair from the hit acupuncture works. I'm healed, baby. He yelled happily. His joy was cut short as more razor leaves flew into his non-cyborg leg. Easy come, easy go. Sai sighed as he fell back into his wheelchair. I am slain, Clophis yelled as he was hit by a barrage of leaves. Clayface, is this for real or an acting death scene? Naruto asked as he took cover behind a boulder. I was going to perform a scene, yes, Clayface admitted with a sigh at his dramatic scene being ruined. Hey, why aren't you decaying these giant trees trying to kill us? Harley asked Naruto. 'Cause I don't want Red Ed at me for killing off trees, Naruto said with a shrug. Now you're kissing my? Just do it. Ivy yelled as they all took cover. Well, now if you want me to kiss it, just remove those pants and bend over, baby, Naruto said with a smirk before Ivy slapped him. Earn it. Ivy yelled as she hid with Harley. Me now, that's incentive. Hey, tree minions. Let me show you something. Naruto yelled as he placed his left hand on the ground and sent a wave of decay at the approaching trees and turned them and the ground to ash. Nov job overhaul. Now you just need to do that to the rest of the trees, Harley said, pointing at the trees eating people throughout the park. That's a lot of them. Hold on, Naruto said as he took out his phone and hit the speed dial. Yes, darling? GSPLNTZ answered. Hey GSPY, I need a favor. Giant mutant trees attacking Gotham. Not involving me this time. Do me a favor and call Wonder Jugs. Tell her if she brings the league I'll give her 10 free sessions, Naruto requested. I'm afraid that won't be possible to get the Justice League, GSPLNTZ said with a bored tone. Oh god damn it. Which wad is distracting the League of Dipshits this time? Naruto demanded. Your mother, GSPLNTZ responded. Retracted. Okay, backup plan, have Sindel lead the armies of Outworld here. Open a portal at my location. Bring everyone who can fight. Anyone who can't bring as meat shields and bait. Naruto ordered. Yes dear, GSPLNTZ said before hanging up. As the call ended, a massive green portal opened behind Naruto, and what looked like an army of Tarkatans, centaurs, and Shokins ran out roaring with weapons in hand as they rushed towards the mutant trees. I'm surprised you called your army to deal with them. You're usually the type to let heroes deal with this crap, Harley admitted, watching a Tarkatan stab a tree with their arm blades. They have their hands full, Naruto said with a slight shudder. In Vegas. Meanwhile, a Las Vegas casino suddenly exploded as Aquaman was sent crashing through the roof of said casino, the structure toppling down as Superman, Wonder Woman, Hal Jordan, Martian Manhunter, and Green Arrow escaped the collapsing building. Everyone okay? Superman asked as he hovered in the air. I'm fine, where's Aquaman? Flash asked as he ran over. He thought he could take me on. That weak little. No wonder my son Ed his weak pansy. A female voice yelled as Kushina walked out from the collapsing building. This ends now, Superman said as he flew at Kushina. The air around Kushina Uzumaki is the equivalent of green kryptonite, Kushina said with a cruel smirk as a swirl symbol appeared around her and started to affect the air around her. As soon as Superman got close to it, he crashed into the ground, groaning in agonizing pain. Soups! Flash yelled as he planned to run and get his pal out of the area. Barry Allen, when fighting in Vegas you are as slow as a mortal, Kushina said as he rushed over to grab Superman when Kushina placed a hand on his shoulder just as he bent down to pick him up with his super speed. What? Barry yelled as he tried to run away with Superman before he found himself not speeding up. He was as fast as the average human carrying a Kryptonian. Kushina smiled cruelly as she slugged Barry in the back of the head, sending him into the dirt, a poor fool. But I guess Iris will be happy you're not a quick shot in bed now, Kushina said with a cackle. Enough games. Hal Jordan yelled as he tried to cage Kushina with his lantern ring. The clothing of Kushina Uzumaki will turn yellow, Kushina declared as she grabbed herself as the cage surrounded her only for it to disperse the moment it made contact with her now yellow clothing. What in Hera's name is this power of hers, Wonder Woman asked as she readied her sword and shield. The Martian Manhunter read Kushina's mind, and after a few moments his eyes widened in surprise. That's right, Green Boy. I'm unstoppable. You fools will die if you don't let me get back to my coke binge, Kushina declared, smirking. What's her power, John? Hal asked as he scowled at this. She can warp reality around her. Be it her body, the air, anything she can touch, John said with a horrified tone. My brat calls it New Order, seeing as I have to give the order to change whatever I'm changing. Gotta say it's pretty fitting, Kushina said with a grin at this. Anything she can touch, huh? Green Arrow asked as he drew his bow. Let's see her try against me, he said before letting loose an arrow which Kushina caught with her hand before she crushed it easily. Okay, how is he in your team of heroes? This an inclusion thing? Gotta meet your quota of useless members? Or is this a funding thing for backup without Bruce around? Kushina asked as the league paled hearing this. Oh, that's right. I know who all of you are. Every single member of the league. Every hero. Every villain. I know every identity. So tell me, boys and Wonder Purr, how ed are you? Kushina asked, smirking at the heroes before she charged at them. With Naruto and the others. Okay, getting real sick of these trees. Naruto growled out as he decayed another tree. Calm yourself, husband, Sindel told him as she wrapped her hair around a tree and ripped it in half while Melina stabbed another with Sayus alongside Kitna using her fans and Jade using her staff. Husband? Ivy asked with a raised eyebrow. Long story, will explain when we're not in danger. And oh god, is Gordon driving a tank? Naruto yelled. Overhaul. Finally, I shall have my vengeance on you for Angie, my daughter. Gordon yelled, driving a tank through the park. Really, I'm the concern? Not the giant ing tree monsters. Naruto yelled at the police commissioner. Yes. You defiled my baby girl. Gordon yelled as he continued to drive his tank. Hey, she asked for it. She had a ridding crop for S sake. That is kinky as hell. Naruto yelled as he ran from the tank. And Ed, my wife. Gordon yelled. Well, you weren't ing her and she paid a premium. Naruto yelled. And stole my good whiskey. Gordon yelled. I don't remember doing that, Naruto admitted. Oh, I'm blaming you anyways. Gordon yelled before a large amount of silver hair wrapped around his throat and pulled him out of the tank. You will not threaten my emperor, you miserable plebeian, Sindel declared with a glare at the commissioner. Dear God, I'm ing her brains out later, Naruto declared with a smirk before Harley leapt into the tank and attacked the other cops manning it. Hey, we have a tank now. Your army's dealing with the trees, so let's go blow up the Legion of Doom, Harley declared happily. This is the happiest moment of my life. I finally get to destroy that Thai building. Naruto laughed as he jumped onto the tank with the rest of the crew. Sindel, you and Blackfire are in charge. Kill the rest of these trees. And if any civilians die, men, Naruto ordered as they drove to the Legion building. I hereby tender my resignation from this Thai Legion. Harley yelled as she fired her tank. Good thing my ES that work there are off today. Naruto mused. Before the missile could connect, however, the building exploded as a giant purple and green tower erupted from the ground. Hello, Gotham. Joker here. Joker's voice declared from a view screen. Oh god, this gap. Wake me when he says something interesting, Naruto groaned out. You know, the Legion used to stand for something. At least until it started letting in second-rate clowns with cheap dye jobs, Joker declared. How dare he? I go to a very high-end salon every week. Harley yelled. Harles, I've seen you neck deep in 6 different bottles you bought at the drugstore, Ivy said as she shook her head. Damn it, I forgot you were here, Harley groaned out. Gotham deserves better for a villain. Someone elegant. Someone who speaks French. Joker declared. Don't think you can up to me, Gap. Naruto yelled out loudly, thinking the mad clown meant him. Not you, you joke. I mean moi, of course. Joker declared as he had a giant harpoon raise from the eye of his face on the tower as it fired a harpoon at a clock tower with a flag of his face. Well, at least we have a tank still to him up with, Harley declared before another tap was thrown into theirs, crashing it as the group got out of the wreckage. I hate to be a downer, but we are utterly screwed. Actually, I didn't hate it that much. Maybe I enjoy being a downer, Shark said as they all tried to get to safely. Well, we're out of plans, so here's my idea. Ivy, drink some of that liquid that's mutating the trees and become stronger and destroy the tower, Psycho said as he looked at the group. That was an option? Harley asked wide-eyed. We don't know if it works like that, Naruto said as he crossed his arms. I'll give it a shot, Ivy sighed out. It was either she tried this or they died. Ivy ran to a hose spewing the chemical-laced water before drinking it as she suddenly grew to the size of a building. Her clothes ripping apart as she grew till she was in effectively a gray skirt and a white torn top. That's hot. Naruto yelled, seeing the giant Ivy before she rushed over to some mutant trees and gave one a backbreaker, destroying it as more rushed her. Have you look great? Harley yelled, watching her stomp a giant mutant tree. You think? I didn't go too big? Ivy asked as she turned to show off her new look. No way you're pulling it off. Honestly, you could have gone bigger, Harley told her. Yeah, you look great, babe, Naruto yelled as he gave a double thumbs up. $30 if you put me in your pocket. Psycho yelled, waving a wad of cash. Getting looks what? I gotta type. You knew this, Psycho said, putting away the money, before Naruto slugged him in the head, shoving him into the dirt. As this happened, a tree mutant leapt from underground and grabbed Harley and ran. Before Ivy ran after the mutant tree and punched a gap through it, killing it, and grabbed Harley. Ivy, you saved me and killed trees for us. I didn't think you cared about anything more than trees, Harley said with a smile. Well, yeah, I guess there's a handful of exceptions, Ivy said. That include me? Naruto asked, striding over. We will see, Ivy said with a slight coy smile. Look, Ivy, I'm sorry about everything that happened before all this. We good? Harley asked. Sigh. Wouldn't it be messed up if I ate you right now? Ivy asked with a smirk before she and Harley laughed. Their laughter was cut short as a harpoon suddenly impaled Ivy through her back and exiting out her chest in a shower of green blood. Ivy! Naruto, heal her! Harley yelled as Naruto rushed over. Don't die on me, Red! Don't die on me! Naruto yelled as he went to reach for her before her eyes closed and flowers started to bloom around her now lifeless body. Sorry, Ivy said with one last smile as she took her final breath as Joker laughed over the view screen. Naruto's eyes went wide seeing this before he growled, as he glared at the Joker's giant TV screen. You think I'm a joke? I'll show you a joke. Now you're gonna see what happens when I stop holding back. He declared as his hair started to turn white as he ripped the glove off his decay hand and grabbed the ground, which instantly cracked and started to die. She's gone, so now I'll destroy everything. Naruto yelled as the ground started to crack as a large storm of ash started to burst from around Naruto. Everyone's eyes widened seeing this before Raven's shadow engulfed all of them, including Ivy's body, as everything went to hell in the park. Portals opened up for the outworld forces to escape from what was coming. Joker, you think you're the devil in the pale moonlight, right? I'll show you a real devil. Naruto yelled as his eyes turned red while his decay hand started to crack and bleed. Gotham University. It was at first a simple, boring day for one Barbara Gordon. The redhead daughter of Police Commissioner James Gordon was busy with her studies, writing a history paper in her dorm room. Simple college stuff. And then the news feed had broadcasted a bunch of killer trees eating people in Gotham Park, attacking random passers-by and slaughtering many. If that weren't bad enough, it seemed the Joker was involved, as he was now broadcasting to all of Gotham about being better than the League and Harley Quinn and hell even Overhaul. Now Barbara has seen some crazy before, having lived in Gotham for a very, very, very long time since her father joined the police force here. And she had seen all manner of crazy stories, like Killer Croc eating an entire buffet including the people, or Scarecrow dousing a corn maze in fear toxin, or Overhaul doing pretty much anything since he's a lunatic. A good lay? Absolutely. But definitely insane. However, seeing a live showing of Poison Ivy getting murdered and speared by a large harpoon in front of Overhaul, Harley Quinn, and the rest of Quinn's crew, all while Joker laughed about it? Yeah, she could just tell things were gonna go bad. Joker, you think you're the devil in the pale moonlight, right? I'll show you a real devil. The angry roar of Overhaul himself echoed through the news broadcast as he slammed his left hand onto the ground, his eyes flaring red in color as his hair started to turn stark white. His decay hand cracking and bleeding as a massive dust storm kicked up around him. And then Barbara looked outside her window and saw only dust and ash spreading across the city as a W gap. All the ash, all the dust, all the destruction spreading through the city streets and buildings and taking everything with it. No building was safe. People were in the streets being turned to ash in mere moments of contact. And the ash was coming right towards her and the college she stayed at. Oh frick! Barbara yelled wide-eyed at the oncoming destruction. She wasn't going to be able to outrun this. She was so gonna die as the byproduct of the man-villain she occasionally ed going on a mass murder rampage. She, however, would survive as a black portal opened up beneath her feet and dropped her to a new place to stay at while the devastation raged on. Outworld. Harley groaned as she and her crew were brought through black portals. Ivy's body nearby as the group gazed to see black portals opening up around them as civilians were dropped through the portals to this place. Where the are we now? Psycho asked with a groan as he sat up. Welcome to Outworld, GSPLNTZ said as she approached the mass of people holding a megaphone. One of your heroes, Raven of the Teen Bobrans, has brought you here to escape the destruction occurring on Gotham. GSPLNTZ said as she gestured to the goth woman meditating and floating in the air, maintaining her concentration. What the is even going on? 1 minute I was sealing the deal with some dumb broad, and now I'm here, a male voice said as one of the civilians looked around. You should be grateful you're alive. Joker has caused a rage to well up in my beloved, and now he is currently unleashing all of his anger out on everything, GSPLNTZ said. Isn't that an average Tuesday for him, Ga? Cut the Psycho asked before Blackfire slapped the back of his head. Not like this. What you've all experienced beforehand is him mildly annoyed. With what Joker just did, there are maybe 2 people on Earth that can stop him. And one definitely isn't going to, GSPLNTZ told them. So what are we supposed to do? Sit on our hands and knees and just wait for this to end? That? Send me back to my condo. I got to do. A random civilian complained. Your condo is most likely reduced to ash. And if you go back you'll be facing the same thing, Fool Sindel said with a scoff. Oh please, that idiot was in the park and I live downtown, he can't have reached that far. The civilian said with a scoff. Oh? Just show them what's happening in Gotham. Sindel ordered as she took a seat on her throne accompanied by her daughters to watch the show. With Naruto not here, she was highest ranking authority-wise as his empress. But of course GSPLNTZ nodded as she created a large TV to show the carnage back in Gotham. The entire city was decimated. Buildings reduced to ash and dust. The trees in the park reduced to splinters. The ground all cracked and decimated. All life seemed dead in what was now a bleak and desolate wasteland. Holy! He's paying me for my condo. I had 5 years left on my payments, the same civilian yelled. Baraka silence, that one, Sindel ordered, irritated at the man's constant whining and engy. Shink! The sound of the Tarkatan warrior's arm blade sounded as it pierced through the man's neck before Baraka started to violently devour the dying man with his razor-sharp teeth. The other survivors screamed in horror and started to panic at this. Pro tip: if you want to live through your stay here, then keep your mouth shut, Raven said as she floated above them, getting the attention of the panicking civilians. Were you able to save everyone? Kitana asked the goth woman curiously. Only who I could. I had to prioritize people Naruto would actually regret killing, like his clients. Roughly 25% of the civilian population died despite how fast I opened portals, Raven said as she took a breath to recuperate some of her stamina. Well, on the bright side, Naruto now has the highest body count in Gotham, King Shark said after a few moments of stunned silence. Wait, you prioritized the man's clients? Psycho asked as he looked up at Raven. I tried to save everyone, but I had to act swiftly to save them in case it drove Naruto's rage even further later on, Raven explained. She wasn't doing it to be nice or discriminatory. It was to prevent as much damage in the future as possible. Not to mention opening so many portals took a lot of concentration, especially when a deadly force like decay was destroying everything within the city in a matter of seconds. Please tell me you failed to save my ex-wife? Psycho asked pleadingly. Oh please, she's a VIP. She's currently with your son in the palace accompanied by Jade, GSPLNTZ said with a scoff at the midget. The one thing I want. Does God hate me or some? Psycho groaned out. I mean, I definitely do, Blackfire said with a glare at the midget. I'm sorry, Harley said sadly, tears in her eyes as she looked to see Ivy's corpse laying down next to her. Bring her. As one of my husband's precious people, I shall allow her to be buried in my garden, Sindel said as she stood from her throne. What about the rest of us? A civilian asked. You will be allowed asylum here as long as you show respect to our mother and per laws, Melina told them. Well, that doesn't sound too bad, Clayface said. And any who disobey shall be severely beaten, ripped apart, and served to the Tarkatan horde for their meals while still alive, Melina said, finishing her explanation. Well, Clayface groaned out as that sounded horrible. Relax, you of my husband's team get special treatment. Except the midget, should he cross any lines, then Fables has an appropriate punishment for him, Sindel said, grinning kindly at Harley's crew before she glared at Psycho. Fables is here? Harley asked, surprised at this. Yes, she agreed to work for us after my ex-husband's untimely end, Sindel said, smirking at the memory of Shao Kahn getting decimated by Naruto. Hey, something's happening with that clown's tower, Superwoman said, gesturing to the magic TV. Joker's tower. Gotham Park. The tower Joker had been using for a hideout had been quickly reduced to ash by Naruto's decay power. However, if there is one thing you can say about the Joker is he's resilient. As such, the Joker-faced head of the tower had dislodged itself from the tower before the wave of decay could hit it like the rest of Gotham, and was in the air flying via helicopter blades out the top. Well, now I didn't expect that. For a pathetic joke, you actually do have a lot of power at your fingertips. Color me impressed, Joker voiced out via a speaker coming from the flying head. Flattery will get you nowhere, clown. I'm gonna strangle you with your intestines for what you did to Ivy. The now white-haired and red-eyed Naruto growled out. Oh, I thought the big bad overhaul didn't care about anyone else? I thought caring for others was a weakness you don't have, Joker asked mockingly. You know, you're talking a lot of for dead man, Joker. But you know what? I'm done, Naruto said, glaring straight at the clown-faced copter. Oh? Done with what? Your tantrum? Your bravado? Joker asked. No. I'm done lowering myself to you pathetic mortals. I think it's time I embrace my true heritage. I think it's time to show the world what I can really do. And to start, I'm gonna tear you and Crane both from that stupid-looking flying head, and I'm gonna drag you both to hell myself, and it's not gonna be a quick journey. I will rain down every agony on your flesh and bones. I will rip you both to pieces over and over and over again. And I will not stop for any reason. You two are going to suffer. You wanted the devil? You got him. Naruto yelled in white-hot rage at the clown and scarecrow housed within the flying machine. Oh my, how scary. Get a load of this scarecrow. Why would I fear you, brat? You can't even touch us if we're in the air. You have to make contact with us for either of your powers to work, and you can't fly. You can't touch us, but our guns can touch you. Joker yelled, laughing as the Joker head's eyes suddenly sprouted guns. This action caused Naruto not to cower, but to laugh. Uproariously laugh. A solid plan. Just one problem, you stupid tards, Naruto said with an unsettling grin. Huh? What's he on about? Crane asked through the speaker, confused. Who said I can't fly? Naruto asked as two large black feathered wings sprouted from his back, ripping through his trenchcoat. As for the first time in a very long time, Naruto tapped into his angelic blood to summon his wings. He has wings? Crane asked, wide-eyed. Oh please, just 'cause he looks like Stolas doesn't mean he's a threat to us, Joker said with a scoff, unimpressed by the wings. Oi! I'm a Blitzo, damn it! Get that through your skull! Naruto yelled out in a rage. So you are a head case that does all this because you are covering up for your own UPS you regret? Crane asked curiously. Ha! I won the pool. ING called it. Where's Sinestro? He owes me $20, Joker asked with a mad cackle. You're not gonna be collecting anything. Not from where I'm sending you fools. The Netherrealm awaits you too. Naruto yelled as he flapped his wings and flew up at the clown copter. Said copter responded by firing its guns at Naruto, who took the hits directly to the face and seemed to careen off downward towards the ground, his head bursting in a shower of gore. Well, that was easy. Who's for Chinese? Joker asked Crane before Naruto's hand burst through the bottom of the copper and grabbed Crane by his face. Come here. Naruto yelled as he flew and slammed Crane into the wall, ramming the back of the Scarecrow-themed villain's head into the wall. What the hell? Joker yelled, wide-eyed. Regeneration, mother courtesy of my father. Don't be sad though. As soon as I'm done ripping the hay out of this scarecrow, I'll be over there strangling you with the scarves I rip out your. Naruto yelled as he flew along the walls of the flying vehicle and dragged Crane with him, dragging the doctor against the wall as he screamed in pain. In Outworld, he has wings now. Okay, what the? Where were all those ING times we could have used them? Psycho yelled angrily. His feathers take forever to get out of his clothes, Raven said with a flat tone of voice at her ex's reason for not using his wings more often. Are you ING kidding? Harley yelled out in a rage at this stupid explanation. I'm more surprised by his regenerative capabilities. I knew he could heal with his overhaul abilities, but not from a lethal wound, Clayface admitted. That's a gift from his father, though it came with a cost, Raven said with a sigh. A cost? Ultra Girl asked the goth woman curiously. Can't say in front of the midget, GSPLNTZ said with a firm tone as she looked at Raven to tell her to shut up. Oh, like I would say it when I was the first one he trusted with that info, Raven said with a scoff. Oh, so you do miss him, Harley said teasingly, making Raven roll her eyes. My, he's even better than I thought. Such power he's been hiding from his beloved Empress, Sindel said, licking her lips. Technically I'm his beloved, seeing I was his first love and first everything really, Raven said as she lightly glared at Sindel, her demon blood making her feel possessive. Except his virginity. I took that, GSPLNTZ reminded the half-demon. Yeah, but who did he go to and wreck for a weekend after he got the first time out of the way? Raven asked with a raised eyebrow. Touché, GSPLNTZ acquiesced. Hey, some mess happening. Looks like Batman showed up. Harley yelled, pointing at the TV. Gotham. As the clown copter flew through the skies of Gotham, the Batwing followed after. Flying as fast as it could to keep up with the clown copter. A little help, Bats. He's a ING maniac. No, wait, not the face. Joker yelled through the speaker before a thud was heard. I take it back. Go back to the face. Joker yelled in a high-pitched voice. No. Squeal for me, little piggies. Squeal. Naruto yelled as more thudding sounds were heard. Overhaul, I'm giving you one chance. Surrender for the destruction you've caused, and I will make sure your stay in prison is comfortable, Batman demanded via his Batwing speaker. That's your pitch? Motherer, I'm the emperor of another realm. You can't touch me or keep me locked up for more than a day. No, I'm done playing by the rules of mortals. I've been playing human for far too long. So now I'm gonna show you what happens when you with a real demon. Naruto yelled before a giant gap ripped out the back of the copter and Crane was seen hanging from the gap by a cable. Please. Mercy. Crane begged. What's the matter, Crane? Scared? Are you afraid to die? Naruto asked with a glare. Yes. I am terrified of falling. Crane yelled. Too bad, Naruto said as he placed his left hand on the dangling cable and decayed it, either turn to ash or fall to your death. Either way, this is goodbye, Crane, Naruto said with a glare. No, please. Not like this. Not like T. Crane was saying before the cable snapped from the decay as the Scarecrow fell to the desolate streets below. Or would have had Batman not fired a grappling hook from the Batwing after him and saved him from hitting the ground. Motherer, I said back off. Naruto yelled as some of his feathers shot off his wings and at the cable cutting them. No. Batman yelled as Crane fell to the ground screaming until he went splat. One down, one to go. Naruto said as he turned back to the Joker, who was huddled against the wall bleeding. So how does it feel, Joker? Naruto asked as he approached the downed clown. You know it only hurts when I laugh. Joker laughed before hacking up some blood. You know what's really funny? I can just end this right now. I could just decay you or splatter you. But that'd be far too easy. You took something precious from me. You killed Ivy. So now I'm gonna make your every last moment agony. I will make you experience pain far worse than anything you could ever have dished out on anyone or anything. And then when I am satisfied, I will string you up by your entrails. Still alive for all to see as you slowly and painfully die, Naruto said as he grabbed the Joker before a GCPD copter came into view and suddenly flew directly into the clown copter. Your destruction ends here, Overhaul. Gordon yelled from said GCPD copter. Damn it, Jim. Batman yelled from the Batwing, seeing this. He was just about to eject and go into the clown copter when Jim pulled off his kamikaze plan. Damn it, Gordon, just for that I'm making your daughter a VIP for free. Just to you off, since she can now call me anytime, anyplace to call me daddy. Naruto yelled angrily as the copter started to fall alongside the police helicopter towards the remnants of what was Ace Chemicals. Outworld. Yes. Barbara yelled, excited at being made VIP for free. Before everyone turned to look at her. Oh, like some of you women aren't jealous that it's free for me, Barbara said with a scoff. That one seems fun. Perhaps we should add her to the Emperor's concubines, Sindel said, amused at this. Gotham. Near Ace Chemicals. The Batwing landed on the desolate road by what was once the chemical plant. While the building had been decayed, as were the vats containing the chemicals, it seemed the chemicals still remained in Gap S in the ground formed from the decay. Which also begged the question, what the hell was in those vats to resist being destroyed by a decay wave that engulfed the goddamn city? Okay, sound off, who's not dead? Joker asked as he pushed a piece of metal off of him from the wreckage of both copters. Is Overhaul dead? Did I finally get that? Gordon asked as he too shoved a piece of metal off of him as he shakily stood. Unfortunately for you, you missed a spot, Gordo. Naruto's voice was heard saying as the remains of the GCPD copter suddenly turned to ash, revealing a bloodied Naruto with a mutilated arm. Oh come on. What's it take to kill you? Gordon demanded. Hold on a minute, Naruto said as his mangled arm snapped back to normal with a sickening crunch, making him yell in pain. Regenerative healing? And on that level of power? That's almost magical level, Batman said as he approached cautiously. A gift from my father. But we're not here to discuss what powers I've been hiding, so you can make one of those contingency plans for me, Batsy. I'm here with the goal of putting down the clown. So if you and old Whiskey Breath don't mind, I'm gonna continue tearing him apart, Naruto said as he turned towards Joker, only for a bullet to fly past his head courtesy of Gordon. Really? I'm trying to kill this idiot and you're gonna stop me? Naruto asked, irritated. I'll arrest him after, but you? I'll make you lay for Angie, my daughter and wife, Gordon yelled. And destroying the city, Batman spoke up. On my defense, your wife had already dumped your drunk and this city is already a gap. I just made it look more like it should have been. Ugly in every part of it, Naruto said. You kill for fun and now all of a sudden you think you can speak on what's moral and just? Batman asked with a glare. Morality? You think this is because of morality? Off, Bats. I'm not here doing my grandfather's work or some. I'm here for petty Angie vengeance and ripping apart this sad excuse for a rodeo clown. Naruto said. We're gonna stop you, Overhaul, Batman said firmly. Oh, that's cute. Tell me something. You couldn't fight me when I played down to your levels. What makes you think you can step up to me when I'm not holding back? Naruto asked before Joker suddenly sprang up and stabbed Naruto in the head with a knife. Oh, what a sad joke. Never take your eyes off the dealer, boy, Joker said with a laugh. Oh no, my one weakness. Small knives. Naruto said with faux fear in his voice before he grabbed Joker's wrist before crushing it with his hand, making the bone snap and the clown prince of crime to fall to the ground, cradling his broken wrist. Well, thanks for getting that itch in my head, Naruto said as he grabbed the knife and pulled it out. The wound healing in an instant. I suppose I should return the favor. Where does it itch? Naruto asked before Gordon fired at Naruto, only for Naruto to throw the knife, hitting the cop's gun as the blade slid into the barrel and exploded the gun, sending Jim to the ground in pain, holding his hand. What the are you? You were always a laughable idiot. Where was this hiding? Joker asked in pain. Oh, I'm all of those things, you just ed me off, Naruto said as he went to go take down Joker, only for Batman to leap onto his back and try and choke out Naruto. Bad touch. Naruto yelled as he grabbed Batman's arm and threw him to the ground with a judo throw. Stay out of this, Bruce, Naruto told him. Bruce? Bruce Wayne? Joker asked, having overheard that. I know, right? Turns out he's just a mental case playing dress up 'cause some wad with a gun plugged his mommy and daddy, Naruto said with a laugh. Are you ting me? How am I supposed to continue on knowing Batman is just a spoiled rich kid with daddy issues? Joker asked angrily. Oh, you don't. You don't get to continue on, period, Naruto said as he flew towards Joker and grabbed him, lifting him into the air. Wait, let's talk about this. Why don't we play 20 questions instead? Joker asked as he tried to reach for his gun. Okay, question 1. Are you about to die? Naruto asked with a grin. No, Joker yelled out. No lying, Naruto said, still grinning as Joker brought out the gun and shot it into Naruto's chest, sending bullet after bullet into him. What part of healing factor does no one understand? Naruto asked as he grabbed Joker's pistol from his hand and smacked it into the clown's face, sending some teeth flying. I thought maybe there was a damage limit, Joker said with a groan of pain. Think more Deadpool than Homunculus from Fullmetal Alchemist. Anyways, it's been fun. For me. Not so much for you, so farewell, clown prince of crime. But don't worry, I'll make sure Harley takes up the clown queen mantle in your stead, Naruto said. Over my dead body she will. Joker yelled out in a rage. Exactly. Naruto yelled with a cackle as he dropped Joker down into the chemical pools below, watching as the clown hit the chemicals with a loud splash. Well, I feel better, Naruto said as he flew back down to the ground, still holding Joker's gun, only for a batarang to nearly hit him. You're going away to Arkham for a long time, Batman said as he readied another batarang. Oh please, like they can hold me. Even less so now that it's ash and dust, Naruto said with a scoff. You know, for someone so smart you never understood the concept of not boxing with people beyond your weight class. which is very foolish for the world's greatest detective. And such foolishness deserves a fool's death. Say hi to mommy and daddy in Hellbats, Naruto said as he aimed Joker's gun at Batman and pulled the trigger. No. Jim, who had still been nursing his hand the W-gap time, jumped in the way of the bullet, shooting him right through the stomach, causing him to fall right on the ground. Did this forget you've got bulletproof armor? Naruto asked the Dark Knight with a bored tone. He means well, Batman said with a emotionless tone. I'm okay. I'm good. Just a graph. Jim screamed as he was shot straight through the by Naruto. Hey kiddo, why don't you let mom and dad talk? Naruto said, receiving a hard punch across the face from Batman, knocking him back. Okay, Bat. Playtime is over. Naruto shouted, rushing at Batman. The Dark Knight clenched his fist as electricity surged through his gauntlets, striking Naruto hard in the stomach, sending a surge of electricity through his body, making him scream out in pain. Naruto looked down at his chest, looking down at the 4-degree burns laying over his chest. Slowly he began to chuckle before it turned into full-blown laughter. Oh ho! Somebody came to play. Naruto laughed. I'm done holding back. Batman shouted. Well, it's about ING time, rich boy. Naruto shouted as the two rushed at each other, jumping at each fist in the air. You know I could kill you as easy as squashing a bug, but you know that wouldn't be any fun. Naruto said, throwing the gun into the vat. I prefer kicking you with my bare hands. Let's see about that. Batman growled, rushing forward. Just several spikes speared from the ground, stabbing Bruce through his feet, but he pressed through the pain and rushed Naruto, uppercutting him in the chin, striking him across the face, followed by kicking him in the stomach. He threw several batarangs towards Naruto, who shot back with the feathers of his wings exploding on impact with each other. Blowing away the smoke, Naruto was greeted by the Dark Knight's hand, grabbing his face, running him into the hard wall, causing it to crack on impact. Batman unleashed another massive wave shock through Naruto's body, making him scream in pain. Quickly slapping his opponent aside, Batman held up his gauntlets, shooting off the side blades directly into Naruto's face. Ooh, kinky. Sorry, but I prefer my girls to you, Batgimp. Naruto laughed as he rushed at Batman and tackled him to the ground. Outworld. Okay, so Crane's dead, Joker's dead, Gordon is crying, and Naruto is beating the out of Batman. Holy, where has he been hiding this side of him? Harley yelled. Underneath a lot of repression and drugs. Which reminds me, I need to give him the LSD Kano sent him finally, GSPLNTZ said as she made a notebook appear in her hands. Still wanna keep fighting with him, Psycho? King Shark asked the midget. Please, I can still take him, Psycho said with a Skushina versus League. She keeps kicking me in the why does she keep kicking me in the? Aquaman begged. 'Cause you're useless and nobody likes you anymore. Kushina yelled as she continued to kick the sea hero in the crotch. Oh come on. Aquaman yelled as Kushina finally stopped kicking him. Kushina uppercut Wonder Woman upwards before she smashed her foot right between her legs, causing her to scream in pain. Man, you guys are this universe's best heroes, man, you guys are worse than Earth Zero. Kushina said when she was blasted from behind by a bloodied and bruised Green Lantern. A hero with some heart. Kushina smirked as her black demon wings spread out from behind her. Let's tear it out of your chest, Jordan. Kushina yelled as she flew at Hal and sent him crashing into a nearby building. Gah! Hal yelled out in pain as Kushina slammed him spine first into the building as it collapsed. Oh come on, that was just a love tap, Kushina said, smirking before she looked to see another building with a news report showing what was happening in Gotham. Well, looks like the brat is finally going all out, Kushina mused, watching as Naruto slapped Batman. Team, forget her. We should go assist Batman, Superman said as he shallily stood up from some rubble. Oh, you want to go after my kid, eh? He may not be as much of a villain, but he's still my son. And I'll be damned if I let you interfere in his fight, Kushina said with narrowed eyes at the Kryptonian. You won't stop us from, Hal was yelling before he was cut off. Diana of Themyscira, Clark Kent, Barry Allen, John Jones, Oliver Queen, Arthur Curry, Hal Jordan. You can't leave the city of Las Vegas under penalty of your hearts exploding, Kushina declared, using New Order, which made what looked like a spiral symbol appear on each of the League's chests. By Hera. What are you? Wonder Woman asked, her eyes widening at this. A mothering demon beyond your comprehension. Don't worry, if you die, I'll bring you back since my son has you for a client. Kushina said simply. What about the rest of us? Aquaman asked. What about you? Try not to leave the city, otherwise I'll fry you up with some tartar sauce, Kushina said as she flew at Aquaman and elbowed him in the face. Keep entertaining me. Otherwise I may get bored and throw you all outside the city to die, Kushina declared, cackling crazily. Back in Gotham. This is just pathetic, Batsy, Naruto declared as he kicked the Dark Knight to the ground. You can end this all by just letting me leave. I'm just bored now and have an empress to go take to Pound Town. Naruto told him. I will not let you win, Batman declared before feeling another kick to the face, making his mask crack a bit. Oh, enough with the heroic speeches. Blah blah injustices. Blah blah tyranny. Blah blah overhaul, stop killing me, Naruto scoffed as he grabbed Batman by the arm and threw him into the Batwing spine. First, for Dad's sake, I'm just toying with you. If I wanted to, you'd already be dead given my power. I'm literally toying with you. What hope do you have? Naruto asked as Batman hobbled towards his Batwing. There we go. Head home. Go read your brat kid a bedtime story and remember that you only live because I let you, Naruto said as he watched Batman enter his Batwing pilot seat and take off. You won't have your way, overhaul, Batman declared as he hovered the Batwing in front of Naruto and slamming into Naruto at Mach speeds, pinning the half-demon to the jet. The front of the Batwing opened up, revealing military-grade machine guns as they lined up with their target before releasing a barrage of hard bullets down on Naruto, shooting through his body, spraying chunks of skin and blood all along the ground, the half-angel half-demon grunting in annoyance as they came at him. Two torpedo gaps opened beneath the Batwing, shooting off two missiles in Naruto's direction, blasting the powerful Meta in a large explosion, sending both men and the plane tumbling down to the ground below. The Batwing clearly damaged from the attempted end of the half-demon. Naruto staggered. His skin nearly gone, looking like a skeleton with flaps of skin and muscle holding on as he slowly began to heal, gritting his teeth in pain and annoyance. Batman doesn't kill my... Naruto growled as he regenerated, looking over at Batman breathing heavily, blood leaking from his torn mask. You really are pulling out all the stops, huh? Naruto laughed as he started to walk over to Batman. Only the best for you. Bruce smirked as explosions and flames raged around them from the missiles earlier, hitting some of the chemical pools. Well, you got any more surprises you want to spring on me? Naruto said, holding out his arms. Look around you, Bruce. The city you threw everything away for, that you got your kicked for, is nothing but a pile of ashes and dust. And tell, was it all worth it? He said with a taunting grin. It was, since I get to take you to hell with me. Bruce shouted, pressing down on his glove, revealing the inside of the Batwing housing several bat-shaped explosives set armed to blow. You're ing nuts. Naruto shouted, but was quickly pinned against the front of the Batwing, as with one last burst of life it flew at Naruto, slamming into him and keeping him pinned. You and me are both going down, Bruce shouted as he was fully prepared to die if it meant taking out Naruto with him. Raya! Naruto roared as he started to overhaul the Batwing to make a wide gap and escape being pinned, until Batman leapt onto the Batwing and slammed his head into Naruto's face, getting him to stop. Ahagagah! Bruce cried out as they struggled against each other as the Batwing erupted in a massive explosion. The force of the explosion sent the news choppers in the air, broadcasting the battle flying back as a large blast took out several blocks of the already destroyed city. In Outworld. No! Naruto! Harley yelled in horror, seeing the explosion that Batman set off. No, my fallen comrade. I salute your end and shall make sure your memory lives on, Clayface said with a salute. Okay, let's wrap this up, Raven said with a sigh as she waved her hand, making a portal appear overhead before a mangled and charred skeleton fell to the ground. Ha! Take that, mama's boy! You pulled a Kairatsu. Ha 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 ha! Naruto cackled as his body started to rapidly heal, regrowing his organs and flesh until he was once again good as new. Though without his clothes, since they were destroyed in the explosion. Okay, that's just gross, King Shark said as he covered his mouth while his face turned green. I'm more annoyed that he's NGD now. Put on some goddamn pants at least, Psycho said with a groan. Hey, it's not my fault you're a baby winner haver, ya hater, Naruto said with a snicker as he was handed some robes by Melina. Thank you, dear. My pleasure, Lord Daddy, Melina said with a bow. Really? You're gonna let her call you that? Raven asked with a flat tone of voice. Hey, you called me that when we had our first time, when I bent you over your dresser, and Naruto was saying before a black magic rope wrapped around his mouth, silencing him. Don't mention that in public, idiot, Raven grumbled out as her magic receded. You say that, but I'm your idiot, Naruto said, smirking as Raven rolled her eyes before slightly smirking at him. So what now? Gotham's destroyed and I'm sure everyone thinks you and Batman killed each other, Harley asked Naruto. A good point. Raven, send me back for a minute, Naruto ordered. Why? Raven asked, raising an eyebrow at this. I need to send a message that I'm still alive, Naruto said with a firm tone. You can make a video announcement later, beloved. For now I believe you should recuperate and visit Ivy's grave, Sindel said to Naruto. Good idea. Make sure it's a grave worthy of the Nature Queen, Naruto said with a firm tone. As you wish, Sindel said as she bowed her head to Naruto before she left to go take care of his orders. What shall we do with the people we brought here from Gotham? Melina asked her master. GSPY, send their sorry yes to Metropolis. I'm feeling generous, Naruto ordered. You just want to see if people from Gotham will turn Superman City into a gap, Raven said with a flat tone of voice. Yeah, I am. Which reminds me, I really need to reschedule my session with Power Girl, Naruto mused. Oh? I was hoping since we made up we could celebrate, Raven said with a slight seductive tone, making Naruto freeze. Sindel, GSPY, hold my calls for the next 10 hours. Naruto ordered as he quickly grabbed Raven and slung her over his shoulder caveman style before running off to the Emperor's bedroom. You know I can just teleport us, Raven was saying before Naruto smacked her hard, making her sob. No more talking, I only want to hear your sobs and screams, Naruto ordered. Yes, Big Daddy, Raven purred out, feeling her old self start to come out as Naruto kicked open the door to his room. Emperor's bedroom. Naruto strode over to the bed and threw Raven onto the massive bed onto her back. The goth half-demon smirked up at Naruto with clear enjoyment. It's been far too long since you had me like this, huh, Big Daddy? Raven asked as she lifted her legs and spread them. Still wearing her leotard and cloak for now, as she was hoping Naruto would rip those clean off her body as part of the foreplay. Naruto grunted as he grabbed Raven by her thighs and pulled her close as he got on top of her and pulled her into a heated kiss. The two waged a war of the tongues as they fought for dominance in their kiss. Despite the clear she was letting out, Raven found herself utterly dominated in the kiss by Naruto. Perhaps it was because it had just been so long for her that she willingly gave up. Or perhaps his experience with his many clients cemented her loss to him. Either way, she wasn't going to complain. Tell me your mind, Naruto growled out as he pulled away from his ex a bit as he looked her dead in the eyes. Always. Raven purred out as she kissed Naruto's neck as she used a spell to remove his cloak, leaving him d. You really did miss me, huh? Naruto asked with a smirk. You did too, Raven said knowingly. Yeah, I'll admit it, you're still one of my favorites, Naruto told her unashamedly. Better than my mother? Raven asked with a smirk as her finger glowed with magic. Huh? I never got to hear, Naruto was saying before a portal appeared as a woman that looked very much like an older Raven, only her skin was normal and she was wearing the same cloak and leotard, only her cloak was white. She had E-cup boba s, a curvy body, and a plump. Round this was Raven's mother, Arella. Rachel? Naruto? Arella asked wide-eyed. Okay, so maybe I did. I didn't know that was your mom when I ed her and… I'm not helping my case, huh? Naruto asked weakly. It's fine, we were broken up. I just thought you would like a present to celebrate us getting back together, Raven said with a sultry smirk before she licked Naruto's cheek. How did you even, wasn't she trapped in another dimension? Naruto asked. GSPLNTZ, Raven answered simply. You're welcome, said Redhead was heard yelling outside the bedroom door. Rachel, I don't know if Arella was saying before Raven cut her off. Mother, he is willing to kill Trigon, all he needs is incentive, Raven purred out as she wrapped her legs around Naruto's hips. Which gap first and how many heirs shall I be bred with? Arella asked immediately as she, without hesitation, pet off the cloak and leotard. You're my top girl, and I expect you to keep my other girls in line, Naruto growled as his throbbed against Raven's covered. What about GSPY? Raven asked, smirking as she ground her hips against him. She knows you're special to me, Naruto grunted out as he grabbed Raven's cheeks, making her sob. I'll make a hierarchy table later. I'm still his head secretary, though, GSPLNTZ was heard saying yet again through the door. Is she watching us? Arella asked as she looked around a bit. I'm also filming this for the archive, GSPLNTZ said unashamedly. Archive? Raven asked, raising an eyebrow at this. Oh, don't act so shocked, you've seen me plow other Super S and it being filmed, Naruto said with a shrug. Oh, that's fine. I just want to be sure your other girls will see this. If I'm gonna be your top girl, I'm gonna show them why. Raven purred out as she kissed Naruto's neck some more, making him growl in. You may have some competition. Like Harley or Sindel, GSPLNTZ said through the door. We will deal with that later, GSPY. For now though, I'm about to cut loose, Naruto said as he suddenly grabbed Raven's leotard and ripped it apart with sheer strength, tearing the fabric asunder, not even using his decay or overhaul powers. Yes, Raven purred out as Naruto flipped her onto her hands and knees, making her bounce. Arella, get over here and watch me mount your daughter like a reel in heat, Naruto ordered with a grin at the hot goth attractive mother he once plowed during his multiversal shenanigans with GSPY after his breakup. Yes, my lord, Arella said as she crawled over and stood next to Raven on her hands and knees. You gonna sit there and gawk, or are you gonna be already Big Daddy? Raven asked with a full purr as she looked over her shoulder at Naruto before she threw her hips back at Naruto a bit to tease him. Her teasing set him off, however, because as soon as she did, Naruto's hand found its way to the back of her head, and she felt herself pushed down into the mattress. Face down up as Naruto suddenly slammed his full knot into her but her gap. I missed this first class, Naruto chuckled out as he started to roughly slam away at Ravens. There was no gentle love-making here. Just animalistic rutting with his one-time ex. Have you gotten weaker? Raven asked, smirking, trying to play on Naruto's pride a bit. That did the trick, however, as it seems he decided to go double speed and strength with each thrust into the goth girl's fat. That's my big strong daddy. Raven sobbed as her clapped against his abs repeatedly. I'm gonna kill your father. I'm gonna rip his ing head off. And when I'm done, I'm taking both of us on his throne as a final you, Naruto growled out as he grabbed Raven by her hips. Yes. Raven sobbed as her eyes turned red as she smiled madly hearing this. I'll show him what a real demon is. I'll show him a true conqueror. Naruto cackled out as his black wings suddenly flew out from his back briefly before receding back into him. Seed me. Bless me with your seed, my lord. Raven yelled in crazed utter. Perhaps her emotion was taking over full force. Naruto growled as he smacked Ravens repeatedly as he continued to thrust into her, leaving red marks on her cheeks as they wobbled rapidly. Oh God! Oh God! OMG God, yes! Raven cried out in sheer bliss as she felt her intense pleasure about to hit from his ing and roughness. Don't bring Grandpa into this. I prefer my ladies to spout my name for praise, Naruto said as he grabbed Raven's arms and pulled back on them. Naruto. I'm gonna. Raven sobbed out as her body was covered in sweat. With one final tug on her arms making the goth girl arch her back, Naruto fired his load deep into her, filling her up as Raven felt the repressed wall break. So long had she gone without feeling this. So long had she put off this return. So long had it been since she felt so damn good. It made her own release hit that much harder. Her sopping wet sprayed her juices all over the Emperor's bed sheets as she fell forwards, eyes half-lidded and her tongue hanging from her mouth. Naruto panted for breath before he leaned forward and started to kiss and loo on Raven's neck, hoping to mark her as if she was his property. Naruto's marking attempts halted as he turned to see Arella fingering herself while watching her daughter getting absolutely ruined by him. The gothic attractive mother couldn't control herself from the sight. Who gave you permission to play with yourself? Naruto asked with a growl as he pulled his free of Raven's gap. No one, Naruto, Arella said with a shudder. That's Lord or Emperor Naruto to you. I believe I have to retrain you, huh? Naruto asked as he grabbed her by her cheeks. Yais, my lord, Arella was saying before she suddenly squealed at being lifted up by her by Naruto. Holding her up by her, Naruto speared his upwards into her awaiting gap. Unlike her daughter, Naruto didn't go for her gap though. Oh no. He decided instead to spear his into her leaking. Oh! Arella cried out with a squeal as she felt her stretch from his massive. Shut up and take it. Naruto yelled as he shoved Arella, so she was on top of Raven, as he started to pound away at the attractive mothers while she lay splayed across her own daughter. MPPPPPH. Arella panted out before Raven turned around and pulled her mother into a kiss. Now that's a Kodak moment, Naruto said with a grin, seeing the hot goth mother and daughter duo make out. You will please, my lord, Raven purred out as she grabbed her mother's boba ass. I will please our Lord, Arella said breathlessly, as she was so enraptured with the pleasure she was feeling. You will be his slave. His concubine. You will do everything he asks of you, Raven told her mother with a grin as her eyes glowed red, while she twisted Arella's boba points, making the attractive mother squeal from the action, while Naruto continued to pound and pummel her. I am his slave and concubine, Arella squealed out as her eyes started to roll up into her head. She was clearly so lost in pleasure that she barely even knew where she was. Do you agree to your deal with him? You will be his slave in exchange for killing Trigon in the future? Raven asked as she licked at her mother's boba points. Wait, are you seriously making me? Naruto was saying, but Arella cut him off. Yes. I agree. I'll be his slave. Whatever he wants. Arella cried out in pure utter crazed as a golden light appeared around Naruto and Arella before quickly disappearing from them. Holy, Naruto muttered. He didn't think Raven would go so far as to offer up her mom as a slave as a part of his deal-making weakness. He wasn't sure whether to thank his dad for it now or stab him. Maybe both. Your slave more, my lord. Break my mind. Arella yelled, getting Naruto to snap out of his thoughts. I'll worry about that later. For now I have too hot goth to plow, Naruto thought to himself as he went back to thrusting away at Arella's. Feeling his release coming soon. I can feel you throbbing, my emperor. Please unleash your glorious inside this attractive mother slaves. Arella yelled out, begging and pleading for Naruto's. Naruto obliged. With a guttural roar and one last hard thrust, he filled the attractive mother's quim with his, filling her depths as the goth attractive mother spasmed and shook from her own intense pleasure as his hot seed set off her release. Arella fell forward, passed out from her intense pleasure, while Naruto panted for breath as he came down off his high from his intense pleasure. The emperor suddenly groaned, however, as he felt his being rubbed by a hand. Hey stud, how about a more hardcore round this time? Raven purred out as her skin turned red and her hair turned white. I do love a challenge, Naruto said with a grin as his hair turned white. His eyes glowed red, and his wings appeared once more. The now demonic Raven smiled madly before Naruto tackled her into a searing kiss as he thrusted hard into her, making her arch her back and roar in ecstasy. The sounds of flesh slapping flesh and roars and even things being smashed in the bedroom would echo for the next 10 hours. Ivy's grave. After Naruto's time with Raven and Arella, Naruto and Harley stood before Ivy's grave. I'm so sorry, Harley yelled, wailing and crying as she hugged the gravestone for Ivy, her tears hitting the soil below. It ain't your fault, Harley. It's Joker's. And I made sure that paid for it. Naruto said. Was it worth it? Harley asked as she looked over at Naruto. Honestly, no. As much as I've wanted to kill him for so long, I'd give anything to have Red back instead. I'm half tempted to ask Shang Tsung to bring her back or Quan Chi if it weren't for the fact I know they'd just bring her back as a damn weapon against me. I'm tempted to go back to hell and make another deal with my dad to bring her soul back. But since he's retired in LA, I doubt whoever's in charge will let me bring her back. All I feel is empty and sad. Naruto admitted to her. I knew you were a softie. A female voice came from the grave as a flower grew from Ivy's grave soil and sprouted into a massive plant which opened to reveal Ivy wearing a bikini made of leaves. Ivy! Harley yelled out in shock and happiness. How much did you hear? Naruto asked. The W-gap thing, but don't worry, I still know you're an unrepentant gap, Ivy said with a teasing tone. Shut up, baby, I know it. Naruto said with a scoff as he smiled at her. How'd you come back? Did my tears bring you back? Harley asked curiously. No. Do I look like a Disney character? Ivy asked with a raised eyebrow at the thought. Well, you look like a cross between Ariel and a Venus flytrap, so maybe, Naruto said, smirking. Shove it, Gap. No, I was brought back with the renewing power of nature. And maybe the tears helped too, Ivy said with a small smile as she looked at Harley, who grinned at her. Well, Red, glad to have you back. Harley can catch you up on everything. Enjoy your stay in Outworld under my protection, Naruto said. Where are you going? Harley asked curiously. I have a press conference to do. To show Earth I'm still alive. Naruto said with a mad cackle as he left the room to send his message. Oh, I have to see this, Harley said as she took out her phone. Outworld gets Wi-Fi? Ivy asked, raising an eyebrow at this. GSPLNTZ, Harley said simply as she turned on the news broadcast showing Naruto sitting on his throne, Sindel in his lap, Kitana, and Melina at his side as he spoke into the camera. You fools thought a self-sacrifice move could kill me? By some hero who only has an approval rating of 50% in his own city. I am the leader of Outworld. My approval rating is 100%. Naruto yelled out with authority. It's 99.9% sire, someone offstage said. Kill him. Naruto yelled loudly before a gunshot was heard, and someone yelling like I said. My approval rating is 100%. Naruto yelled as his people cheered for him. To the people of Outworld, your emperor cannot be killed by such pathetic means. To the people of Earth, your worst nightmare still lives on. To the people of Metropolis, your Boy Scout idol. To the people of Gotham, all of you will remember it was Overhaul who destroyed your city. Not Joker. Not Two-Face. Not Bane. Overhaul did so. Naruto yelled as the cheering grew louder and louder. To the Justice League, nurse your wounds, and when I have business with you all again, I'll crush you like I did your gothic sugar daddy. To Wonder Woman, when you're healed, come find me so I can pound that wonderful of yours. And to Batman, if you survive that explosion, I'll see you again for our next fight, Naruto said, smirking. Oh, and to my mom, please forward my stuff to Outworld now that I actually have a decent place, Naruto said quickly before the video went off. What the did I miss? Ivy asked, genuinely confused at this. A lot, Ive. A lot. Harley said with a chuckle as she started to tell Ivy what happened after she was killed by Joker. With Naruto, Gotham's in shambles. Batman is dead. Those criminals are gonna run amok in Metropolis and Gotham. I wonder what sort of chaos I can cause next? Naruto mused to himself as he looked outside his window staring at the Outworld night sky. My lord, come to bed, Sindel purred out as she laid on Naruto's bed alongside Kitana and Melina, all three ready to fulfill their duties to the Emperor. Ing love this realm. I'm coming, my es, Naruto said happily as he approached the three bombshells. Not too soon, I hope, beloved. We have all night, after all, Sindel purred out in as she embraced Naruto from behind, pushing her large boba s into his back while Melina and Kitana each grabbed his arms, pushing his arms between there to entice him. I love Outworld, Naruto said with a grin as he let the three royal ladies drag him back onto his bed. Naruto found himself on his back as Sindel laid his head on her lap while her daughters removed his robes, leaving him as the day he was born. Naruto grinned up at his empress as she moved her hand to her back and started to remove her clothes as well, freeing her large to entice her lord. Kitana. Melina, pleasure, your emperor, Sindel ordered with a grin at her two daughters. Kitana hesitantly started to remove her own clothing. While she did agree to let Naruto use her body if he overthrew Shao Kahn, she was still a bit nervous on actually following through. Melina, on the other hand, held no reservations, eagerly ping out of her clothes with vigor and fervence, all under the gaze of her emperor who fixed her face. Ing hell. If I knew Outworld existed so long ago, I would have come here and taken all three of you sooner, Naruto admitted, looking at the three bombshells before him as Kitana and Melina crawled onto the bed towards his hardening. Lick him, my daughters. Lick your lord, Sindel ordered with a grin. Kitana took the initiative despite her hesitation, gripping Naruto's massive vok with her hand and giving it a long, slow lick. Her inexperience was palpable at this, but she made up for it with her willingness to try. Let me have a taste, dear sister, Melina said as, unlike Kitana, who was slow and hesitant, Melina immediately engulfed the head of Naruto's with her mouth, eagerly licking an ing away like there was no tomorrow. Damn, that's a good girl, much better than the original, Naruto grunted out as he ran his hand through Melina's hair. The action caused Melina to work her mouth even harder, taking half his down her throat in seconds, making Naruto sob at her actions. Kitana scowled at this obvious dig at the fact that Melina was who she was based off of as a clone and yet was being called better. Perhaps some resentment still remained at Melina even being created by Shang Tsung. Or perhaps her pride just couldn't handle being seen as inferior. Either way, Kitana moved her mouth to Naruto's balls and started to on them. Melina may have had a handle on his shaft, but that didn't mean it was the only part to lick, using her anger at the insult to please him with even more passion. Ing on his with force and grit to prove she was better. Such a needy pair, Sindel said as she chuckled at the two sisters before bending over and pushing up her boba s like an offering for Naruto. Don't forget about your lovely empress, my beloved, Sindel purred out. Of course, my dear, Naruto said with a grin as he used his free hand and grabbed Sindel's boba and moved it so he could lick and loo at her boba points, making the attractive mother empress sob as his tongue worked over her sensitive boba. While Naruto's hand and mouth teased their mother, Kitna and Melina had swapped places. Kitna was now on Naruto's with newfound determination, while Melina licked and kissed his balls like it was her last meal. Never thought the W-Gap family would be this tie, Naruto said amused as he briefly stopped on Sindel's to joke. We live to serve you, my lord, the three bombshells said in complete harmony. Naruto chuckled at this. God, he loved these three. I believe we've done enough foreplay. Sindel, as my empress, I will allow you to choose which of your daughters will me first, Naruto ordered. Kitna, you made a deal with our emperor. You will fulfill it now, Sindel ordered with a grin. Yes, mother. Kitna nodded as she crawled on top of Naruto and hovered her wet lussie above his. Shall we play until our lord is done ruining, sister mother? Melina asked as she laid on the massive bed. Of course, dear daughter, Sindel said with a grin as she crawled over to her other daughter and proceeded to kiss her as the two started to grope and fondle each other. I have been looking forward to this. I've been wanting to break you since I broke Jade into my dump, Naruto said as he held Kitna's hips. You shouldn't underestimate an Edenian princess, Kitna warned, a little miffed that he thinks she'd break so easily to some. Tell me that again after I'm done, Naruto said as he pulled Kitna down, impaling her with his rock hard, and making the princess' eyes widen. She could feel the massive log stretching her in ways she had never felt. By the elder gods, Kitna yelled out in shock at the feeling. Sorry, I'm the only thing you'll be worshipping anymore, Naruto told her with a grin, as he lifted her up with his grip on her hips and pulled her back down onto his. Over and over and over again, each thrust making Kitna squeal. Ah, ah, you're reaching so deep, my lord. Kitna panted out as she leaned forward, squishing her boba s against Naruto's chest. If I knew you were going to be this tight, I'd have edged you right over Xiao's body after I killed him, Naruto said with a grunt. You can make up for it by using her as you see fit, Sindel giggled out while she and Melina were currently scissoring next to them. Yes, dear sister would make the perfect slave for you. Wouldn't she, Lord Daddy? Melina said with her own grin. Indeed, would you like that, my dear Kitna? Naruto grunted out as he held her close as she bounced on his. I am a princess. I can't be broke. Kitna was trying to keep from breaking fully, but the pleasure was overwhelming. Come now, daughter. Submit to him fully. You know you want, Sindel said with a giggle. Do so, dear sister. Vacate your bobaloo and be his slave instead, Melina said with a grin. I don't mind if you're both Thai princesses. Sounds so hot. You can just agree to be my princess slaves, Naruto grunted out before he smacked Kitna on the. I submit. I'll be your slave princess. My lord. I'll do anything you ask. Just keep me. Kitna yelled, her mind finally overloading from the pleasure. Your first order is to take my load, Naruto ordered as he thrust it up into Kitna's and roared, firing his hot load inside of her. All while the Edenian princess cried and squealed to the very heavens as she came herself. Feeling her lord's hot flood her depths, setting the stage for the dam to burst. Her eyes rolled up in her head as her body shook and shuddered from her own intense pleasure. The pleasure proved to be too much as Kitna fell backwards onto the bed, falling off Naruto's as she passed out from the overload of pleasure. You're next, Melina, Naruto grunted out as Sindel lifted her passed-out daughter off him with her hair. It is my purpose, Melina purred out as she laid back on the bed and opened her legs wide for her master. Naruto grinned as he climbed onto Melina and without any warning slammed his still hard deep into her quim, taking the clone of Kitna in a mating press. Oh Lord Daddy, it's so thick. Melina yelled out as she wrapped her legs around Naruto's back. Someone sure is eager, huh? Naruto said with an amused tone as he grabbed Melina's hips with his hand before pulling out of her snatch slightly, and with a hard thrust hilted himself back inside, making the clone's boba s bounce from the harsh thrust and making her sob. I live to serve Lord Daddy. Please use my gap s to your heart's content, Melina sobbed out. Don't have to tell me twice, Naruto said with a grin before he started to rapidly hammer away at Melina's his hips almost a blur as he started to pound away at her insides. Each hard, rough thrust making Melina sob and squeal. Every movement making her boba bounce for his eyes to drink in. Very good daughter. Service your emperor well with your body, Sindel said, with a giggle watching her new husband ruin her daughter's body. Yai's mother, it's why I exist, Melina stuttered out through her sobs as Naruto treated her body like a plaything. You are doing good. You want me to finish inside you? Naruto grunted out as he felt his release approaching. Yes, my lord. Bless me with your seed. Fill me with your glorious. Melina begged with absolute devotion. You heard her, dear husband. Give your slave what she desires, Sindel giggled out. Naruto shouted as he intense pleasured hard inside Melina, who screeched in ecstasy as she had her own intense pleasure and clamped her jaw on Naruto's shoulder, biting him as she came. Bite fetish. Kinky. Should have expected that given the Tarkatan DNA before I fixed her face, Naruto mused as he pulled out of Melina's once he was done and felt the clone fall limp to the bed. Her eyes rolling up in her head as she, like her sister, passed out. His shoulder knitted back together in a mere instant due to his regeneration. It appears I will have to train them to better pleasure you, my emperor, Sindel said, looking at her passed out daughters. They did well enough for now, but with their lord's stamina they would need to be able to handle more than one shot. They did well enough. Besides, I think it's time for the real fun to begin, Naruto said, looking at Sindel with a smirk as he made his way over to the attractive mother empress. Still hard. Of course, my emperor. I've waited far too long for this, Sindel said with a smirk of her own as she went on her hands and knees and turned away and shook her for Naruto to see. Come claim your prize, my liege, Sindel purred out. Naruto smirked at this before he crawled over to her and went behind her. He trailed his hands up her legs and grabbed her hips before with one swift movement he impaled his into her. God, I think you may be the tightest attractive mother I've ever been inside, Naruto grunted out as her was like a ng vice around his. I am happy to please you, my lord. It's been so long since I have felt a man's touch, Sindel panted out as she looked over her shoulder at Naruto. Forget about your weakling ex-husbands. I'm gonna make you forget all about Shao Kahn and Jared, Naruto said as he started to thrust into Sindel's tight, wet, hot. Who? Sindel asked with a smirk before she yelped as she felt Naruto's hand move from her hip to her long silver hair, pulling it and making the Empress of Outworld arch her back as he tugged on her mane like the reins of a horse. You play the seductress well, enticing men with every word, but I think you need to be shown your place. You may still be Empress, but you're my now, Naruto told her with a grin. You think I'll break like my daughters? Sindel asked with a small stutter before. Smack! Naruto's free hand came down, swatting the rear of the Empress and making a red handprint on her. You dare? Sindel panted out as she tried not to let on that she really liked when Naruto ed her. Smack! Another swat, this time to the other cheek, leaving another red handprint. Sindel bit her lip at this as she tried to save face. Don't deny that you love it. You may act all dominant and regal, but the reality is you're a pain-loving who's always desired a powerful lover to put you beneath them. You want a man to command you, to order you around. In public you want your standings to be equal. In private though you want a man to make you his slave. And that's what I'm gonna do. Your daughters. All of you are my slaves, Sindel. I own all three of you to use as I wish. Naruto told her with a grin on his face as he continued Enji the attractive mother's bright red while he continued to thrust away at her. My emperor, I'm gonna. Sindel started to sob out, her eyes rolling up in her head. Let it happen. For your emperor. For your new Khan. So that you will submit fully mind and body to your new master. Naruto ordered. That did it. Sindel squealed as her body shook and shuddered. Her gushed and sprayed her leaking juices all on the bed sheets below as Naruto treated her not as an equal, but as a slave. Toy. And she loved it. Jared was always too passive in rule and in bed, while Shao was strong out of bed. He was quick and boring in it. Naruto was a chaotic whirlpool of destruction and devastation. A waking apocalypse with the skills in bed to make lesser women break in seconds. So my slave empress, shall I inside you? Naruto asked with a smirk, seeing the state Sindel was in. Yes, my emperor. Please release your seed into your slave empress. I am yours to use whenever you desire. Whether in private or in public, my body is yours to use. Sindel yelled, lost in the this young half-demon was bringing out of her. With a grin and a chuckle, Naruto pulled back on Sindel's hair and hilted himself deep in her before roaring as he let his load out. His hot flooded and filled the Empress' womb as Sindel could only squeal from feeling his seed fill her. Her eyes rolling up in her head and her tongue hanging out as Naruto ate her stupid. When he finished letting loose his release, Naruto let go of Sindel's hair and the attractive Mother Empress fell to the bed. Ed stupid and shaking as Naruto looked at her and her daughters. All three strong women beaten by his. I hope you three didn't think I was finished. We're just getting started. I'm gonna be ing each of your gap-s for the next 10 hours, Naruto said with a grin as he looked at Sindel, Kitana, and Melina. This time though his wings shooting out of his back to show how serious he was. Before the three royal women could react, Naruto pounced onto them. Their screams and cries and sobs would echo through the entries of the palace, nay, perhaps even all of Outworld for 10 hours straight. The three were but outlets for their lords, and they loved every moment of it. 1 week after Gotham's decimation, a live broadcast played of the President of the United States of America appeared on every phone and TV screen in the country, including one in the abandoned mall Harley and her crew were using as a base of operations. My fellow Americans, it's been decades since Gotham City once exemplified American prosperity. But 1 week ago it hit the point of no return. When the Joker seized control of the city only for the new Emperor of Outworld, Naruto Uzumaki, otherwise known as the villain Overhaul, murdered him and destroyed the city in their battle. Batman has vanished with no sign of being alive, and now Gotham is beyond saving. Its criminals are running amok in the ruined land. And even the currently injured Justice League can do nothing to help after their battle with the famed villainous Kushina Uzumaki. And so it is with a heavy heart I must declare Gotham beyond saving. I hereby declare Gotham City no longer part of the United States. It is civitas non grata. God bless the United States of America and God help Gotham City, the president declared as the crew looked on in shock. Yeah. Harley and Naruto yelled out happily as they high-fived as they watched this broadcast on the mall TV. Okay, the crew barring Harley and Naruto. This is probably ing bad, you two, Psycho told them. Oh please, this is gonna be awesome. No rules, no laws. Only anarchy and chaos. Harley yelled. So an average Tuesday in that moron's new kingdom, Psycho asked with an eye roll as he pointed at Naruto. Just for that I'm gonna have Sindel lead an army into the city and take over. Yes, I'll declare Gotham part of Outworld. The Tarkatans will eat everyone. They'll have food for a week. Naruto declared savagely. Psycho paled at this before he fell over in a faint at the thought of getting eaten by the Tarkatan hordes. Nice job, moron, Ivy said with a flat tone as she walked into the room carrying a box. What? You hate him too, and you and I both know his voice grates on you. At least like this he's silent, Naruto pointed out. Are you seriously gonna lead an army and take over the city? Shark asked. Well, it would probably be better than this and have some semblance of order, Naruto mused. That, and you wanna bait Batman out of hiding, Ivy said as she put the box she was carrying down on a table. Oh god, yes. I haven't had a good fight like that in a long time. I want a rematch with that Naruto declared. Are fights even worth it when you can get your head blown off and keep going? Clayface asked curiously. They are when you play down to the level of mortals. Naruto said with a grin. Yeah, we still have to talk about the W-Gap wings and angel blood thing, Ivy said. Not that hard to explain, Mom is a demon and Dad. He's the devil. I think that sums it up, Naruto said. Now when you say devil, Harley asked as she raised an eyebrow at the blonde. The actual devil. Lucifer Morningstar himself, and no, he doesn't look like a clown, damn it. NG has been Hotel Bull, Naruto grumbled. Oh please, you laughed at the show too along with me, Harley said with a grin at the blonde. Yeah, 'cause I was rooting for Adam. Redemption is bull, Naruto grumbled under his breath. You heartless monster. Clayface yelled, overhearing that. Don't sweet talk me. Now what you got there, babe? Naruto yelled at his friend before he looked at Ivy. Some random flaming portal opened up and dropped this thing in my room. It's addressed to you, Ivy said. Naruto looked at the box and saw on the label it said, please forward to the brat sticking it to you. I'd ask GSPLNTZ, but she is avoiding my calls. Signed, Kushina. Oh, Mom sent me my stuff. Alright, everyone stand back while I open this, Naruto said as he walked towards the box. Why do we need to stand back? Shark asked. 'Cause this may have volatile demon stuff and our screaming souls. Or possibly even a succubus. I forget what she said she was sending, Naruto admitted, as he opened the box, which revealed a stuffed fox toy with 9 tails, which promptly smacked in the face Naruto with his tails. Finally, do you have any idea how long I've been sitting in your mother's ING room? The things I've seen, man, they scare even me, the toy said in a grumbling deep voice. Holy Kurama, you're back, Naruto said with a smile at the toy. That's right, you loser, and this time I'm rabid, Kurama said before he bit Naruto's arm in a playful way, making the blonde laugh. I haven't seen you since we went to China and murdered those monks, Naruto said wide-eyed. China, my. You left me in that basement after you leveled your high school and went on the lam, Kurama yelled with an annoyed look. Hey, I didn't run because of the high school. I thought I accidentally knocked up my homeroom teacher on graduation day, Naruto said with a pout. Why the hell is he talking to a stuffed fox? Psycho asked after waking up as they all looked at Naruto as he talked to the stuffed fox, who didn't react at all. I have no idea, Ivy said as she shook her head. I'm on it, Harley said as she took out her phone and hit the speed dial, and after a few rings a darkness portal opened and Raven walked through. Okay, what's going on? Hell, Raven was asking before seeing Naruto talking to the stuffed fox. Raven, would it be possible for you to give us some insight on this? Clayface asked. That's Naruto's imaginary friend or alter ego from his childhood. His mom said he used to talk to that thing all the time when he was growing up, Raven said as she rubbed her forehead. So he's crazy as hell? Psycho asked after a few moments of silence. No, I'm not going to eat the midget. He'd give me indigestion probably, Naruto said to the stuffed fox. I think that answered that, Cyborgman muttered. Okay, new rule, you only talk to the fox, Ivy said as she stepped forward. Kurama, Naruto said as he looked at Ivy. Whatever, you only talk to him when you're alone. I don't put up with this, Ivy told him. Why the hell would I listen to Naruto was asking before he was cut off. Ivy smirked at him and slightly pulled down her shirt, showing some cleavage. You want access to this, you do what I say, Ivy told him. Kurama buddy, I'm bringing you to my palace, Naruto said as he lifted the stuffed fox. You only talk to him in the basement, Raven said with a flat tone of voice. Oh come on, it's my palace, Naruto was saying before Raven cut him off. Raven said nothing to this, but she moved her cloak to the side and revealed her legs before she smacked her hard for emphasis and sobbed. Kurama, you have to live in the dungeons of my palace. No, I am not, Naruto said with a sigh before he yelled at the stuffed animal as he went towards Raven, who opened a portal to Outworld for him to drop off Kurama. You two just have him wrapped around your fingers, huh? Shark asked, amused at this. Well duh. If we didn't, can you imagine the he'd get into? Raven asked with an eye roll. You mean compared to the he already does? Psycho asked flatly. Picture it 20 times worse, Raven told them unflinchingly. Oy vey, Cyborgman muttered, picturing that. Naruto's palace. Naruto walked out of Raven's portal into the basement where there was a small TV, a couch, and what looked like a mini fridge off to the side. This is your dungeon. Where's the suffering and screams? The torture room. The jacuzzi of blood. What kind of emperor doesn't have a blood jacuzzi? Kurama yelled as he looked around after Naruto put him on the couch. I have most of those. This is just your room. I think Ray set this aside for you, knowing eventually Mom would send you. Also, why would I want a blood jacuzzi? Naruto questioned. Ray? You have a nickname for that? Gah. You are such a ing simp. Kurama yelled, laughing. I may be a simp, but I clap that regularly. Can you say the same? Naruto asked. Well, I am a figment of your imagination, so technically? Kurama asked with a shrug. Well, that's depressing, Naruto muttered as he sat down next to the stuffed animal with a sigh of defeat. You better have cable on this thing. Kurama yelled as he grabbed the TV remote. I'll ask Sindel if we do, Naruto shrugged. Yes, Sindel? Kurama asked as he turned on the TV. My empress kind of wife, Naruto told him. Wife? UNG always said marriage was a bull scam to rip off morons of half there. Kurama yelled as he looked at the blonde. On Earth, yeah, here in Outworld divorce is different, Naruto said as he shook his head. We're in San Francisco now? Take me to Alcatraz, I always wanted to escape from there. Kurama yelled with a grin. Not that Outworld, you wannabe Muppet. Naruto yelled at the stuffed fox. Oi, that's offensive. I'm way more talented than those hacks. Kurama yelled. Talented at what? Drinking beers and planning genocides? Naruto asked sarcastically. Oh please, I have way more talent than those puppets who think they don't stink. Kurama yelled as a knock sounded on the door. Hold that thought. Enter, Naruto said as he looked at the basement door. Kurama nodded as he flopped onto the couch lifeless as the door opened as Sindel came into the room. A raven mentioned you'd be here. We require your presence in the throne room to pass some judgment on some criminals, Sindel told him. Gotcha. Give me like 5 minutes and I'll be up there, Naruto told the Empress, who nodded and left. That's Sindel? Kid, you are my ing hero, awoo, Kurama said as he stood up and howled a bit before panting a bit after seeing Sindel. I am no one's hero. Naruto yelled at him. You're a hero to me if you sticking it to that 1-0 and the clown and the plant lady and that goth with the fat O and that cousin of Super, Kurama told him. Which cousin? There's 2 of them and I have railed both. At the same time, Naruto asked as he smirked in pride. You nailed both? My point is made. You are a hero to me, damn it. A hero to all who wish to tap the ES of the hot and sexy, Kurama declared. Alright, I can accept being a hero in that case, Naruto admitted, grinning. Damn right. Say that Empress have a sister? One that may have a thing for foxes? Kurama asked. Only has daughters, and yes, I'm nailing them too, Naruto said with a grin. My man. Gahahahaha. Alright, go up and cast judgment on those criminals, man. Or go tax the poor. Or whatever a emperor does, Kurama told him. Yeah, I'm looking to make plans to take Gotham and make it part of this empire. Maybe I can frame them for attacking us and start a war, Naruto mused. That's over the line. We're not war criminals, we're just serial killers, Kurama yelled. Naruto and Kurama both looked at each other for a few moments before they both started to cackle madly before Naruto went upstairs to his throne room. Outworld throne room. Naruto walked into his throne room to find Sindel, Kitana, Jade, Melina, Sonya Blades, Kano, Shang Tsung, Quan Chi, Baraka, Blackfire, GSPLNTZ, Ultra Girl, Superwoman, Queen of Fables, 3 restrained people and several slave girls cleaning the floors. Alright, so what am I doing exactly? Naruto asked as he sat in his throne before Sindel sat in his lap with a grin and a slave girl brought them over glasses of wine. My emperor, we have 3 prisoners here for you to cast judgment on for their crimes against Outworld, Baraka said as he escorted 3 people by their chains. 2 men, 1 blonde and 1 brunette and a buxom redhead woman. Very well. Let's start with you. What did you do? Naruto asked, pointing to one of the men. The one with brown hair specifically. I stole bread to feed my starving family. Please have mercy on me, my emperor. I only wish to help them survive, the man begged on his knees. I see, remove his limbs. All of them, Naruto ordered as the man was dragged away by the guards kicking and screaming in fright. Now what did you do? Naruto asked, turning to the buxom redhead. I murdered my husband after I caught him in bed with a centaur, the woman said simply and uncaringly. Had it coming as far as she was concerned. A lovely 1-year house arrest for her, Naruto declared, pointing at her. A year? The woman asked wide-eyed. Chill out, the house arrest is in the palace here, Naruto said, smirking as the woman was brought away before turning to the blonde man. And what did you do? Naruto asked. I killed a ramen chef and burned down his stall, the blonde man said with a shrug. You what? Naruto asked with a cold tone. A crap, GSPLNTZ groaned out as she slammed her palm into her forehead. You dare slaughter a holy man? How dare you? Baraka, take him to the Tarkatan horde. He is to be boiled in a giant ramen pot alive for your people to feast on. Naruto yelled in fury. As you desire, my emperor, Baraka said, dragging the man away. Well, that went well, mate, Kano said, smirking at the chaos Naruto caused. Yeah, this is the life now. Which of my ladies wants to? Naruto was saying before the palace wall suddenly burst open and shattered before a very busted blonde woman in a white leotard with a red cape and a gap cut in her outfit to show off her cleavage flew down. She had F-cup boba S, a curvy yet toned body, and a plump heart shaped along with thick thighs. This was Karen Star, aka Power Girl. How dare you invade my beloved's royal? Sindel growled out as her hair started to move behind her, ready to strike, before she yelped as Naruto threw her aside. Hello. If it isn't one of my favorite clients. Naruto yelled as he threw Sindel off his lap and walked towards Karen. You son of a... Karen growled out. I already know my mom is a babe. You can't blame me for what she did to your limp cousin, Naruto told her as he waved his hand dismissively. What? I don't care what she did to him. You missed my last 3 appointments. You ingo me. Karen growled out. A true my apologies. Kitana, Jade, show her to my royal chambers. Naruto ordered. At once, my lord. Kitana and Jade said as they bowed before they walked towards the door to lead Karen away. And stand by just in case we want some playmates, Naruto said with a smirk at the 2 assassins. As you desire, my lord, Jade said with a bow as she and Kitana led Karen away. GSPY hold off any meeting for the next 3 hours? Naruto asked Karen. Karen raised an eyebrow at this before she raised her hand and smacked her hard. Make it 4, Naruto told his secretary as he smiled madly while Karen smirked as she left with Kitana and Jade while swaying her hips. I'll make it 6. You always love going extra on Miss Star, GSPLNTZ said as she penciled it in. Good. Sindel, you're in charge until I return, Naruto said to his empress as he walked away while Sindel was getting up from being tossed aside. If he wasn't so powerful and handsome, I would kill him for that, Sindel grumbled to herself. Oh please, you love that he takes control of you, GSPLNTZ said with a scoff. I do not, Sindel grunted out. Shall I play back your last video made with him? The one with the shock collar, leash and handcuffs? GSPLNTZ asked flatly. Superwoman and Ultra Girl, come with me, Sindel growled as she felt a need to release some stress. The only orders we take are from the Emperor, Superwoman said with an eye roll as she didn't care much for following Sindel's orders. You may want to follow this one. Your contract states you have to follow any and all of Sindel's orders as long as they don't involve betraying Naruto, defiling ramen, betraying Naruto while defiling ramen, or becoming celibate nuns, GSPLNTZ said, making the contract appear. Oh fine, you better make me hard then, almighty Empress, Superwoman grumbled as she and Ultra Girl followed Sindel. Y'all are ing way too horny for this. Fables grunted out as she looked at her phone. Yeah, and you don't spy on Naruto, GSPLNTZ told her flatly. Shut up. He's about to rail that Kryptonian bombshell. Fables grunted out as she looked at the phone with a smirk. Can we watch? Melina asked, gesturing to herself, Sonia, and Blackfire. You all have fun with that, I'm hitting up the bar, Kano said as he left to get his drink on. With Naruto. Naruto entered his chambers and smirked seeing Karen removing her cape and laying down on his bed while Kitana and Jade stood to the side. It's been far too long since I had you around, my dear, Naruto admitted as he threw his shirt aside. That's your fault for canceling the damn appointments, Gap, Karen told him, annoyed. Gap? How dare you, woman? I am a through and through. Naruto yelled in faux accusal. Yeah, let's do this. Those 2 will be good to go after the first round, right? Karen asked as Naruto approached her while she gestured to Kitana and Jade. Wow, someone's in a rush, huh? If you're that short on time, we can always reschedule, Naruto told her with a tone of mockery as he removed his pants. I have plenty of time, I am just done waiting. I had to talk Kara into watching over Metropolis since crime went up 40%, Karen told him with a tone of annoyance as he was the reason for the crime increase after he dropped off a ton of Gothamites in Metropolis that stuck around once Kushina injured Superman. I'll be sure to make yo see stars to make up for that, Naruto said with a smirk as he got on top of Karen as she wrapped her legs around him. You're good, Karen sobbed as Naruto leaned forward and licked her neck and rubbed his hard on her covered. I'm the best there is at what I do. And what I do is make es howl, Naruto grinned before he placed his left hand on her leotard and decayed it, leaving the Kryptonian bombshell in nothing but her red boots. Hey, that suit is expensive, you know, Karen grunted out. Oh please. You act like we don't reimburse any costume destruction, Naruto said with an eye roll before he reached up towards one of Karen's boba and gripped it, making the blonde sob at the villain's rough hands. I wonder what your cousin would say seeing the person he trusts to watch over his city, sobbing like a common street to the villain. He despises, Naruto said amused as he ran his other hand up and down her thighs while he continued groping Karen's chest. Who cares what he thinks, Karen sobbed out as she bit her lip to keep from screaming. You know there's always a place in my empire for you and Kara. I mean as slave girls, but it's on the table, Naruto offered with a grin. You think I'd sell myself out just 'cause you can a Kryptonian woman well? You're still an evil villain, Karen asked with a glare of defiance at Naruto before she sobbed as she felt his rubbing against her moist. Oh, you can stop the tough girl act. We both know you're too hooked on my to think about anything else, power, Naruto told her with a smirk as his hand gripped one of her boba points and pinched it, making the Kryptonian woman yelp from the sudden action. "It told you to stop calling me that," Karen stuttered out, trying not to sob. "Fine, I'll just call you my favorite nickname." "My," Naruto said with a smirk as he leaned into Karen's ear and whispered the last word before he thrusted hard into her wet. "Oh, Rao!" Karen yelled out, arching her back as she felt Naruto's stretching her. "You still want to deny you want me, whoa?" Naruto asked with a smirk before he yelled as Karen flipped them over so she was straddling him on top. "Eyes on me, stud," Karen purred out as she licked his cheek before she leaned back and started to bounce on his as she sobbed happily and ran her hands through her hair as she sobbed with no shame. "And here I thought Kara was more of the cowgirl between you two. Then again your udders are bigger," Naruto told her, smirking as he watched her boba-s bounce and jiggle from her movements. "And they are all yours," Karen sobbed as she grabbed her boba-s and squeezed them for him before she started to lick them in a sensual way. "I'll remember that next time I'm in Metropolis. I'm sure the Daily Planet would love a pic of me groping you mid-fight for a cover story," Naruto said, grinning like a loon as he watched the Kryptonian woman act so lewdly and wild. It was such a far cry from what every hero expected of her given her cousin. "You are so deep, Big Daddy," Karen purred as she bounced in Naruto's lap. "I think it's more how tight you are." "It really has been a while since I plowed your field, huh, farm girl?" Naruto asked with a grunt as he grabbed Karen's hips and helped her bounce on his. "You getting close, stud? You gonna paint my insides white with your?" Karen asked with a manic giggle. "That's the plan? You want this nut, my little power?" Naruto grunted as he smacked Karen on the, making her jiggle. "Yes. Fill me up, you hung son of a," Karen demanded as she started to bounce on him harder and faster, the bed beneath them creaking from their rutting. "As you wish, my dear," Naruto grinned as he grabbed Karen's hips and pulled her down fully onto his and let loose his load, his hot white seed flooding her depths as she let out a loud cry of unrestrained pleasure, her own intense pleasure hitting like a ton of bricks before. Crash! The bed beneath them shattered. "I thought Shang Tsung was supposed to reinforce this thing magically?" Naruto asked, turning to Kitana and Jade. "I believe he was busy with a new experiment, something about a woman with blood magic he was training in the flesh pits," Jade admitted as she bowed her head, trying not to let on that she was very turned on along with Kitana. "I'll come back to that later," Naruto shrugged before turning to the panting Kryptonian woman. "So how was that power?" Naruto asked, grinning at the pleased Kryptonian bombshell as she kissed his neck. "I said stop calling me that. And oh, that was so good. You and your two girls, they're good to go, right?" Karen panted out as she rested on Naruto's chest, her breath squishing against his chest as she pumped his with her hand as she got off his lap a bit. "You bet, just don't break them, they are favorites of mine," Naruto warned her. "You bet, stud. Okay, blue one, come here," Karen said with a kiss to Naruto's cheek before she turned her gaze to Kitana. "I am Kitana, princess of Outworld, and I demand respect," Kitana was saying, trying to put up a front of royalty, but she was silenced when this blonde bombshell suddenly appeared in front of her faster than a bullet, shoving her tongue down the blue-clad assassin's throat. Yeah, you will be fun," Karen said with a smirk as she licked her lips at the panting princess. "The strap-ons are in the chest nearby," Jade said with a bow. "Jade! Eep!" Kitana yelled, wide-eyed at her friend and bodyguard selling her out before she yelled in surprise as Karen appeared behind her with a strap-on rubbing against her wet as she shoved her against the nearby wall. "Try to show me a good time, L. Princess," Karen said with a smirk as she thrusted into Kitana's, making the princess sob as she started to take her against the wall. "Good girl, Jade. For that you decide how I take you," Naruto said as he approached Jade and placed his hand under her chin so she would look him in the eyes. "Please, my lord, will you take my?" Jade panted out as she felt her arousal rise. "ING love this realm," Naruto said with a crazed grin as he decayed Jade's outfit and pushed her onto the floor on her hands and knees before sidling up behind her. "Want me to go slow and soft?" Naruto asked as he rubbed his against her. "My lord may take my as he wishes. I am not some pathetic weakling after all," Jade said with devotion as she raised her up towards him and shook it like Sindel taught her. "ING love this place," Naruto said with a grin as he slammed his fully into the green-clad assassins without any hesitation, completely thrusting it inside of her as Jade let out a scream of pleasure. "So deep," Jade yelled as her eyes rolled up in the back of her head from the intrusion. "And I'm just getting started. Get ready for a real ride," Naruto told her before he slapped her, making it jiggle, and started to thrust away at Jade's gap like a madman. Hard, fast, rough. Her emperor was pulling out all the stops. slamming away at her like a feral beast in the throes of mating season. Come on, don't just take it. Shake that of yours, Naruto ordered as he thrusted away at Jade's as she was slowly losing herself to the pleasure. Apologies my lord, Jade sobbed out as he started to thrust her hips back towards the Emperor, twerking her fat on his as the rutting between the Emperor, his assassins, and the Kryptonian continued for 6 hours non-stop. Gotham Mall 2 weeks later. Naruto was sitting in the mall alongside the rest of Harley's crew as Ivy was next to him reading a book. Psycho was on a laptop, Clayface and Sai were on front of an on-fire oil drum, and Shark was brushing a random llama inside of the decrepit and decaying mall. A horn suddenly blared as Harley came riding into the mall on a bumper car with Joker's face and excess in the eyes being pulled by 2 hyenas. Home sweet home. Good job, my little baby drivers. I have a treat for you, Harley said happily as she pet the hyenas before giving them a large raw steak which the two started to fight over. Hey bud. Luno fighting. You share it. Harley told them with a firm tone. I have $20 on Bud Ow, Naruto said with a grin as he held up a 20 before Harley threw her bat at him, cracking him in the face. I don't think I deserved that. Didn't you cause all this in the first place? Psycho pointed out. I'm sorry I don't speak Munchkin. I do know some Oompa Loompa however if you want to try that, Naruto said smirking at Psycho. Yeah right, I saw your streaming history Mr. Wicked Fan Herc. Psycho was saying with a scoff before Naruto grabbed him by his throat. I'll kill you and feed you to the Tarkatans for this insult, Naruto yelled. Naruto drop him, Ivy said as she turned the page in her book. How about no, Naruto responded. Well I tried, Ivy said with a shrug of disinterest. No killing the help, Harley yelled as she took out a spray bottle and sprayed it in Naruto's face. A Detroit tap water, Naruto yelled as he dropped Psycho before running back to his seat next to Ivy. So, wicked huh? Ivy asked with a raised eyebrow and a slight smirk. I have a thing for green skin. You already know that, Naruto muttered under his breath before he froze as Ivy grabbed his hand. Love you too softy, Ivy said with a slight chuckle while Naruto grumbled. Anyways I got food guys, Harley said as she opened the trunk of the bumper car revealing a gagged and bound Japanese man. A man I was hoping for, Indian Naruto groaned out. Feather or dot? Frank asked as he looked at Naruto as he made a feather motion with his leaf arm before he pointed at his forehead for emphasis. Ha! Naruto laughed at this as he high-fived the talking plant. You cannot expect us to eat a person, Psycho yelled. Baraka gave me a few Tarkatan recipes, Naruto said with a grin. I wouldn't recommend it. They burn the flesh a bit too much, Shark said as he shook his head. Plus we would be hungry an hour later anyway, Naruto as he nodded. That's Chinese, you idiot, Sai yelled as he waved his robot hand. We're not eating him. This is Takashi. He's a sushi chef with a Michelin star, Harley said gesturing to the old man before throwing him to Shark. I gotta admit I was excited to eat a person since I just had sushi, but I guess it's fine, Shark said as he picked up the old man and carried him away. Takashi, would it be gauche to ask for a spider roll? Or are you strictly omakase? Clayface asked as he, Sai, and Psycho followed Shark and Takashi, leaving Naruto, Ivy, and Harley alone. Are you not jazzed about sushi? Harky asked, seeing Ivy not moving towards the chef with the others. No, I like Takashi's hand rolls as much as the next gal. But don't you think it's time wrap this party up? It's been 3 weeks since Naruto here killed Joker. There's no Legion of Doom, no Batman. Gotham is yours for the taking, Ivy said as she looked at the blonde woman. I am having a blast. This is what I've always wanted. Anarchy and sushi, Harley declared, grinning before pulling out an air horn and blowing it. Preach you crazy, Naruto yelled as he threw some money at Harley. Yeah, you could have had better sushi when Gotham had refrigeration and free trade with the rest of America, but Ivy said, looking over at the others eating sushi. Bleck, is this a bird? Clayface asked, coughing up feathers. Trust me. Seriously, you're gonna be kicking yourself if you don't take charge. Ivy told Harley seriously. The best part of living in an apocalyptic wasteland is no one's in charge. Who? Harley cheered before blowing the horn again. I thought the best part of the apocalypse was the lack of proper clothing, meaning every woman wears something skimpy? Naruto asked. Like you need the excuse to make your S dress up in little to no clothing. For S sake, look at what Wonder Woman wears. Psycho pointed out as he ate some sushi. Don't test me, Gollum. I'll do to you what Dedelic did to your game. Only worse. Naruto yelled at the midget. It's chaos, baby. It's like Nam after the U.S pulled out. Sai said before looking on at empty space with a faraway look in his eyes. I don't think it's exactly like that, Harley said as she and Ivy looked at the old man oddly. Hey, you're on penguin turf. Get the hell out of here. A voice yelled as everyone turned to see two tuxedo-suited men enter the mall. One carrying a crowbar. The hell are you talking about? Harley demanded. Penguin called dibs on the mob. One of the men told her. We've had this place for like ever. And dibs? There's no dibs. The city's in ruins, dumbass. It's a post-dibs world. Nobody owns anything except me owning this mall. Harley yelled. It's chaos, baby. It's like Nam after the U.S pulled out, Sai repeated, staring out at nothing with a faraway look. Stop. No more flashbacks. Harley yelled at the old man, and as for you two, go back to the penguin and tell him to go screw himself, Harley demanded. Oh? And who's gonna make us? You? Please, you're the Joker's sloppy seconds. And he didn't want you the second time, one of the men said. Oi! Who are you insulting my girl? Naruto yelled as he stomped forward. Oh, look, the guy who ed everything up? Bravo, man. What, you wanted to create a gap that you hadn't ed in Gotham yet? The same man asked with a scoff as Naruto approached. Oh, that's funny. Here's another good one. Naruto yelled as he grabbed the man by his face with his right hand and splattered his head in an instant, the blood spraying all over his partner, who looked on in terror. Here's a tip. Next time Penguin sends someone near me, it better be those two assistants of his. 'Cause if any of you bird turs come here again, I'm gonna test and see if penguins can really fly or not. Over and over and over again. Capiche? Naruto asked, turning to the other goon who ran the hell out in fear. Oi! I had dibs on that gap. Harley yelled at Naruto as she held up her bat. Well, you should have been faster then. Old Cobblepot has been eyeing me off for a long while now. Long before I joined up with you guys, Naruto said as he rolled his eyes. What the hell did he do to you? Psycho asked curiously. He had his goons murder a ramen vendor in front of me. Before I could even order. It was dark day. A day where I was denied the glorious food even Gids would weep for, Naruto said with a sad tone and far-off look in his eyes. You're an idiot, Ivy said flatly. An addict, but we already knew that by now, Harley said with a nod. Yeah, well, this idiot is gonna head back home and rule over his realm and rail some ES. Alongside his hot as Empress, Naruto said as he took out his phone and texted GSPLNTZ. Yeah, right, you're gonna get drunk and talk to your stuffed animal. Harley yelled as he walked towards an opening portal. Oi! You don't know me! Naruto yelled as he jumped through a portal made by GSPLNTZ back to Outworld. Minutes later, Naruto was sitting in the basement with Kurama drinking a few beers while talking to the stuffed animals. And then Harley called me a addict. Can you believe that? Naruto exclaimed, crushing a beer can. Oh, what a monkey on your back! Kurama yelled with heavy sarcasm. I know, right? Naruto yelled in agreement. Let's expose this myth all guys want. It's not a disease, it's a pathetic excuse for someone cheating on their wife. Funny how the disease only occurs around hot chicks. If you can't control yourselves around fat chicks over 40, then you have a ING disease. Kurama yelled as he took another beer offered from Naruto. Andy preach, dude. Naruto exclaimed before chugging another beer. Suddenly the room shook as a loud boom echoed from upstairs. What the was that? Oh God, have they found me? I knew this day would come. That Renamon plushie found me to make me pay child support. Kurama yelled as he hid under a pillow. I don't think that you ate a Renamon plushie? Naruto asked, turning to the fox under the pillow. Oh, like you wouldn't do the same. I have seen your saved photos of that Luna. Kurama yelled. Okay, either the palace is being attacked or I accidentally brought the good down here, Naruto said as he ignored his alter ego. Oi! You brought me cheap. What the man? You're a ING emperor and can't afford better than $3 in a can. Kurama yelled before he threw the full can of beer at Naruto, nailing him in the head. Hey, it's not my fault our raids on the downtrodden and poor of Outworld only net us so much good booze. I wonder what we're doing wrong? Naruto mused. No excuses. I demand good booze. And satellite TV. And a harem of my own. There's a toy store that has good recruits in Metropolis, Kurama said as he listed his demands. You know, Outworld has a donation box to Honduras. How would you like to wake up in that? Naruto asked as he glared at the toy. Do it if you have the guts. You don't you? Kurama said as he started to growl at Naruto. Naruto growled as he clenched his hand as he held it up before the door to the basement opened and Sindel was rushed and unconscious and bleeding as Kitana and Melina helped her inside while Kurama quickly flopped onto the couch lifeless. What happened to her? Naruto asked as he got up off the couch and helped Sindel to lay down. Rebellion. Reiko returned from his last mission Shao Kahn gave him and took exception to Mother back on the throne. He attacked her while she was leaving the room and stabbed her with his spear before running off when the guards came. She demanded to be brought to you before she passed out, Melina explained. Rebellion? Oh hell no. Hold on a minute, Naruto said as he touched Sindel and in a quick overhaul she was healed. Ugh, what happened? Reiko. That traitorous little. I'll tear his throat out and scream in his ears until his head explodes. Sindel declared angrily. That's hot. But for now let's go deal with this rebellion bullshit. Naruto declared as he stood up and the group left the basement to the throne room where Fables was waiting for them. Status report, Naruto ordered. You're in the ING. That Reiko bag freed a bunch of prisoners after killing the guards and fled into the woods. Fables told him. Prisoners? Anyone we have to actually worry about? Naruto asked, raising an eyebrow at this. Mostly just people who you imprisoned for little to no reason, Fables said as she shook her head. Hey, I had reason for those. Naruto exclaimed. Them mocking you over you talking to that stuffed rag is not a crime, Fables said flatly. Yeah, and neither was them mocking you for your powers, but hey, I still let you slaughter them, didn't I? Naruto pointed out as he got in Fables' face. Angie, damn it, I hate when you have a point. 'Cause you never do, Fables grumbled. OJ, I have a point all the time for you, Naruto was saying before Kitana interrupted. Sire, I would suggest focusing on Reiko and his rebellion and not on a lesser conquest, Kitana suggested as she looked at Fables with a look of annoyance. Who the hell are you calling lesser? I'm a ING 10. Just 'cause I don't walk around half-D all the ING time like some Thai ninja doesn't mean I ain't, Fables told the princess with a glare. Your outfit doesn't leave much to the imagination either. Plus you are still rocking those, Naruto said as he checked Fables out. If you want a crack at this you better shut up and help me plan an attack on those rebels. Fables demanded as she looked at Naruto while others entered the took such as Baraka and GSPLNTZ. And motivation unlocked. I don't care how long it takes or what else I'm needed for, but I will not stop until Reiko is dead, and I have you bouncing that of yours on my while I'm on my throne. Prepare the soldiers and call Kano. We hunt these rebels down and leave none alive. Naruto ordered the gathered generals who all quickly moved to enact his orders. Well mate, you look like you're in some, Kano said as he entered the palace with a smirk. The hell have you been? Naruto asked his weapon and drug supplier. Sorry mate. Ended up partying too hard at one of Outworld's bars. 1 minute I'm chatting up this Sheila, next thing I know I'm in the bathroom with her snorting cocaine off her, Kano said. My man. Naruto grinned, high-fiving his criminal friend. Yeah, that was crazy and wild. Kano chuckled out. Details, man. I want to hear them, Naruto said. Sure, man. Huge knockers, red hair. Started a bar fight that she ended by crushing a guy's throat with her hand, Kano explained. You've got to be ING kidding me, Naruto groaned out, realizing Kano may have just slept with his crazy mother. Oh, you better not have nailed who I think you, Naruto was saying before he was cut off as a crash was heard from the front of the palace. Hey brat. You hiding my new toy? Kushina was heard yelling. Nice job, moron, Sonia said with a groan at this. Oh, go choke on your master's doll, Kano said, flipping Sonia the bird. Okay, so I'm just gonna ignore all of this for the sake of what little sanity I have. Mom, what the hell are you doing in my realm? Naruto asked, feeling a headache as his mother entered his throne room. Needed a vacation since I was tired of running from all the D-lister heroes on Earth after I crippled the Leaguers for a few more months. ING Plastic Man was the best they could spare. Do I look like a charity villainess? I'm S-tier, damn it. Kushina yelled. The point, woman? Naruto yelled at his mother, reaching the end of his patience. Oi, don't get sassy with me. I'm still your mother and you will show me respect. Kushina yelled as she got in her son's face. What mother? You threw me off the roof when I was 4. Naruto yelled back. Hey, I warned you about talking back before I did it. That's real love, Kushina yelled. And now you're one of my friends and supplier. Mother of the year, folks, Naruto scoffed. So? I have a list of the friends of mine you. Speaking of, where are GSPY or Arella? Kushina asked with a smirk. As fun as it would be to watch you two fight, we have a rebellion to put down, Sindel said as she pulled Naruto away from his mother. Rebellion? Hell yes. An excuse to slaughter indiscriminately, Kushina declared, grinning madly. You need an excuse now? Naruto asked with a raised eyebrow. Shut up, brat. Okay, who am I hunting and what's my incentive? Kushina asked. Free room and board and all the booze and drugs you want, GSPLNTZ said with a flat tone as she raised her hand as she entered. Done. Let's go. Kushina yelled, grabbing Kano and dragging him off. Well, that rebellion won't last a month, two tops, Naruto said with a sigh. You seem surprisingly okay with the fact you just found out your supplier is nailing your mom, Raven said as she raised an eyebrow. Oh please, Kano won't last the weekend. He will be lucky if he just gets off with her just dumping him. Naruto said with an eye roll. It's true, I've seen her go through way stronger men in less time, GSPLNTZ said as she nodded. Alright, let's stop this conversation. We have a rebellion to put down, Naruto ordered his generals as they approached the war room. Outworld. 2 months after Reiko's rebellion started. It had been 2 months since the rebellion in Outworld had started, and it was reaching its end slowly. Reiko's forces had been hitting the empires over and over again with hit-and-run tactics to weaken it, but in the process had lost many soldiers and fighters. Due to lack of resources, they had to retreat further and further away into the mountainous regions of Outworld, low on firepower and supplies. Naruto's forces had, during these attacks, managed to capture or kill several of Reiko's forces thanks to the skills of Kushina, Baraka, and many more. But currently Naruto was taking a break and heading into his basement to relax for a bit. Ugh, Naruto said with a groan as he sat down on the couch next to his stuffed fox, who stood up now that the blonde was within earshot. Ugh, what a day, Naruto said as he took a beer which was offered by the stuffed animal. Not right now, dear, I'm tired, Kurama said with heavy sarcasm. Oh, off, Fluffy, Naruto said with a roll of his eyes at his alter ego's jokes at his expense. Oh, don't be that way, tell Kurama all about it. I may not actually care, but I always did a good job as your therapist when you were a brat. Hold on, let me get ready, Kurama said before he started digging through the cushion seats. Naruto watched the stuffed animal for a few moments before Kurama put on a pair of glasses and put a pipe in his mouth. Well then, tell me, Ven, did you vant to have with your mother? Kurama asked with a very exaggerated accent as he looked at Naruto. I think I'm switching to Harley as my new therapist, Naruto muttered as his face turned green, about to puke, while Kurama spat out his pipe. Oh please, you just want an excuse to her mid-session, Kurama scoffed, dropping the accent. Well, that would be a hot role play. I wonder how she's doing. Any calls from her? Naruto asked curiously. Do I look like your goddamn secretary? Kurama asked as he scoffed at this. I mean, I left you my phone for that while I helped fight in a war, Naruto said. I don't exactly have fingers. The Chinese slave child who made me forgot to give me actual fingers, though they did leave notes asking for help in me, Kurama explained as he grumbled to himself. What about your tails? Can't you use those? Naruto asked curiously. Do I look like a contrived magic pet? I'm in your head, Kurama said as he shook his head in embarrassment. Oh, that's right. Wait, why do you have my phone then? Naruto asked curiously. Because you left it down here after you ran up in a hurry after gooning over pics of the clown and the plant lady. Sidebar. Nice, Kurama told him with a grin. That was 2 months ago. Oh, my phone's lost, isn't it? Naruto asked. Yup, it's under the couch. FYI, you have some ing sobbing as your message chime. Who the is it? Kurama asked. Oh yeah, I set Giganta having end to my notification tone to off psycho. Forgot about that, Naruto recalled with a smile. Ha! Take that tattoo, Kurama said as he burst out laughing at this. Wait, I got messages? Naruto asked as he took the phone from under the couch. Yup, been using it to stream some new content since that fat Ed demon broad only got me basic cable. Ing, Kurama grunted. Watch it, she's an MVP, Naruto said as he unlocked his phone to see it on 1%. Faye, that's not hard to do. All it takes is a fat girl with daddy issues begging you to, and I quote me like I like daddy whiskers. Unquote, Kurama said with a scoff before he did a bad imitation of a female voice. Kurama shut the up. I'm trying to read through my messages and my phone's dead. Dad damn it, Naruto groaned as he saw his phone was dead. Yeah, that's what happens when you forget your phone for 2 months under a couch, Kurama told him. I have been in a war, Naruto pointed out. Oh goody. Any war crimes, or did you leave that to your mom like a... Kurama asked sarcastically as he clapped his paws together. I'll have you know I had several prisoners tied to a chair and forced to listen to It's a Small World over and over again on repeat for 10 days straight, Naruto said with a grin. Too typical, I say, force them to watch bad television until they beg for the sweet release of death, Kurama suggested. Damn, that is good, hold on, let me make a note of this in my phone, oh god damn it, I need to put this on charge, Naruto groaned out in frustration. Check under the table, I think you left one there, Kurama said as he gestured to the table nearby. You couldn't charge it yourself? Naruto asked curiously as he approached the table to look for the charger. We've been over this. I have no fingers, you moron, Kurama reminded before the door suddenly burst open as Kushina came downstairs. This resulted in Kurama flopping onto the couch lifeless. Brat, we got a lead on the base for Reiko's idiots. They're gapped up in some mountain cave. One way in, no way out. Stop talking to your emotional support rag and get off your and go lead your people into battle so I can kill them already, Kushina ordered her son. Surprised you didn't just run off yourself, Naruto admitted. Oh, I wanted to, then Gaispi teleported me back and said wait for your to give the command. NG, get going so I can kill some fools and maybe have some real fun afterwards, Kushina ordered before she smirked a bit. Fun, sure. I'm sure Kano will love that, Naruto rolled his eyes. Oh please, he couldn't keep up so I tossed him aside. I got a new man now, Kushina said snickering. Oh goody, I won the pool on Kano not breaking the last record on your flesh lasting. So close though, I'll give him that. Naruto snickered. You get your moving, brat, Kushina ordered. I Captain Crazy. I know I can do better, but I'm on the clock, damn it. Naruto said as he saluted Kushina before he went upstairs while yelling at the lifeless Kurama. There's something wrong with him, I swear. How did I produce such a crazy kid? Kushina muttered as Naruto went upstairs. You're the authority on sane? The coke snorting, beer chugging, lunatic demon? Kurama asked sarcastically after looking up for a moment before he went lifeless again as Kushina looked at him. Oh, choke on a sandpaper gap, Kushina scoffed as she moved to the door to leave before pausing. Who the hell just spoke? She asked, looking around only to see Kurama lifeless on the couch. Maybe I snorted too much coke. Nah, not possible, Kushina snickered before leaving the room. Ugh, finally. Now back to how life was meant to be lived. Playboy Channel and the good booze. Kurama said as he came back to life before he reached between the sheets and took out the TV remote and a bottle of malt liquor. The channel you are attempting to watch is not covered in your current bill. If you would like to purchase said channel, please contact your cable provider to add it to your plan for an additional fee, the TV said as soon as Kurama went to the channel. That cheap half-breed daughter of a wannabe devil. Kurama bellowed before he threw the remote at the TV, embedding it into the screen. I'll blame it on that Fables chick if he returns, Kurama muttered out sheepishly. Throne room. Naruto walked into the throne room where GSPLNTZ, Sindel, Kitna, Jade, Melina, Fables and Sonia were waiting for him. So you found the traitor and his nest of rats according to my mother? Naruto asked as he entered the throne room. Yes, Jade found them on a scouting mission gapped up in a mountain by the Sea of Blood. She and Baraka scouted it out. No hidden entrances or exits, so they're trapped in there, Kitna informed. Very good, Kitna, you and Jade get the usual back-breaking reward and Baraka gets his pick of prisoners to feast on, Naruto said with a grin at the two who blushed behind their masks and bowed in respect. The question is, if there's no way out for them, is this just a trap for us? Sonia pointed out as she knew this was a common tactic. Who cares? Let's just go in guns blazing and rip them apart. Kushina yelled as she entered the room. That's why you go in first, seeing as you don't care if it's a trap, Naruto said as he nodded at his Mothi. Damn, straight. Kushina yelled with a mad grin. And if you do get taken out, then bonus for me. Naruto was saying before Kushina grabbed his ear and twisted it. Don't you dare disrespect your mother. I raised you, Kushina warned him. Technically it was the purse you left me with who raised me while you were off getting passed around by a frat house, Naruto said before Kushina twisted his ear again, making him yell in pain. That explains a lot, Fables said after a few moments of thought before she rolled her eyes. Ignoring all of the pent-up insanity that is your mother and son dynamic? Baraka and Scorpion are at the mountain cave awaiting orders, Giaspalantazzi told them. Yeah, let's go deal with those morons. God damn it, woman, I need that ear to hear things, Naruto groaned as Kushina let go of his ear. Ah, is the baby emperor hurting? Toughen up, Kushina scoffed as she let her son go. I may be your baby, but my ES call me daddy all night, Naruto grumbled as he rubbed his now free ear. Is this normal for families? Melina asked curiously. Only the ones who need many years of therapy, Fables said as she shook her head. I'm not seeing a quack. I'm perfectly sane. Kushina yelled, hearing this. Yes, sane. Just like Norman Bates Ga. Naruto was saying before Kushina elbowed him hard in the gut. If you're gonna compare me to a serial killer, compare me to one of the cool ones, not some punk with mommy issues. Kushina growled out as her son fell to the floor wheezing. I retract the Norman Bates comment and offer Freddy Krueger in exchange, Naruto groaned from the floor. Better, though I'm not some child killer that is too easy. Better to let them grow up so they have a chance to fight back. Kushina yelled with a grin. Oh yeah, that's the reason, and not so you can go all cougar on them when they're 18, Naruto said as rolled his eyes. Enough wasting time. I want Reiko's head mounted on my wall today, Sindel demanded with a scowl. You making demands? Naruto asked with a slight edge in his voice as he looked at Sindel. My apologies, beloved. I meant no disrespect, Sindel said as she bowed immediately. Fine, but I expect you to join me and Fables when I aim to collect from her after this, Naruto ordered. Hey, I didn't agree to some threesome. I offered one-on-one only. Fables yelled, hearing this. Like you could keep up with my beloved alone. You don't have the stamina to keep him satisfied, unlike his beloved Empress, Sindel told her, smirking. You want to repeat that, you banshee? Fables growled out at the silver-haired Empress. Enough. Time is wasting. Sonia yelled at all of them, tired of the arguing. Sonia is right though, save that energy for later, Naruto said with a nod and smirk at the former U.S. Special Forces agent. Let us leave then, Giaspalantazzi ordered as everyone in the room vanished in a flash of light. Mountain cave. In seconds the group had been brought to the mouth of the cave where Baraka, Scorpion, Blackfire, Superwoman, and Ultra Girl were waiting. So this is the cave they chose? Naruto asked as he looked at the cave. Indeed. What are your orders, my emperor? Baraka asked as he extended his blades. Wait out here a moment. Mom, you're up, Naruto told the redhead demon. Oh, this is gonna be fun, Kushina grinned viciously as she entered the cave. So how sure are you that it's a trap? Naruto asked Sonia before the sound of explosions rang out and flames shot out of the cave mouth. That's sure, Sonia said flatly, seeing the geyser of flames shoot from the cave. That's all you got? I give it to my exes rougher than that. Kushina was heard yelling. Demon! Demon woman! We're all gonna die! A voice yelled from inside the cave. Should we go inside and assist her? Jade asked curiously. Let her have her fun for a few more minutes, Naruto suggested as he looked at his wristwatch. Squeal for me, piggies. Squeal. Kushina was heard yelling before the sound of flesh being torn echoed from the cave. Oh God, not the teeth. Not the teeth. A voice was heard screaming in pain and agony. Let's see if the kiddies will find these on Easter morning. Kushina cackled like a lunatic as screaming was heard. Not the eggs. Not the eggs. A man was heard yelling in panic. Okay, that's time, let's head in, Naruto said as he walked inside the cave followed by his team. What did she do with the eggs? Melina asked curiously as they looked around at all the carnage. You don't need to know, Naruto told the purple-wearing assassin. Well, that was fun while it lasted. A bit short for my tastes, Kushina said as she walked over covered in blood. So exactly like your life, Fables snorted under her breath, getting a laugh from Naruto and making her smirk. Oh you! Kushina yelled at Fables. So I see the prisoners that escaped and some soldiers. Where's Reiko? Naruto asked as he looked around. I don't know. Maybe he's not here? Kushina suggested, only for the cave mouth to close from an explosion that caused rocks to fall. So his plan was to trap us inside a cave? Sonia asked, unimpressed. Kara? Naruto asked as he looked at Ultra Girl, who quickly scanned the area with her X-ray vision. There's some guy with guyliner and mini Shao Kahn-like armor on the other side with a squad of soldiers armed with spears. Okay, I'm bored now, Mary, fetch, Naruto said as he snapped his fingers and pointed at the caved-in entrance. On it, Mary said, smirking as she flew at the fallen rocks and smashed through them. obliterating the cave-in as she flew right at Reiko and punched him in the face. General Reiko! A soldier yelled in shock seeing his leader get sent flying. I think you have more pressing matters to attend to, Naruto said as he and the others walked out of the reopened cave. The false emperor. You will die for claiming the throne as your own. You are not worthy of sitting upon the throne of Outworld. A soldier yelled as all of them pointed their weapons at the group. Sindel, my dear, do you want any of them alive? Naruto asked as he looked at the soldiers. Reiko, I want alive, the rest can all be slaughtered and fed to the Tarkatans, Sindel told him with a hard tone. Very good. Stand back then, I'll deal with them, Naruto said as his black wings unfurled from his back and he dashed at one of the soldiers. His right hand on his face as he splattered the man into a bloody pool before taking the spear and chucking it at another soldier. They sailed through the air before impaling Reiko's underling through their knee, making them fall to the ground in agonizing pain. Gah! Damn you, pretender! Damn you to the nether egg! The soldier yelled out through the agony before Naruto was in a mere instant on them and ripped out the spear from their knee with a twisting motion. You should stop insulting the guy who keeps stabbing you with a spear, you know, Naruto said with a chuckle. You only stabbed me once, you pretend, Gaga. The soldier was saying before Naruto stabbed the through their other knee with the spear. See? Now do the Ace Ventura thing. Go on, do it. It'll be funny. Naruto ordered the injured soldier as 3 more soldiers ran up behind Naruto and stabbed him with their own spears through his back. Die, pretender. Reiko will take the throne for he is truly worthy of it. A soldier yelled. Gah! Do you have any idea how much that hurts? Naruto yelled as he turned around to glare at the soldiers, obviously not actually bothered by being stabbed. Very, 'cause you should be dying from pierced organs and blood loss? The soldier asked, blinking in surprise. Yeah, here's the thing, head. Naruto said as he ripped the spears out of his body, and his body quickly healed before he decayed the spears with his left hand, turning them to dust. I'm immortal, mother, Naruto said with a wise smirk. Oh please, you're not immortal, you just have a broken healing factor as long as you keep your deal with that idiot, Kushina said with a scoff at this. Quiet. Thanks to denial I am immortal. Naruto yelled before a soldier tired of this tried to punch Naruto in the face. Really? You just stabbed me with spears, but a punch is gonna take me out? What do you take me for? Naruto asked flatly. A crazy lunatic with a penchant for massacring random morons? Fables asked, holding up her book to summon some minions. A crazy with mommy and daddy issues that make me seem tame? Blackfire asked as she threw some star bolts at some retreating soldiers. I'm gonna say all of the above, Alex, Kushina said with a snicker at her son's minions roasting him. Hey! Don't forget my skills with the ladies, Naruto pouted before the soldier tried to punch him in the face again. Is this all you can do without your weapon? Seriously? Naruto asked, now more annoyed than anything else. You have no right to mock me, pretender to the throne. Reiko Wilgak. The soldier was saying before Naruto grabbed him by the throat. Reiko, this Reiko that. Go his if you love the gap so much. I mean, assuming Mary doesn't tear it off. Say all that after I kill your leader for my empress to taxidermy as a message to the rest of you traitors, Naruto said before crushing the man's neck with his hand, killing him instantly. I wonder what's taking her so long, Kara mused as the Ultra Girl punched the heart out of a soldier and lasered another one into ash with her heat vision. My liege, I see some soldiers are retreating into the woods. Shall we pursue them? Baraka asked as he impaled a soldier on his arm blades and at their face. Naka-san, you feel like burning some trapped rats? Naruto asked with a mad grin as he held up his overhaul hand before he slammed it on the ground, which resulted in the forest being barricaded by a giant wall of rock and dirt, trapping anything living inside the forest. Burning trapped fleeing prisoners? That's my boy. Oh, what rule will I use to burn them? Kushina cackled like a lunatic. How about the air inside the forest burns everything living from the inside like acid? Naruto suggested. Well, you're starting to become more and more evil every day. I love it. Kushina grinned sadistically before walking towards the forest. The air within the forest will burn all life within as if it were acid, Kushina declared as she started to glow red with light followed by a red light surrounding the forest. Screams suddenly echoed from within the forest as the trees, animals, and hiding traitors started to burn away from the air itself. Why does it burn? Why does it burn? A prisoner yelled, running towards the barricade as his flesh started to melt off before he was in mere moments reduced to just bone. Holy Blackfire muttered, seeing this. Other screams are like music to me. Kushina chuckled ruthlessly. Gotta admit your mom has style. Fables said, watching this before suddenly Reiko crashed from the sky into the dirt near them. Arms and legs broken as Mary landed on the ground. The traitor master, Mary said as she bowed her head to Naruto. Excellent, my dear. Sindel your prize as you desired. Naruto said as he walked over to Mary and patted her head like she were a pet. Thank you, beloved. Sindel smiled before sauntering to Reiko and making her hair wrap around his broken limbs to shift him to his knees before grabbing the back of the general's head and pulling it to have the traitor look her in the eyes. Who's your Empress, Reiko? Sindel asked smugly. You are the true Empress, Reiko bit out in pain. I don't think he's genuine, Naruto said as he walked up beside her. Indeed, my love. Any suggestions on how to make sure he remembers this day? Sindel asked Naruto curiously. Hey Ka-san, you know how to torture without killing, right? Naruto asked his mother. Second favorite pastime, Kushina said, grinning in excitement as Sindel threw Reiko at her feet. Have fun, mother-in-law. Make sure he remembers it, and if he does die in the end, save the head for our wall, Sindel said, smirking. Oh, you and I are gonna have lots of fun. Kushina chuckled out sadistically as she grabbed the beaten and battered Reiko. Should we round up any survivors, my liege? Baraka asked Naruto with a bow. Why not? Ka-san, end your order and we'll take the others into custody. Naruto ordered. But that's so boring. Kushina whined. We'll throw in some more fools for you to torture to death or not your call there, Naruto told her. Best son ever. Kushina giggled crazily. Only son. I hope. Wait, do I have siblings? Naruto asked, raising an eyebrow at this. No. Just messing with you. You know your dad was the only one I let bust a nut in me, Kushina said with a laugh at her son's face as it turned green. As if I didn't already need therapy. Naruto muttered, about to puke. Throne room. After rounding up the surviving prisoners and ending Reiko's rebellion, Naruto was sitting on his throne. Sindel in his lap as prisoners were being escorted in one by one to be judged by the Emperor and Empress by Baraka and Scorpion. Okay, prisoner 696 for 3 counts of theft and treason. My mother ordered too much furniture from IKEA, and you will build it, Naruto ordered as he looked at the notes Raven gave him. Is this just to get out of doing it yourself? The prisoner asked after a few moments of thought. No, it is not, Naruto said as he looked up from his notes. Okay, are the directions straightforward? The prisoner. The pictures make no sense, you only get an Allen wrench, have fun. Next. Naruto yelled as the prisoner was dragged off. Couldn't you just overhaul the furniture together? Raven asked with a flat tone of voice as she handed him the next file. Hush, trick. Naruto yelled as he smacked Raven's, making her sob as the next prisoner was brought forward. All right, prisoner 969. For treason, assaulting a military official, sexual harassment, and wow, you did a lot of low tier. Naruto said as he whistled, impressed. I have, yeah, the prisoner said, smirking. All right, you have to stay at a sketchy Holiday Inn for 2 years, and if you miss a single complimentary breakfast, we take your kids, Naruto said as he handed the file to Raven. But they always end so early. The prisoner complained. Enjoy your stay, sir, Naruto said before the prisoner was dragged off again. All right, prisoner 696, 6996, who picked these numbers? Naruto asked as he looked at the file Raven handed him. Kano, Raven said flatly as she pointed at the one-eyed arms dealer drinking a bottle of beer with a smirk. Yeah, that makes sense, Naruto said as the prisoner was dragged forward. All right, for treason and murder in the first degree, you have to go through airport security 1,000 times for every one person you've killed, Naruto ordered as he handed the file to Raven, who rolled her eyes at the sentence. Do I get TSA pre-check? The prisoner asked. No, Naruto said simply. That's a little harsh, don't you think? The prisoner asked. Shouldn't have killed all those people, Naruto said as the prisoner was dragged off. Ain't that a drop in the bucket compared to your mom, and you let her sponge off the palace, Raven pointed out. I don't let her sponge off us, Naruto said before a crash was heard as Kushina crashed through the wall of the throne room. Hey brat, that 4-armed wad broke while I was taking him for a test, Kushina declared as she adjusted her outfit. She went for Goro? Sindel asked, baffled at this. Barely lasted a round before he gave out. Pathetic. So I ditched him. Say Kano. Kushina said before she yelled at the weapons dealer. No. I learned my lesson, go after Cable or Aaron, you crazy. Kano yelled as he shook his head. Cable eh? Haven't had a speedster in a while, Kushina mused with a smirk as she looked at said fighter who gulped at her gaze. I should have stayed a cop. Cable muttered as Kushina grabbed him by the neck with his own hook swords and dragged him off. Follow me, stud, we're gonna throw a party. Kushina giggled crazily as she smacked her for emphasis. Sindel, Naruto was saying before she handed him a bottle of vodka. There you are, beloved, Sindel said with a bow. Thank you, I'll be in my basement, Naruto said as he got up from his throne. What about the rest of these prisoners? Raven asked. Sindel, you can charge them how you see fit or give them to the Tarkatans, Naruto said as he went downstairs. Thank you, beloved. I'll be waiting in your bed tonight along with Fables, Sindel said grinning as she looked at the gathered prisoners. Well, at least we won't have these inconvenient tasks as our punishments, a prisoner said with a sigh of relief. Okay, prisoner 7, for treason and terrorism you have to file my beloved's taxes, Sindel ordered. Can I get the death penalty instead? The prisoner asked after a few moments of thought. No, take him away, Sindel ordered as she looked away from the prisoner. No, please. Death is preferable. Death is preferable. The prisoner yelled in horror as Baraka dragged him away. My emperor is right, these inconvenient punishments are fun, Sindel mused, while Raven rolled her eyes at the empress' antics as she continued to sentence more prisoners with inconvenient punishments. Basement. Meanwhile, as Sindel continued punishing the traitors to Outworld, Naruto sat on the couch taking a swing of vodka next to Kurama. So what happened to the TV exactly? Naruto asked, seeing a remote through it. That Fables chick did it, Kurama said with shifting eyes. Why the hell would she even be down here? Naruto asked, confused. What's with all the questions? I'm innocent. You can't prove a thing. I want my public defender. Preferably a female lawyer with a short skirt and heels, Kurama yelled out in a panic before smiling as he made his demands. Okay, geez, I believe it wasn't you. NG Christ, I think I'd rather be dealing with my mother's bull right now, Naruto grumbled as he drank his beer. Let me guess, she's making your minions your new uncles? Kurama asked with a snicker. I don't want to talk about it, Naruto groaned out. Wait, which one this time? The gunslinger? The undead ninja? The cannibal? The necromancer? The wizard? Kurama asked curiously. The hook sword-wielding speedster. Why is this something you care about? Naruto questioned. I have a bet with some other plushies on who she goes after. Seems luck is on my side with the legacy of the red-headed living on as he was my pick. Kurama cheered before Naruto's charging phone suddenly rang. Hold that thought. Hello? Naruto asked, picking up the phone. Where the have you been these past 2 months? Ivy was heard screaming into the phone. Hey babe, sorry, I had a rebellion to deal with and I forgot my phone in the basement, Naruto told her. For 2 goddamn months, you idiot. Ivy yelled out in a rage. Do you have any idea how hard it is to keep a leash on my mom while there is a war going on? It ain't easy, let me tell you, Naruto said as he shook his head. Unless you're the guys she's ing, then it's easy to keep her on a leash. Hayu! Kurama yelled, laughing. Save your bull for someone stupid who will believe you, Ivy grunted out as to her. Naruto had paused for a moment, so she figured the blonde was listening to his plushie. You know you're being you're than usual. And not in the hot way, Naruto admitted as he raised an eyebrow curiously. You would still her? Kurama said with a grin. Well duh, I'd tear her gappus up, obviously, Naruto responded to the stuffed fox. Not in the mood, Gap. After you left to deal with your rebellion, Harley got frozen by the Injustice League. Penguin's keeping her on display in his turf since they run all of Gotham now, Ivy told him, annoyed. What? Waya wa at it? Naruto shouted into the phone in a rage before breaking the phone in half. Hey, I use that to stream Netflix. Wednesday has a new season coming, damn it. Kurama yelled, seeing this. I don't care about ing Wednesday. Naruto yelled out as he stood up from the couch. Blasphemy. You know you had a crush on Morticia. Kurama yelled at him. I did not. You don't know anything. Naruto yelled as he walked upstairs. I know you're gonna go pull some Shining Knight crap to save that clown bimbo. Kurama yelled after the blonde left the basement. Well, with him gone, I can watch some good old-fashioned, Kurama said, pulling out a laptop from the couch cushions and typing on it. Wi-Fi password. Should be Emperor Overhaul and Password changed. Damn that fathead goth. Kurama yelled in a rage. Throne room. Naruto marched into the throne room with a scowl on his face. Beloved, what's wrong? Sindel asked after just finishing sentencing a prisoner to watch an anime 1 episode per week only, and making them start with One Piece. I need to get back to Gotham ASAP. GSPY. Naruto yelled as the redhead woman appeared in a flash of light. Yes, darling? GSPLNTZ asked. Send me back to the mall. I gotta meet with the crew. Harley's been kidnapped by penguins. Naruto yelled out as Raven used her magic to switch his outfit to his overhaul outfit. Don't you mean the penguin? GSPLNTZ asked curiously. Don't argue with me, woman. Her sweet Juicy is on the line. Naruto ordered. I'm right here, Raven said with a flat tone of voice. I mean your rival for best, Naruto said as he looked at Raven. Not really narrowing it down, dear, Sindel said, smirking as Raven's eyebrow twitched in annoyance. It's Harley now, get me a portal, damn it. Naruto demanded as he stomped his foot. As you wish, GSPLNTZ said as she snapped her finger and formed a portal for Naruto. Thank you, babe. Naruto exclaimed happily. I put a new phone in your outfit, Raven said as she crossed her arms. Thanks, Ray, you get the good stuff after I'm done with Fables and Sindel tonight. Naruto yelled as he dove through the portal. Damn straight I am, Raven grumbled under her breath as the portal vanished. Silence reigned throughout the throne room before a door opened and Cable hobbled into the room. That woman is a monster, the speedster groaned before falling to the floor as Kushina walked past him putting on her leather outfit. Whew, that was a good 25 rounds. You get 15 minutes and then we try to hit 60 rounds, Kushina said as she looked at the passed out Cable. Please don't torture the help, Raven said with a sigh. Don't order me around, you goth skank, Kushina scoffed at her. At least I don't myself because I got dumped, Raven said with a hard tone as she glared at Kushina, who paused. What was that? Kushina asked with a cold tone. You heard me. What are you gonna do about it? I don't have a you can, Raven told her unflinching as her eyes turned red. Ah crap, GSPLNTZ groaned, seeing the two about to come to blows before she snapped her fingers and had the two vanish from the plane. Where did you send them? Sindel asked. I sent them to Metropolis to settle their differences, GSPLNTZ said, simply knowing the two would try to kill each other and it'd be better there than in Outworld. With Naruto. Naruto meanwhile landed in the mall hideout in front of Ivy and the others. Oy vey, where'd you come from? Giving me a heart attack there. Sai yelled, gripping his chest. No time to enjoy your near death. Penguin's turf. Where is it? Naruto asked as he looked at Ivy. No hello? No, how have you been? No, I've missed you these past 2 months? Ivy asked flatly. Of course I goddamned missed you. Happy? Naruto asked with a sigh of defeat after a few moments of thought. Oh my god, you did. You admitted it. Holy, I think you are growing softer. Ivy asked, laughing. If you weren't in my top 5, Naruto grumbled as he crossed his arms in a huff. Alright. Come on. I'll lead you to where Penguin's keeping Harley frozen. We can make a plan with you since all our plans failed, Ivy said, chuckling at Naruto's pouting and grumbling. I still say we could use my idea, Clayface suggested. We're not going to a party of Penguin's rich jagoff partiers in his lounge in disguise to free Harley, Psycho told the shapeshifter. I think with Naruto back we don't have to worry about getting Harley back, King Shark said as he looked at his laptop. Oh yeah, we just have to worry about how much of Gotham he'll destroy in the crossfire, Psycho said with an eye roll. New Gotham Iceberg Lounge. Ivy led Naruto towards Penguin's prized new building after the takeover of Gotham by the Injustice League. A new Iceberg Lounge where the rich and wealthy mingle. Not a bad base of operations. Where's Harley being held here? Naruto asked, surveying the lounge. Main lounge. She's his main art piece to tie the room together. We've failed to get her out these past 2 months on numerous attempts. But he won't expect you or your army, Ivy told him. Oh, that's cute, Naruto chuckled out. Huh? Ivy asked, raising an eyebrow at this. Who said I'm bringing my army? Naruto asked as his black wings unfurled from his back once more. You're gonna storm in on your own? That's insane, Ivy told him wide-eyed. Oh, ye of little faith. Want to make a bet on it? Naruto asked smugly. Pass, I forgot you're the Deadpool of Gotham, Ivy said flatly. Aw, and here I was gonna bet to have you underneath me, my rose, Naruto said as he hugged Ivy close and whispered into her ear, making her shudder a bit before she regained her composure. Get Harley free in 15 minutes and you can use my, Ivy told him as she shuddered a bit as Naruto kissed her neck a bit before she yelped as Naruto smacked her after hearing this. Now that's motivation. Start the clock, babe. Naruto yelled before flying off in a burst of speed towards Penguin's lounge. Inside the lounge, on the piano stage by the microphone stood Penguin holding up a glass of champagne towards his guests, a smile on his face. Next to Penguin were two buxom ladies wearing black and white dresses that showed off their bodies. One a pale woman with short blonde hair with D-cup boba s. A curvy body and plump round. This was Tracy. Meanwhile her companion was a dark-skinned woman with her black hair tied in a ponytail wearing glasses. She too had D-cup boba s and a curvy body, but her was heart-shaped. This was Candy, Oswald Cobblepot's personal assistant with his legitimate business. Ladies and gentlemen, we're killing it. We've put down the Goon Rebellion and they're thanking us for it. We carved up the city and they're thanking us for it. So I'd just like to raise a glass and say Penguin was offering a toast to the rich people in his club, while Harley was frozen in a large block of ice in the center of the room before. Crash. A wall ripped open as Naruto flew in through the giant hall. Say your prayers to whatever god you believe in, Cobblepot, because I'm gonna fry you up with 11 herbs and spices. Also the rest of you are gonna die with him. Eat the rich. Not you, Tracy and Candy. You two get a offer to join my har. Naruto yelled, laughing before the two assistants cut him off. We will take it, love. Tracy yelled happily as she held up her hand. Absolutely, we'll take it. Candy yelled happily, also holding up her hand. Overhaul? Weren't you ruling an empire in some other ING dimension? The hell are you doing in New Gotham? Penguin demanded. Oh, I got a call. What's this about you taking one of my VIPs as a decoration? Naruto asked, his laughing mood suddenly turning to cold fury. Kill him. Whoever brings me his head will get $10 million. Penguin yelled in a panic. 10 million. Hang on. Naruto yelled as he landed before grabbing his head and pulling his own head off, throwing it at the overweight criminal boss who barely caught it. This net me the 10 million? Naruto's severed head asked from Cobblepot's grip. What the? Penguin yelled, dropping the head, which rolled towards his still-standing body, which picked up his head and placed it back on his neck, which quickly healed. That hurts. Newsflash, Ozzy. I'm ING immortal. You, on the other hand, Naruto was saying before dashing at Penguin and clocking him with a right hook, sending him crashing into the open bar. You aren't. So boys and girls, rich jagoffs and underpaid morons, I have a question for you. Who wants to dance with the devil? Naruto yelled with a psychotic grin splitting his face as he gazed at crowd of bystanders and goons. This I'm going to work for Two-Face. A goon yelled, throwing down his gun. Hey! Tell Sugar and Spice to call me. Naruto yelled after the running goons. Larry. What the hell? Kill him. Penguin yelled. No. The goon named Larry said as he ran the hell towards the elevator and went inside, flipping the bird as the door closed and he went down. Oh, he might be the smartest goon in Gotham. So does anyone want to listen to Fish Breath here and take a shot at the king? Or would you rather run for your lives before I turn this place to dust? Make your choice, folks. Naruto yelled as he unloved his left hand and placed it on the ground, ready to decay everything. I don't want to die. A goon yelled as he ran and dove out a window to avoid certain death, while the rich guests screamed in horror, running towards the doors and elevators, leaving Penguin alone in the room with Naruto, Tracy, Candy, and the frozen Harley. I guess you can't trust your friends, huh, Ozzy? Naruto asked. Afrika. Penguin yelled as he took out one of his umbrellas before Candy smashed metal tray over his head, while Tracy smashed a tray into his crotch. Nice one, girls. GZSPLNTZ is gonna love having you two around. Or am I making you slave girls? Oh, so many options, Naruto said, amused as he looked at the two henchwomen. I could use assistance, love, GSPLNTZ said as she appeared in the room. Fair enough, okay, you two, you answer to her. We have pizzas on Fridays and sessions on Saturdays, Naruto said with a grin as he walked towards Penguin while Tracy and Candy walked towards Jispons. You and that clown caused all of this. If she had just played ball with us, she could have ruled Gotham with us. Penguin growled before Naruto grabbed him by his neck. Watch how you talk about my girl's face. Naruto growled out before turning to GSPLNTZ. GSPLNTZ, take your new assistants back to Outworld, but before you go, Naruto was asking before he was cut off. You want me to thaw Miss Quinn, I presume? GSPLNTZ asked as she raised an eyebrow. Please do. I figure she would love to watch me gut this bird, Naruto said with a smirk. Very well. But only for you, darling, Gispelantz purred out before snapping her fingers as the ice around Harley immediately vanished. Ugh, what the? Why am I so cold? And holy, my boba point S can cut through ing diamonds. Harley yelled as she stepped forward a bit. And now I'm aroused, Naruto admitted as he chuckled hearing this. Huh? Naruto? What the hell? Where am I? What's going on? Harley asked, looking around the lounge confused. Ivy called me. You've been frozen for 2 months. Penguin and his buddies froze you and took over Gotham. I came to free your sweet, sugary after putting down a rebellion, Naruto explained helpfully. He what? Harley yelled angrily. Relax, sweet cheeks, you get the kill, Naruto said with a smirk as he threw Penguin at her feet before he touched the concrete and overhauled a giant mallet which he threw to Harley, which she caught. No, Harley. I'm sure we can come to an agreement. I mean, we're both reasonable business people, right? Penguin asked nervously as Harley raised her mallet in the air. How's this for reasonable? I splatter you over your entire base and have whiskers me over your throne. Harley yelled at the scared gang leader. Jesus Angie Christ, I missed you. Naruto laughed at this. Save it for later, whiskers. It's smashing time. Harley yelled, bringing the massive mallet down. No, no, no. Wait, hear me, oh, you, Penguin was begging before. Splat, splat, splat. Blood, brains, and other organs splattered all over the place as Harley slammed the mallet down on the pleading fool over and over again, leaving nothing but a destroyed suit, shattered bones, and pools of blood. You! Harley yelled as she smashed her mallet into the fully dead gang leader over and over again, not even caring that all she was destroying was just remnants of a suit. She was just letting loose aggression. That's so ing hot, Naruto growled as he approached Harley, who was covered in blood head to toe. Come along, girls, Gispelantz said as she made a portal for her Tracy and Candy. All we wanted to watch. Tracy pouted as she and Candy were pushed through the portal. Ha! Not so, why now are you Ozzy? Thanks for the save, whisk, MPPPPPH. Harley yelled at the remains before she turned to Naruto, who pulled her into a heated kiss. If I didn't have a bet with Ivy, I'd the hell out of that right now, Naruto told her as he pulled back from the kiss. So the Emperor of Outworld can't make his ES wait? Harley panted as she felt a fire in her. Can you give me 5 seconds? I bet I could free you in under 15 minutes and I have 7 to spare, Naruto asked the blood-covered clown woman. Harley ignored this as she sunk down to her knees and smirked as she unzipped Naruto's pants and fished out his hardened, which she started to pump in her hands. Gispelantz, one more favor, Naruto was saying before a light flashed in the room as Ivy appeared. What the? Ivy yelled, seeing all the blood and gore and a blood-covered Harley on her knees. I meant like message her, I won the bet, Naruto said before he groaned as Harley pumped his. This is better. Come join the party, Red. Harley told her friend with a grin. It's scoot over, Ivy said as she walked over to join her friend on her knees. God, I missed you too, Naruto sobbed out with a grin, seeing the 2 bombshells on their knees before his as Harley gave a lick. And we missed this. It's been over 2 months since we had this monster beating our tight little pussies, Daddy, Harley said giggling. Harley, you were frozen the W gap time, Ivy pointed out. So? Harley asked as she licked at Naruto's. So I wasn't, so I've been feeling the W gap, not getting Ed more than you, Ivy said. So? You can take his first then, I love watching Daddy work on S like me before he bends me over and rams my clown gap, Harley giggled out. Give me that Ivy yelled as she immediately engulfed Naruto's in her mouth at that. Ing love my life. The only thing that can make this better is if Metropolis was ruined, Naruto mused as Ivy went down on him and Harley kissed his neck lovingly. And in local news, a fight between Kushina Uzumaki and Raven of the Teen Boba ANS ended with over 60% of the city of Metropolis being destroyed in a hero versus villain clash. When asked for comment on why she didn't interfere, Supergirl responded with the words, and I quote, "No way in hell am I dealing with that crazy redhead nutjob without a tub filled with cocaine to distract her," end quote. Lois Lane was heard saying through one of the lounge TVs as a report aired on the news. I don't know whether to laugh at the circumstance or ask what the hell caused my mother and Raven to fight to begin with, Naruto admitted hearing this. You think you can take me on, you goth? How I treat my brat is my business. Kushina was heard yelling as Raven threw a car at her that she punched into dust. I'll feed your remains to wild dogs. Raven was heard screaming as her red eyes flashed before she tackled Kushina into a building, which then toppled over from the force of the impact. Okay, should I stop them? Naruto asked as he looked down at Ivy, while feeling Harley's nails dig into his back at his words. You leave this room and so help me I will put distilled poison ivy oil all over your basement, and thrown Ivy warned him with a glare as she wrapped her boba s around Naruto's to him off. That's hot. Okay, my rose, you want my seed then? I won't leave until you get enough, Naruto told the plant woman amused. Good. Then shower me with your... I've waited 2 goddamn months and missed the taste, Ivy ordered as she used her boba s to smother and stroke his with even more vigor, hoping to coax his load out. Gonna need more than just a boba then, my dear, Naruto told her amused. Oh fine, Ivy said with a scoff as she pulled away and walked over to Harley before pulling Harley away to whisper in her ear. Oh, plotting something I see, Naruto asked with a smirk at his 2 lovers. Oh yes. Harley cackled before immediately dropping her shorts and bending over a lounge table, using her hands to spread her cheeks in an effort to coax Naruto. Come here and ruin my big boy, Harley giggled out as she swayed her from side to side to get Naruto's attention. Don't have to tell me twice, Naruto said with a grin before pausing as Ivy bent over the table next to Harley, dropping her trousers to do the same thing. Or would you rather start with my instead, baby? Ivy asked, smirking as she looked over her shoulder at her lover and tossed her hair a bit to show off. You know, it's times like this I wish I could clone myself, Naruto admitted as he moved his head back and forth between their ears to view each one, contemplating which he'd first. Come on, daddy, don't you want to wreck my big fat? Harley asked, smirking as she twerked her at her lover, hoping to tempt him. No, come ruin my gap instead, dear. I'll let you pull my hair as you do so, Ivy told him as she swayed her. Eeny meeny miny mo, Naruto started. Really? Ivy asked as she raised an eyebrow. I don't handle choice well, Naruto admitted. Come on already, I'm primed and ready to Harley was whining before Naruto grabbed her by her cheeks and slammed his in her gap. No hesitation as he fully hilted his inside her. I missed this, Naruto grunted out as he started to thrust into Harley, making her clap repeatedly against his abs while the clown girl sobbed at his hammering thrusts, tongue hanging from her mouth, panting for breath as Naruto pounded away at her like no tomorrow. You feeling good, Harls? Ivy asked, raising an eyebrow at her friend. So good. I never want this to end, Harley panted out as she let Naruto take her like a piece of meat on the table. Don't just take it like some henchwoman. You're more than that, right? You're supposed to be the boss, so get that fat moving and set an example for your underlings, Naruto growled as Naruto smacked her hard, leaving a red handprint as Harley's jiggled. Oh, you are lucky you actually make me, Harley panted out as she shook her for her lover as he took her, making him grunt in approval. Did he just call me an underling? Ivy asked, annoyed at that wording. I thought you weren't part of the crew, Naruto told her cheekily as he continued to hammer away at Harley now that she was moving her hips back and forth against him, twerking her on his with a renewed fire in her eyes. You are so gonna get it, Ivy grumbled before yelping as Naruto's hand suddenly smacked onto her cheek with a hard slap. I think you'll be the one getting it, my dear Rose. And speaking of it, Harley, my dear clown girl, where would you like me to? Naruto asked as he went back to smacking Harley's with each thrust of his hips. Inside. Flood my with your hot daddy, Harley pleaded as her eyes rolled up in her head as she panted for breath, feeling her own intense pleasure reaching its breaking point as Naruto pounded away at her gap. Naruto grunted deeply as he pulled Harley close before he gripped her cheeks tightly as he intense pleasured inside her, letting out a thick load of into the clown girl's gap as Harley squealed in delight, her own intense pleasure hitting full force as her sopping sprayed her juices all over the table beneath them as Naruto pulled out of the squealing woman. Harley immediately dead weight onto the table, spent and exhausted as she laid on the table, out of her already crazed mind. Damn, gotta admit watching you work is hot, Ivy said with a whistle before feeling Naruto's hand grip her long red hair. She said as Naruto got on top of her, effectively mounting her. You said I could pull your hair, remember? Consider it a leash for me to hold while I make you my again, Naruto told her, smirking as he rubbed his still hard against her gap, making Ivy shudder at his actions. You just make sure you plant your seed deep, lover, Ivy purred out before squealing as Naruto slammed his into her gap. That's the goddamn plan, babe, Naruto told her as he started to thrust and pound away at Ivy's making the table beneath them shake with each hard and rough thrust of his hips. Each movement making the plant woman sob in utter delight from the rough treatment she was getting. God, I missed this. Ivy sobbed out as Naruto pounded her with reckless abandon. Me too, babe. Me too, Naruto chuckled out as he gripped Ivy's with his hands roughly, making the plant girl sob even louder as Naruto ed her non-stop the rest of the night. The next day in Outworld, after Harley and Ivy all night long, Naruto brought them and the rest of the crew to his palace in Outworld to party at Harley's return as well as for ending Reiko's rebellion. Where the hell have you been? Kurama asked as Naruto stumbled down into the basement. What are you, my mom? Naruto asked with a groan as he held his head as he sat on the couch. Do I look like a $5? Kurama asked with a flat tone of voice. Oh please, she's at least a $10. $5 if you give her a bag of coke, Naruto said simply. Ha! So where you been? Please tell me you killed one of those third-rate villains in Gotham, Kurama said after laughing as he handed Naruto a beer. Actually, yes. I finally killed Cobblepot. Ended up KOing Harley in a block of ice for 2 months, so I decided to repay him for messing with one of my ES, Naruto told the stuffed fox with a savage grin. And let me guess, she thanked you all night long? Kurama asked as he waggled his eyebrows suggestively. Her and Ivy, Naruto said with a smirk as he opened his beer and took a drink. My man, Kurama yelled as he and Naruto toasted each other. Yup, rebellion is done. Harley's freed. There is nothing that can ruin my night, Naruto said as he sighed and smiled. Wait, didn't you have a date with that Fable chick and pretty much ghost her to rail the clown and plant? Kurama asked, raising an eyebrow at this. Oh please, what's she gonna do? I'm the man in control of my ES, Naruto said with an eye roll. Crash. Before the door to the basement was kicked down. Of course, Kurama said with a sigh as he flopped over lifeless as Fables came downstairs along with a giant wolf. You know you could have just knocked, Naruto said as he sipped his beer nonchalantly as he gazed at Fables scowling at him. You had me waiting in that bedroom with that Amoris for 6 hours while you went off to some other skanks. Fables growled out annoyed. To be fair, I saved Harley first and she wanted to reward me. Do you expect me to say no to that? Naruto asked as he drank his beer before Fables snatched it out of his hand. Excuses. Do you know what that did to me for 6 hours? I didn't even know hair could do those things. Fables yelled as she threw the beer at the wall. Oh Kinky, she left you alone, right? That's mine to clap, Naruto asked smirking. You insufferable gap. Fables yelled. Don't sweet talk me, you smoking hot psycho, Naruto told her, still smirking. Fables growled as she glared at Naruto. Before she jumped into Naruto's lap, pinning him to the couch as she shoved her tongue down his throat. As this happened, Kurama lifted his head and looked at Naruto. Don't do it. She's got BBCD. The stuffed fox whispered as he shook his head. Come on, stud, you want to take this for a ride, right? Then you and I are gonna go all night long. Do well enough and I'll call you daddy, Fables told Naruto with a grin as she dry-humped Naruto's crotch and smirked as she felt his erection. To my bedroom. Naruto yelled as his wings sprouted from his back and he picked up Fables flying out the basement. Punk! Kurama yelled after Naruto as he picked up the remote and turned on the TV. And in local metropolis news, after the fight between Raven and Kushina Uzumaki, several buildings were destroyed, including the local orphanage, to which Kushina, in response to her destruction, said, and I quote, "Why is everyone upset about a orphanage being destroyed? It's not like they were wanted in the first place and now everyone suddenly cares?" End quote. While Raven of the Teen Boba ANS vanished in the aftermath of the fight after a massive explosion. Kushina was last seen heading into LexCorp for reasons unknown, Lois Lane covered. God, I wish this was something degrading to women instead, Kurama grumbled, uncaring. And now we return to the Metropolis Beach Volleyball Championship with special guest referees Power Girl and Supergirl, Lois Lane said with a sigh. Jackpot! Kurama exclaimed happily as he tuned in to watch the sport, mostly to ogle at the bikini-clad women as they played. Outworld Palace. Many Outworld residents of the palace would be used to the sight of their emperor flying through the halls of the palace with a woman in his arms. In fact, some even have bets on which one would be the one he brings in this time. So him flying through the hallways towards his chambers with Queen of Fables didn't rouse much reaction from any guards or slaves they passed before entering the bedroom and shutting the door with a loud slam. Told you it'd be that crazy Fables this time. You owe me 20, a slave cleaning the floors said, turning to look at a Tarkatan guard. I heard that. Fables was heard yelling before a smack was heard making her yell. You know they aren't wrong now, show daddy that big fat. We're gonna throw a party. Naruto was heard saying through the door with a grin. We really need to get that soundproofing in the royal chambers, the Tarkatan guard said with a sigh. Yeah, don't forget about the 20, the slave said. How about you forget the bet and I don't eat you alive? The Tarkatan said with a glare and annoyed tone. Message received, the slave said, paling in terror. With Naruto. Naruto smirked as Fables assumed her ready position on all fours on his bed while still in her villain outfit. Her on full display as she had tossed her cape aside, showing off her leotard wedging up between her cheeks. Oh, you know how long I've been waiting for this? Naruto asked with a grin as he walked over. Oh, trust me, I know. You're leering at me like a piece of meat. I bet you have been fantasizing about being all up in this since before I was ING textbook, Fables said with a smirk as she looked over her shoulder at the blonde before she reached back and smacked her for emphasis, making her jiggle. Damn right I did. You were one of my main crushes growing up in Gotham, Naruto said with a grin as he unzipped his pants and approached the bed with his heart at the ready. Oh, you want to fulfill that old dream then, huh? You better be as good as those other SING say then. I've been waiting for a good, so if you up I'm kicking your, Fables told him. Trust me, I'm not going to give you the chance to complain, Naruto said as he grabbed Fable by her cheeks and rubbed his against her gap after moving her leotard to the side. Hey, I didn't say ah. Fables was saying before squealing as Naruto thrust his halfway into her gap, cutting her off mid-sentence. I said before, yours is mine to use. My palace. My bed. I own 'em all, Naruto said with a grin as he felt Fables clamp down on his. I ain't your you swizzling her, Fables growled out at him, biting her lip to suppress her sobs. We will see, Naruto said with a smirk before with a thrust of his hips, his abs cracked against Fables' cheeks, fully hilting himself inside her in one quick thrust. Oh, Fables growled as she grabbed a handful of the bedsheets. Too much for you? Want me to go slow for those old bones? Naruto asked with a smirk. Oh, that's your game, huh? Fine, go all out, you little, I can take whatever you can dish out. And when you fail, I'm gonna put out my cigarette on your oh holy. Fables started to threaten him before sobbing as she felt Naruto's hands smack into her again, leaving a bright red handprint on her backside. I'm sorry, what was that, you mouthy? Naruto asked with a smirk. Oh, I'm gonna wring you dry and then wring that skinny neck of yours, your little, Fables was saying before. Slap, H, slap, H, slap, H. Her tirade was cut off as Naruto hammered away at her, while using his free hands to her cheeks, slapping her over and over like a set of bongo drums. I wonder if I can play jazz music like this, Naruto said with a mocking tone as he sent another slap to her. You think beating my like a drum is enough to break me? Ha! For a so-called man, you don't know how to please a woman for hay. Fables was saying before Naruto grabbed a fist full of her hair for leverage as he sped up his thrusts into her. Yeah, that all was just the opening act. It's time for the main show now, Naruto told her with a crazed grin. Bring it. Fables stuttered out, trying to mask the overwhelming pleasure behind her act of bravado as Naruto's hips cracked into her. Over and over and over again he hammered and pounded away at her, each thrust drawing a low sob that Fables tried to keep from surfacing. I've dreamed of this day for so grandpa damned long. I'm not stopping till I make you admit you're my Fables, Naruto said with a crazed laugh as he yanked on Fables' hair. Never gonna break me, prick, Fables muttered, her eyes rolling up in her head as she tried in vain to keep her composure. Oh, enough with the tough girl act here. I get it. You're a female villain icon who changed the game. Yada. Blah blah blah. Just 'cause you're some big shot you think you're better than me? Than all other villains? Don't make me ing laugh. Be an icon all you want, but at the end of the day you'll still just be my ing, Naruto told her with a grin. Fables panted as she felt her heat up hearing this as she. Naruto smirked at this as he reached down and decayed away the material covering her crotch before he reached into her wet and started to finger it. 2 fingers thrusting in and out of the dark-skinned villainess's moist. Fables sobbed as she bit her lip as she felt great now. See, this is a better look on you. Forget your pride. Leave it behind and enjoy the feeling no other person can make you feel. Give into a different sin. Let your run wild. Give in to the pleasure, Naruto told her as he yanked on her hair to make the woman look him in the eyes. Oh it, get this daddy. Fables panted out as she arched her back, presenting her red back towards the blonde as he continued to thrust forward into her. See, isn't that better? You make a better leave than a villain, huh? Naruto cackled. Shut up, big mouth. What's a woman gotta do to get you to rail her like you mean it instead of this weak sauce? Half-ed thrusting. Fables demanded. Well, master likes it when the gifted lovers like you shake their ES at him. Maybe that would get me to actually try. Ever think of that, you why? Naruto asked, smirking as he let her hair go. Oh, that's what you want, eh? You want me to make this clap for you? Fables asked, smirking back as she shook her lightly to tease him. I didn't stutter, did I? Naruto told her with a growing grin, seeing her start to lightly twerk her on his. Fables chuckled at this as she rested her hands on her pillow as she started to gyrate her hips and toss her back at her new lover, twerking her hard on his like a pro. That's it. Twerk that fat on daddies. Naruto told her with a grin as he sent another hard smack to her, making it wobble. Oh, that's the stuff, Fables panted out with no shame as she continued to shake her at Naruto. This is the life. A palace and realm under my command. An eager S just ready to please me whenever I want. Right? Naruto chuckled out as he continued hammering away at her clenching gap. Yes, daddy. Fables sobbed out. No longer caring about how she was coming across as an eager. She just wanted to ride this for the remainder of her life. That's the spirit. Since you know your place, I think it's time to give you a reward, don't you? Naruto asked as he felt his throb in her gap. Ready to release his hot load soon. Yes, daddy. Fables sobbed out, eager to coax him out of his. Good. Where do you want it? Inside or outside? Naruto asked with a smirk. Don't you dare pull out. Flood my fat with your hot. Fables demanded. I love a mouthy. Alright, inside it is. Naruto grinned as he sent one final thrust inside her, fully hilting himself inside of her as he sprayed his hot inside her gap. The Queen of Fables let out a loud scream of pleasure as the feeling of the demonic villain's hot flooded her depths, her body shaking and shuddering as her own slammed into her like a truck hitting an anime protagonist to ice-sky them. Eyes rolling up in her head as her gushed and sprayed juices all over the sheets beneath her. The moment her subsided, her legs gave out as she fell forward, panting for breath as she fell off Naruto's. Ooh, I think I need a cigarette after that, what the? Fables panted out as she tried to take in calming breaths. Before she could recover, she felt herself suddenly flipped over onto her back, her leotard gone. She looked up wide-eyed to see a still hard Naruto towering over her. I'm just getting started. I always wanted to put those big of yours to use. Don't worry though, I'll have plenty of shots left for each of your gaps. We're gonna be busy until morning, Naruto told her with a grin. Oh, I'm so Ed, Fables muttered, now realizing all that talk of his stamina was not just BR for overly horny ES. It was fact. That's the plan, Naruto said with a crazed cackle as he placed his between her boba S and started to hammer away at her. The screams and sobs of Fables would be heard until the next morning. The next day at the mall. After his fun with Fables, who was still passed out last he checked, Naruto returned to the mall with Harley and her crew, leaving Blackfire, Ultra Girl, and Superwoman behind in Outworld to assist Sindel with any issues that may crop up while he assisted Harley and Ivy in Gotham. Come on. Come on. Come on. Oh my god, you piece of... Harley groaned as she lit a match which immediately snuffed out to try and light up the darkness of the mall. Before she pulled out 3 more matches which all went out immediately. Ugh, damn it. How is a girl supposed to plan her takeover of Gotham if she can't see her killboard? Harley groaned, throwing the matches away. It's only 6 people, Harles, and 2 of them were dead when you made the list, Ivy pointed out. And Grandpa said let there be light. Grandpa, damn it, this piece of S broken, Naruto said as he took out what looked like a flashlight, only it was more bulky and had a pair of lips on the end of it, which he provided to smack on the side in an attempt to fix it only for it to leak. Hey, wait a minute, is that my my collector's edition flashlight? Yes, Psycho said, looking at Naruto. Welp, I'm gonna go wash my hands in acid, Naruto said with a horrified tone, now realizing what it was and who it belonged to, before he proceeded to throw the flashlight against the wall, breaking it. Ugh, I wanted to give us a head start. Like when you put your own money in the tip jar at the beginning of your barista shift. Harley said, ignoring Naruto's traumatization to focus on her kill board as Psycho came over handing her a lit-up menorah with multiple candles. Ha, with that nose I knew it. Kurama owes me money, Naruto said with a snicker while Psycho flipped him off. A mazel. How'd you make all these candles? Harley asked with a smile. Definitely not with the rendered fat of dead zebras, Psycho said, wearing a zebra skin hat. Well then I guess it remains a mystery, King Shark said with a smile. Ugh, we need power. We can't keep depending on runaway zoo animals for Psycho to make candles out of. Harley groaned out. I made hats too. And we could start using the fat of prisoners in Outworld. Matter of fact, why aren't we just using the Idiot's Palace as a base? Or asking that reality warping secretary of his to get us power. Psycho asked as he looked at Naruto. Pride, Ivy said with a flat tone of voice. Pride? Have you met us? We have no pride. That one talks to a stuffed animal for S sake. Psycho exclaimed, pointing at Naruto. I may be crazy, but Giganta still can't quit this. She and your son both call me daddy more times than they ever did you, tattoo, Naruto said with a smirk. Game, set, match. Frank yelled as he laughed at this comeback while Psycho's eye twitched in fury. Pride or no pride, Gotham is a wasteland. No one had reliable power. Clayface said with a sigh. Riddle me this, what's the only place in Gotham with a still intact power plant and running water? Well, it's right here at Riddle U, where the young and promising can charge their cell phones and their brains. Right, three girls? The voice of the Riddler said, drawing their attention to a large advertisement playing on a building nearby before showing him turn to some girls on a college campus by a water fountain, including Barbara Gordon. Each one in Riddler-like clothing. Yes, Dean Riddler, the girls cheered with forced smiles as Barbara drank from a water fountain. Now that's clean water, Barbara said with all the enthusiasm of a gun pointed at the back of her head and a fake smile as the advertisement ended. That Gap's the only one with power. We're gonna kill him next and steal it for ourselves. I've Naruto. Hope you two are vaccinated for HPV. 'Cause we're going to college. Harley ordered. Harley, we're too old to get the HPV vaccination, right? Ivy asked with a sigh. Okay, two things. One, my healing factor and my W-Gap demon and angel blood makes disease a moot point half the time, and anything else can be overhauled by me. And two, no. I refuse to deal with that idiot. Naruto yelled as he made a X with his arms. It's a college campus, Ivy said with a flat tone before smirking as Naruto froze at her words. College campus, so weed, drugs, alcohol, Thai sorority girls with daddy issues? Naruto asked as he smiled, which got bigger with each item listed. Welp, he's in. Okay, so here's the plan. We pretend to be students, sneak into Riddler U, kill the Riddler, maybe go to a sick party, and then we have all the power and water to ourselves, Harley said with a grin. I'll go pack. Naruto said before he took out his phone and sent a text to Jisbi before a portal opened up in front of him. Wear a disguise and bring only the essentials and he's gone, Harley was saying as Naruto dove through the portal head first. We can text him to meet us near there and he can fly us over, Ivy said with a sigh as she took out her phone to text the blonde. With Naruto. After diving through the portal, Naruto landed in the basement before he tossed a duffel bag into the couch next to Kurama. Alright, essentials. Essentials. Instant ramen. Ramen bowls. Chopsticks for my ramen. Whatever this thing is, Naruto said as he started tossing things into the duffel bag, including a book bound in human skin. Okay, where are we going and why do you have a book bound in human leather? Kurama asked, raising an eyebrow at this. I'm going to college. Also, I'm not sure, I think I took that from Shang Tsung's lab. Naruto shrugged. College? You mean the place filled with horny s throwing away daddy's money to do blow and get their es reamed for 4 years? Yes. Toga party. Toga. 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 Kurama yelled, leaping up and down on the couch, raising his fist in the air. Damn right. This is gonna be awesome. Naruto said with a grin. Yup. Why are you going to college? You have a doctorate, don't you? Kurama asked, blinking at the realization. Only in genocide. And in love making, Naruto said with a smirk. Like that's a real degree. Wait, didn't you go to college once before you got banned by Commissioner Alcoholics Anonymous? Kurama asked curiously, referring to Gordon. Yeah, he plastered dead or alive wanted posters on that campus for a year straight after he caught me plowing his fat Ed daughter. What a wildcat. Good times. She had me break her daddy's golf clubs over her. Total pain, Naruto said with a grin. Redhead? Kurama asked after a moment of silence. Redhead, Naruto said with a nod. It's always the redheads that are freaks. Speaking of which, if that drunk has a bounty on you, shouldn't you go there with a disguise or something? Kurama asked curiously. Well, yeah, I was gonna disguise myself anyway. Not that the bounty matters. Gotham has no cops anymore, so it's not like anyone can pay for my bounty, Naruto said before placing his overhaul hand on his face and giving him the ultimate disguise. Red hair. Nothing else, just red hair. That's it? Kurama asked after a moment of silence. Well, that and a fake name, I was thinking, Menma, Naruto said with a shrug. Well, it's better than Boruto, Kurama said with a flat tone of voice. I was 5 when I tried to change my name, damn it. Naruto yelled out in frustration. Whatever, now you gonna take me too, or what? Kurama asked curiously. Why should I? Naruto asked as he packed his bag. Oh, come on. Don't hog all the fun. Plus some lucky female deserves to find out once you go fox, there's no going back, Kurama said with a suave tone of voice. I'm not sure that's the saying, Naruto admitted with a flat tone. I know your search history. I won't tell anyone if you take me with you, Kurama offered. Okay, deal, Naruto said as he grabbed the stuffed toy and shoved him into the bag and zipped it up. Moron, Kurama said with a snicker at the blonde, forgetting he was a figment of his mind. Okay, we're all packed. Now to meet with Harley and Ivy. Woo, this is gonna be fun. Naruto yelled with a grin before he texted GSPY to send him back to Harley and Ivy's location. Back with Harley and Ivy. The two stood on a rooftop in their disguises waiting for Naruto to show up. Ivy had makeup to cover up her green skin, making her skin look more like a regular human's, while wearing a gray t-shirt under some blue short overalls and a purple sweater tied around her waist. Harley also had her normal white skin covered in makeup to look more like a regular human, while wearing a light pink shirt under a darker pink jacket with black diamond-like designs and a black skirt. As the two waited, a portal opened up near them as Naruto with red hair walked out. Hey, you two mid-looking chicks, seen my girls? They kinda look like you, only way more unique and exotic. Which I love, Naruto said with a grin. It's us, you idiot, Ivy said with a flat tone of voice. Yes, stop kissing our ES, Harley said with an eye roll. Wait, that's you guys? Whoa, nice look, but I stand by my previous statement, Naruto said, blinking in surprise. Do we feel insulted for being called mid like this, or flattered he prefers our normal look? Ivy asked, raising an eyebrow at this. I'm gonna take the compliment because it means he's a simp, Harley said with a shrug. I'm not a simp for anyone, Naruto exclaimed in a rage. Oh please, you would level Gotham and Metropolis if we asked, Harley pointed out. I would not. I'm my own villain, Naruto exclaimed. You leveled Gotham when we thought Ives was killed, Harley pointed out. Jurr, I swear to Grandpa, if you two weren't some of the top fine ES, I would be so ed, Naruto grumbled as he slinged his bag over his shoulder. Let's just get in. You can fly us over to sneak in, Ivy told him. We can't use the front door? Naruto asked. Harley just pointed to a guard in a tower with a sniper rifle shooting at people trying to get inside without paying for tuition. I see no reason the front door is out of the question, Naruto said as he rolled his eyes. Not all of us are demons with broken healing, Harley told him. Plus this is a stealth mission, and so help me you will be stealthy, Ivy told him with a firm tone. My worst nightmares rolled into one, Naruto groaned out. What about psychiatric medication? Harley asked curiously. Where? You won't take my sparkle. MPPPPH. Naruto was saying before Ivy clapped a hand over his mouth to shut him up. Just get us inside, you idiot. You have wings. Fly us over, Ivy ordered, done with the banter. Naruto nodded at this as he let his black wings out his back before grabbing the two women in his arms and picked them up. His black wings flapping as he carried them above and over the gates to the university. How you know this would actually be kind of a nice way to spend time together. Just flying over cities in your arms, Harley admitted as they flew. I mean, I'd prefer forests for my flyover, but yeah, I can see the appeal, Ivy said. Never had anyone actually want that from me, Naruto admitted. Seriously? Harley asked, surprised at this. Nope. Granted, I also kept the wings hidden for a while, so not many knew about 'em. That being said, you wouldn't believe how many requests I've gotten from clients to in the skies, Naruto said with a chuckle. Why does that sound kind of hot? Ivy asked after a few moments of thought. Oh, I would so do that. Just bouncing my fat on your 10,000 feet in the air. W gap new meaning to Mile High Club, Harley said with a lecherous grin. Well, I'm not saying no, Naruto said with a growing grin as they landed on the campus between buildings and his wings receded. Morning, students. Riddle me this. What's priceless but still costs 60K a year? Riddler's voice asked through a loudspeaker. Riddle you, it's better than Harvard, the students said with fake smiles as if rehearsed. Carry on, Riddler said with a chuckle before disconnecting from the speaker. Okay, I'm not drinking anything here, Naruto said with a flat tone of voice. Pretty lazy, Riddle, but he is right about Harvard. Ivy admitted as the three started walking before some college guy with a man bun approached Naruto. Hey buddy, you look familiar. Have we met before? The man asked with a raised brow. Nope. I'm a new student transfer. Name's Menma Morningstar, Naruto said, simply getting raised eyebrows from Harley and Ivy. Morningstar? Like the devil? The man said with a blink. Yeah, my family is kinda nuts with the last names, Naruto said with a chuckle as he looked at Harley and Ivy, silently telling them to go on ahead while he defused this situation. Unfortunately, they did not leave. Too curious on this interaction. Interesting. Sorry, you just looked a lot like Overhaul to me. Just with red hair. Come to think of it, you sound similar too. And those whisker marks are also similar, the man said with suspicion. Nope, not Overhaul. Overhaul S. Riddler rules, Naruto said with a very forced smile and happy tone. I hear that. Overhaul INGS. Ed, my mother then killed my dad. Then he sold all my stuff on eBay. For like $1, the man grumbled. Yeah, he can be, and Naruto said with a forced smile. Right? Believe it or not, I was rooting for Joker to kill him in that fight last year. I mean, look at the he caused for Gotham? And all cause that plant died to a ING harpoon? How stupid is that? And don't even get me started on his W gap thing with Joker's sloppy seconds. Even he didn't want Quinn, the man said with an eye roll. Naruto's eyes started to twitch violently at this as he raised his left hand ready to decay this guy before Ivy grabbed his hand, stopping him. There you are, Menma. You're missing the tour. Harley said as she and Ivy dragged him away. My bad, man. Sorry for interrupting your tour, the man said before walking away from them, not seeing Naruto taking a growling breath as he tried not to go after the guy. Relax, we don't need you blowing our cover by killing some idiot, Ivy told him. That, you insult my girls, you make my list. I am killing him, Naruto growled as he took out his phone and took a picture of the guy to hunt him later. Oh come on, he can't be that bad. Yeah, he's in Gap with a Thai man bun, but I doubt he's that worth killing, Harley told him. That I'm definitely killing him, Naruto said with a growl. Naruto, calm down. Let's take a calming breath and not kill the random idiot, Harley said. Looks like he dropped a book for gender studies, Ivy said as she picked up a book the guy had dropped. Oh, if I wasn't before, I'm killing him now, Naruto said before Ivy slapped Naruto in the back of the head with the book. Just calm down. Look, there's a tour going on, so let's just make our way there to get info, Harley said as she dragged Naruto away by the hand with Ivy close behind. Oh fine. Let's go, and oh, it's Babs leading the tour, Naruto said with a grin as he spotted Barbara leading a group of students. And that was Water Fountain 29. Where you can get the best Riddler water in all of New Gotham, Barbara said with a smile to two girls she was giving a tour to. Oh my god. So interesting. So I have a question. Where is the Riddler right now? Harley asked using an outrageous accent to sound younger. That is a mood killer, Naruto grumbled under his breath. I'm sorry, were you three on the tour when we started? I don't see your name tags, Barbara told them. Sorry, we got held up by someone earlier. Allow us to reintroduce ourselves. I'm Menma Morningstar. A pleasure to meet you, my dear, Naruto told her with a suave grin. Barbara turned her gaze to Naruto, pausing for a moment. I see. And your two friends? Here? Barbara asked as she looked at Harley and Ivy. I'm Heather Witherby and this is Isiodora Staplebunkin, Harley said, introducing herself and Ivy. Naruto snorted into his fist at this before groaning as Ivy slugged him in the side. I see. I don't recall such names being on the tour list, Barbara said as she looked at Naruto again. It's chill there with me, a female voice said as a redhead girl in yellow clothing approached and wrapped her arm around Ivy's shoulder. Oh, you're with Steph. Okay then, let's keep this train going, Barbara said with a smile, sending one last suspicious look at Naruto before continuing the tour as Harley, Ivy, and Naruto slowly followed. Naruto smiled at this and winked at Barbara as she walked away before he groaned as Ivy slugged him in the side. Is it punch overhaul day or something? I don't think I've done anything to deserve being punched. Yet, I mean, give me some time at least, Naruto told them in a hushed whisper. Don't blow our cover on her or I swear to God I'll coat all of your underwear in poison. Ivy warned, narrowing her eyes at him. That is evil. I'm turned on, no woof. Okay. Naruto admitted before he was slugged in the side again, this time by Harley. Keep it up and I'll put your name down for a generous donation to a Metropolis charity and have the media cover it, Harley warned him with a glare. Knowing he hated doing good deeds. I'll be good, Naruto squeaked out as he nodded in defeat. Good. Now let's go, Harley ordered as they followed the tour. Understood. By the way, who's that hot redhead who helped us? She's giving me Screamer vibes despite the weird voice, Naruto asked with a grin. It's Clayface, Harley said, not sure whether to be annoyed at Clayface disobeying orders to stay away or amused at Naruto not realizing it was Clayface. Excuse me a moment, Naruto said with a calm tone before he ran over to a nearby booth which was taking donations for feminist causes before he plunged his head into the donation box and vomited, flooding the box with puke. There's your donation to the cause, Naruto panted out before walking away from the furious feminists. You gap! Feminist yelled. Oh, go do something useful and make me a sandwich, Naruto told them, wiping his mouth. Ladies, kill him. The lead feminist of the booth yelled as the girls started cracking their knuckles. Mistakes may have been made. I'll catch up with you two later. Naruto yelled to Harley and Ivy before sprinting off. Get him. The feminists roared, chasing after Naruto. Titi. They're gonna sacrifice me to Jane Fonda. Why does this always happen to me? Naruto yelled as he ran past Harley and Ivy with the mob of rabid feminists giving chase. What the just happened? Harley asked, baffled at what was happening. You let loose your wild card on a college campus. Are we that surprised? Ivy asked flatly. Okay, point made. Come on, let's get on with this tour and kill Riddler, Harley said, ignoring the shouts of angry feminists. Later on with Naruto, he had finally shaken off the feminist mob and was now hiding in an alleyway on campus. I finally escaped that horde of rabid beasts. Thank God for that detour in the cafeteria, Naruto said with a sigh of relief before he looked out the alleyway to see if any had found his trail. The coast is clear. Alright, let's get moving. I should meet back up with Harley and Ivy. Gonna need a map or some directions, Naruto said, as he stepped out of the alleyway before heading into a building to find a. As he said this, he walked into a nearby building and passed by a desk with a sign that said dorm room key pickup for new admissions, seeing a sign that said out to lunch and bunch of keys on the desk. And yoink, Naruto said, grabbing a random key and walking off with a smirk. Moments later, Naruto was walking through the dorm hallways looking for the room number on his key. Come on. Where's room 207? Aha! There it is. Naruto muttered before he spotted the right room and approached it. Hey, you're here too, Menma? The man-bun-haired guy from earlier asked as he approached Naruto from behind. Omi sideways, Naruto groaned as he looked behind himself to see the fellow student. So you're our third roommate, huh? Small world, huh? The man chuckled. Yeah, it really is. Wait, third? Naruto curiously asked as the man unlocked the door. Yup, other guys inside. He's playing a game or something right now, the man said as he opened the door for Naruto. Naruto entered and was met with the sight of pot plants scattered all over the room and a couch and TV with a blonde guy in a beanie playing a video game while the coffee table was covered in snacks. Hey, we got our third roommate, Joey, the man-bun guy said as he led Naruto inside. Cool, I'll introduce myself in a minute, Dave. I just gotta kill this demon chick, the blonde guy said, not looking away from the TV. Oh, Baldur's Gate 3, huh? Love that game. It's one of my favorites. Especially that hottie Ka. Did you just kill Karlak? Naruto was saying before he yelled in surprise at what he saw on the screen. Ha! Take that. My in hell, demon scum. The gamer grinned. Amenma, you okay? Dave asked, seeing Naruto shaking in fury. Yeah, I'm fine, Naruto said with a very forced smile as he shook in anger. Oh good, I was worried you were one of those toxic gamer chuds or something. Dave said with a scoff and a roll of his eyes. Naruto's eyebrow twitched at this. I'm cool, he said as he took deep breaths. He wouldn't blow his and the girl's covers. He'd be chill. Moments later, not 5 minutes later, Naruto threw 2 large rugs that were blood red out of the windows and into the dumpster outside with a loud clang while Kurama sat on the couch, his head in a box of Twinkies. I'm surprised you didn't even use your powers to just end those 2 morons, Kurama said, as he looked up at Naruto, his face covered in whipped cream. Too quick. They needed to die slowly and painfully, Naruto said with a scowl. Man bun, I get why did you kill the stoner? Kurama asked curiously. He disrespected Mama K. Naruto growled out. But your mom deserves no respect, Kurama said, blinking at this. Wrong, Mama K. I meant Karlak, Naruto said, getting a blink from the stuffed fox. Who? Kurama asked, tilting his head to the side in confusion. Oh right, basement and nothing to do besides basic cable. She's a tiefling barbarian in Baldur's Gate 3, and Naruto was saying before Kurama cut him off. What the is a Baldur's Gate, and when did you become a ING nerd? I thought you learned your lesson when you tried DD back in middle school? Kurama asked curiously. Hey, I didn't know there was math involved. Naruto yelled. That, and you accidentally summoned real demons and bailed, Kurama said with a snicker before he shoved his head back into the box of Twinkies. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Naruto said with a nostalgic chuckle. So this is our place while we are here. Gotta say this is a good upgrade. Flat screen. Snacks. Booze. Pot. The only thing missing is some, Kurama said as he looked around at the dorm room. I have that covered for you here, go nuts, Naruto said as he dropped a plushie of Luna from Hell of a Boss next to Kurama. You do realize only I talk to you and this isn't some Toy Story, right? Kurama asked before seeing Naruto had already left the dorm in the middle of his sentence. ING, damn it. Why can't I have an actual female to cuddle? Kurama groaned before the door opened and he laid back and went lifeless. Hey Joey, you here? I thought we'd have some fun after getting lit up before the party, and do what a cute new plushie. A young woman with brown hair dressed like a stoner said with a grin as she walked over and grabbed Kurama and hugged him. Kurama rested his head on the girl's shoulder before he looked at the reader and gave a thumbs up. With Naruto. Naruto walked out of the dorm room to meet back up with Harley and Ivy, leaving Kurama alone to continue their job. As he left the dorms to search for them, he passed by an alleyway and felt a hand grab his shoulder before pulling him inside. Oh, the feminists. Find another sacrifice for your eldritch abomination. I heard Lena Dunham accepts Twinkies. Naruto yelled before seeing it wasn't one of the feminists. It was Barbara Gordon glaring at him. Oh, you're not who I expected. My apologies, Miss Gordon. I must have gotten lost on the tour. Is it still going on? Naruto asked, playing up the Menma act. Save it, Uzumaki. You're not fooling me, Barbara said with a roll of her eyes. What gave me away? Naruto asked, dropping the act after a few moments of silence. I have seen you, dumbass. You really think dyeing your hair red was gonna change anything? Barbara asked with a shake of her head. I knew I should have done the fake mustache too, Naruto sighed as he crossed his arms. What are you doing here? Looking for more innocent co-eds to corrupt? Barbara asked as she crossed her arms. Corrupt? That's rich considering from what I recall you initiated the W-gap thing. What was it you said? Bend me over, pull my hair, wreck my, and bend each of my father's golf clubs over my fat? Naruto asked with a smirk. I was drunk. Barbara yelled, a hot blush on her face. You don't drink, Naruto pointed out with a knowing smirk. I've had a beer. Once, Barbara said with an embarrassed tone. Wonder if drunk you is even kinkier than sober you? Maybe next time I'll bring booze and lick it off those sweater puppies of yours while you ride me ga. How do you women know how to hit me there so hard? Naruto was saying with a confident smirk before Barbara slugged him in the side. Zip it, you delinquent. Barbara told him with an embarrassed glare. Okay. Look, you want to get something to eat? Naruto asked. Huh? Barbara said, blinking in surprise. Get something to eat? Aren't you like super smart? Didn't think I needed to spell it out for you, Naruto said with an eye roll. I heard you. I mean, what's your game? Barbara yelled in frustration. No game. I'm hungry and I figured if I'm gonna answer your questions I may as well do it while eating, Naruto told her with a shrug. Fine. There's a small food truck on campus we can— oh frick, it's Harley Quinn. Barbara was saying before she saw Harley Quinn in a fountain beating up the college mascot. dressed exactly like the Riddler. The water from the fountain rubbing off some of Harley's makeup and revealing her pale white skin. Harley took out a mirror and saw her makeup running. She cursed. "Hang on, we can talk," Abu Naruto was saying before Barbara immediately ran away from them. After her. Harley ordered, running after Barbara in hot pursuit. Worried the redhead would tell Riddler they were here and ruin their plan. Naruto followed after them and watched Barbara parkour, diving through a truck window and leaping over a railing and flipping over a trash can in an attempt to dodge Harley. "How is she this quick?" Harley asked, surprised at this. "Well, she had some serious stamina last time I saw her. Seems she got more flexible too," Naruto said with a grin. "Keep it in your pants, dumbass," Harley ordered as Barbara turned a corner into a crowd of students. Harley and Naruto turned to follow her, only for two students to stop them. "Would you like to audition for the a cappella club?" one asked. "Would you like to audition for the cool a cappella club?" the other asked. "You're not cooler than us, Garrett," the first guy said, glaring at the second. "What is this, the ing90s? Oh wait, that wasn't even cool then. Out of my way, Vanilla Ice," Naruto yelled, pushing the two nerds aside as he and Harley resumed their chase. The two ran after Barbara, but after entering an empty courtyard found no sign of her. "Damn it," Harley growled out, annoyed at having lost the trail. "Are you guys looking for something?" Ivy asked as she approached them before she looked at Harley's ruined makeup. "A Harl's?" Ivy asked, pointing at her face. "Yeah, I know. And I got made by that surprisingly agile tour guide, which this idiot was hanging out with," Harley said, irritated as she ate a thumb at Naruto. "Oi, I bumped into her looking for you too. Don't pin this on me 'cause you attacked a mascot in a fountain," Naruto told her. "So now what?" Ivy asked. "Let's kill a tour guide," Harley ordered. "We're not killing her," Naruto told her with a firm tone. "What?" Harley asked with a glare. "You heard me. We don't kill her," Naruto told her as he crossed his arms. "You're advocating not to kill someone? You? Yesterday you stabbed a man over a flavor packet of ramen. Not even a cup. Just the flavor packet for it," Ivy said, baffled. "It was a limited edition flavor," and Naruto was saying before Harley cut him off. "We're killing her, damn it, so she doesn't squeal," Harley told him. We are. I'm all for senseless murder, but not her. Not without genuine reason." "You have a problem then?" I ask both of you here and now. "Do you honestly think you can get past me?" Naruto asked with a cold tone. "In a straight fight? Not a chance in hell," Ivy admitted. She knew Naruto was a powerhouse. Her plants would be decayed in an instant. "Oh, you're doing it, or you're not getting all up in this ever again," Harley ordered as she pointed a finger in his face before he slapped it away. "Oh God, what will I do? I guess I'll have to settle for my wife. Or the rest of my harem back home. 'Cause if you kill one of my favorite clients, we will have a problem," Naruto warned her with a glare. "Wasn't it one time?" Ivy asked with a flat tone. "That ing pent up had me break golf clubs over her. You know how kinky you have to be for that? I ain't losing that, damn it," Naruto told them. "Ugh, fine, we will question her first, and Ivy has to agree on killing her as well if we need to do so," Harley said with a sigh, knowing she wouldn't win this argument. "Fantastic. Let's be off then," Naruto said as he approached a nearby tree after seeing Barbara close her dorm curtains on an upper floor. Ivy walked towards the tree and made it lower a large branch for the three to stand on to raise and enter the dorm. "I just want to be clear. I'm anti-forcefully entering the dorm room of a girl who for sure doesn't want us in there," Ivy said as the branch rose. "I have this ahem who wants to hit some balls?" Naruto asked with a grin as he opened the window. "Hit me, daddy," Barbara swore as she pulled out a can of spray, holding it up as Harley and Ivy entered with Naruto. "Babs, don't shoot," Ivy told her placatingly. "Isadora? You work for Harley Quinn?" Barbara asked, surprised, still holding the spray bottle. "That's not my actual name," Ivy sighed before making a vine plant in the room wrap around Barbara to keep her pinned. "Poison Ivy?" Barbara asked, surprised. "After figuring out who I am and seeing Harley, you couldn't figure out she was Ivy?" "Got?" Naruto asked, baffled at this before Harley slugged him in the back of the head. "Shut it. Look, we're not gonna kill ya, but we can't have you ratting us out to the Riddler," Harley told Naruto with a glare before turning to Barbara. "What? I'm not ratting anyone out. If anything, I want someone to take down the Riddler," Barbara told them. I smell an opportunity to be violent and vicious, Naruto said with a grin. Wanebox play party mix and turn it up, Barbara ordered as music started to play. He has ears and eyes everywhere. Look, there's some seriously terrible stuff that's been going on since Riddler took over. Barbara told them as they leaned forward so they could hear her over the music. Like what kind of stuff? Harley asked curiously. Well, we used to have a really good basketball team and all the best players just disappeared. And let's just say it wasn't because they went pro. I mean, they were good for Division 2, but you know, Barbara told them, rambling a bit. Division 2 good, my. They lost by 30 points last game and cost me $30,000, Naruto grunted out. Why did you bet on college basketball? Ivy asked, turning to Naruto. I do a lot of bets you don't know about. For instance, we have a betting pool in Outworld on how Psycho will die on his visits. My money is on Melina killing him and eating him after he says something offensive about women, Naruto said with a casual tone. I'm making a bet later. And what are you saying, Babs? Ivy asked while Harley was dancing to the music. I'm saying students are disappearing, Riddler's behind it, and I want to take him down. If you don't kill me, Barbara told them. And how do we know that the second we untie you that you don't turn us? Ivy asked, now dancing as well. She won't. She's got a wild streak, but she's honest, Naruto said with a firm tone. No offense, babe, we need more than words for this, Harley said with a scoff. Okay then, how about we make a deal? Naruto asked after a few moments of thought, as he had one option here to guarantee trust. A deal? Barbara asked, looking at Naruto confused. Here's the deal, we let you go. You lead us to the Riddler and don't betray us, and I promise you won't be killed by us or the Riddler or his goons. What do you say? Naruto asked as he held out his hand to shake. His hand crackling with red lightning, making Barbara's eyes widen. He was doing some type of enforced deal. In her favor. I accept, Barbara said as the vines untangled around her, and she took Naruto's hand with her own in a handshake, which resulted in a surge of power going off as soon as their hands touched. The room shook as their hands surged with power. The energy enforcing and sealing the deal they made as a glowing pentagram formed beneath their feet before fading away. What the? Ivy asked, surprised at this along with Harley. There now, she can't betray us and we can't let harm come to her, Naruto said with a firm tone as he let Barbara's hand go. What the hell was that? Harley asked Naruto. Little trick I can do. Thanks to my heritage, I am bound to any and all deals I make. I have to honor each one, otherwise, well, I lose my powers, Naruto said with a sigh. Why is that a thing? Harley asked curiously. Well, if you ask my mom, it's because my dad is a punk. Naruto said with an eye roll. I get it, it's so he has a leash on you, Ivy said with a nod of understanding. Unfortunately, yes. A caveat to the power I have now. But better than the powerless child I was before, Naruto muttered under his breath. You were powerless? Harley asked, having heard that. Moving on. Lead the way, Babs. Naruto ordered with a grin before a door to the bathroom opened up. Fair warning, I'm only wearing a towel. By the by, you're out of lavender herbal essence, Commissioner Gordon was saying as he exited the bathroom wearing only a towel. Naruto muttered out, surprised at seeing the commissioner. Oh hey, I didn't know you had company. Who are these three, Babs? You know how I feel about boys in your dorm, especially after that incident with that idiot Overhaul, Gordon said with a scowl at the memory of the villain hooking up with his daughter. Boy, shutting up, Naruto was about to say before seeing all three women glare at him. Oh, these are new students. They asked for some notes for a class they just started today. I offered to tutor them. They were just stopping in before we headed to the library to study, Barbara said with a smile, before she looked at Naruto with a look that screamed, back me up, damn it. Yup, we're just studying, sir. Nothing to worry about. I am nothing like that baby wiener haver, Overhaul, Naruto said with a forced smile. Ahahaha. I like him, Babs. He seems like a nice kid. What's your name, son? Garadin asked with a smile. Menma Morningstar. It was nice to meet you, but we really should head to the library, right, Barbara? Naruto asked as he looked at the redhead. Yup. Follow me, you three. Later, Dad, Barbara said as the four walked out the dorm. Your dad is living in your dorm room with you? Harley asked as they exited the dorm. That I want credit for what I just did. I think I'm gonna be sick. Someone get me a barf bag. No, too late, I'm using this plant, Naruto said before grabbing a plant. Hold it until we pass another feminist donation box, Ivy said as she grabbed the plant from Naruto. I don't think I can. Don't you get it? I had to be respectful. Me to him. Oh, I think I'm going to faint. The world is spinning. Naruto said, dry heaving. Harley rolled her eyes at this before she approached Barbara from behind and grabbed her shirt before lifting it, showing off her bra-covered boba to Naruto. Okay, I'm good now. Damn, did they get bigger? Naruto asked with a grin. A little, Barbara said with a blush as she pulled back down her shirt before Naruto grabbed her hands, stopping her, still ogling her. I didn't say I was done looking yet. Okay, now I'm done, Naruto said as he let her put her shirt back down. So what's the plan? Harley asked. I've been tracking Riddler for months and he keeps going back to a fraternity house. Something's going on there. I see people go in it but never come out, Barbara explained. How is that different from a normal frat house? Ivy questioned. I don't know yet. But I have 4 wristbands to a party there tonight, Barbara said, holding up 4 purple wristbands. Party? Will there be booze and a purr? Naruto asked with a grin, hearing this. Oh, for God's sake, Ivy said as she rolled her eyes at Naruto's question. In order. Yes and yes. They hired some exotic dancer known as Scarlet, Barbara informed him. I'm in. Let's get ing-faced. Naruto exclaimed with a massive grin as he wrapped an arm around Barbara's shoulder and started to drag her. Once she handed out the bracelets. You will focus on getting the Riddler and not getting your rocks off, Harley ordered as she took her own bracelet. Yeah, fine. It's not like we's just a normal human with a cane and an ego or anything. No, he's a dangerous threat, Naruto said sarcastically. He waved her off. Yeah, and you're mentally sound, Ivy said with a flat tone of voice. Some say sanity is the highest form of insanity, Naruto said with a grin. Okay, I have to ask, how did this happen? Barbara asked as she gestured to Naruto as they approached the neighborhood where the party would be held. Well, you see, it all started with a breakout I was hired to help with in Arkham by a plant chick, Naruto was saying before Ivy cut him off. I think she means how you ended up like this, Ivy said with a flat tone of voice while Barbara nodded. Oh. Mind your business, Naruto said as he crossed his arms. It's not that complicated. Raised by a psychopath, villainous, and got dumped when he was about to try the hero route and threw a tantrum, Harley said knowingly. I'm not that easy to read, Naruto grunted out. You do rampages and petty crimes as way to prove yourself as a villain compared to your mother, who is regarded as a top tier despite her own madness. You run an empire because while you claim you have only an interest in causing chaos, you actually want people to admire and worship at your feet. And all the women and are a coping mechanism because of your relationship issues regarding your mother. Harley said simply. Don't forget the talking to a stuffed animal since he was a kid, Ivy said with a sigh. That's a classic case of lonely childhood. Didn't have many friends growing up, most likely due to his mother's antics, so he had to create his own. Then he shut him away once he started making friends but started bringing it back out due to his own growing madness. How's that? Am I in the ballpark? Harley asked smugly. You, Naruto grumbled under his breath. Maybe later. Come on, let's get in there, Harley said as they all approached the frat house where the party was being held and being let in once they showed off their wristbands. As the 4 of them entered the frat house, they didn't notice a red glow coming from a nearby alleyway next to the frat house. A glowing red symbol appeared on the ground as a burst of flames shot up, before vanishing, leaving a well-dressed figure standing there. The man was wearing a sharp black suit and had long blonde hair cascading down to his shoulders. His eyes were a striking gold. This was Lucifer Morningstar, the Angel Samuel, the Lightbringer, but better known by many as the Devil. So this is where Naruto made his newest deal. I should have figured it would be somewhere like this. Well, at least it's not a brothel, Lucifer said with a chuckle as he looked at the side of the party with drunken college students going wild. I said I don't need a ing wristband. You idiots hired me. Lucifer turned to see Kushina in line at the party being stopped by the doorman. Oh, dad damn it, Lucifer groaned out as he spotted his ex-wife. We didn't hire some old crone for the show. We hired Scarlet Herc. The doorman was saying before Kushina grabbed him by his neck. Old? Who the are you calling old, you smooth-brained? Limp? Swizzler? Kushina yelled out with an icy glare. Well, you're in your 50s, so for humans that would be considered old despite your looks, Lucifer said with a slight chuckle. This made Kushina pause before her eyes narrowed. You've got some nerve coming on my turf, you son of a... Kushina growled out as she tossed the doorman aside before striding to Lucifer. What turf? You cause chaos all over the earth just on a whim, though a little bird told me you have been staying in Outworld lately. You get tired of fighting the League? Lucifer asked with a smirk. Oh please. I can take all of them on with no issues. Kushina yelled with a scoff. Issues or lube? Lucifer asked with an eye roll. Oh please, like any of them could afford me. Kushina said with roll of her eyes. So there is a price? Let me guess $2. No, 3. Lucifer said with a smirk. Kushina growled at this as she made her way into the frat house, grumbling in Japanese under her breath as the door closed behind her. That's you right, just walk away. And you know I can't understand you when you speak that weeb language, Kushi, Lucifer said with a tone of mockery before. I'm from ING Gotham. Kushina yelled as the door suddenly opened before a glass of beer suddenly slammed into Lucifer's face. Gah! Lucifer yelled as the glass smashed into his face, breaking, and the alcohol inside burning his wounds. Did you put a rule on that glass just to hurt me? Lucifer questioned. Damn straight. Not just that one. All the glasses here. Kushina yelled, opening the door, holding 6 different glasses of beer before throwing them at Lucifer. Why does a frat house have so many glass mugs? What happened to cheap plastic cups? Lucifer yelled, ducking under another thrown glass. Don't know. Don't care. Take your beating like a man. Kushina yelled, throwing glass after glass at him as he dodged. You can't kill me with this. So why bother? Lucifer yelled as he avoided the thrown glasses. Because it makes me feel better. Your pain brings me joy. Kushina yelled at him. I thought spreading your rash did that. Lucifer yelled back with a laugh. Bite me, you ucker. Kushina yelled as she threw more glasses at him, which he avoided. Hate crime. You all heard her, people. Lucifer yelled with a laugh as his ex-wife yelled in fury as people recorded this. I need a drink. Kushina growled out, walking into the party. Go ahead. I'm sure someone will lift the toilet seat for you. Lucifer yelled as Kushina entered the frat house, slamming the door behind her. Well, that was fun. Now where are you, son? Lucifer asked himself with a smirk as he walked around to see if he could find where Naruto was. The people on campus completely unaware of who was walking amongst them. Thanks for listening.